Preetham Mehra, Senior Executive Director and Head, Government Practice CBRE, India. Let me welcome Mr. Preetham Mehra, who is going to moderate this panel discussion this morning. Over to you, sir.
A very good afternoon to everybody in the hall. It is my pleasure and privilege to have such a distinguished panel along with the Honorable Minister for the Housing Department for the state of Telangana. So thank you so much for taking the time and being with us. It's also a pleasure to have Mr. Gautam, Special Secretary Housing, Government of Telangana on the dais with us. And of course, you already heard the profile of the panel speakers on stage. It has been a pleasure for us to have all of them here. A lot of them have flown down to Hyderabad to attend this specific event and to be part of this distinguished panel. Before we start the panel discussion, it is my pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister to share a few words and his vision for the Housing Department for the state of Telangana.
Good afternoon to all. It is a great privilege to address this important session on affordable housing policy for urban future, Telangana Model 2047. As part of the Telangana Raising 2047 Global Summit, today's discussion is the Art of Telangana Vision 2047 as prosperous, inclusive and human society where every family, regardless of income or background, has a safe, secure and dignified home. Historically, Telangana has always contributed for provision of housing towards all sections in the state. With our government constructing over 42 lakhs houses under old Indiramma scheme and now another 3.5 lakhs houses in progress under new Indiramma Illu scheme. Housing Board and Rajiv Swagraha have also contributed to over 1 lakh middle income houses. However, there is a huge gap between demand and supply. So, time has come to move beyond individual schemes and to formulate a comprehensive affordable housing policy that can guide our action till 2047. We are therefore working towards a Telangana Model 2047 where we aim to have a affordable housing policy with specific focus on needs in urban areas that will be balanced, financially visible, viable, socially inclusive, environmental responsible, technology driven, etc. The Telangana Affordable Housing Policy will be in line with the Telangana Raising 2047 vision with focuses on three major areas. Telangana core urban region focusing on some slums redevelopment, brownfield redevelopment mixed housing, rental housing. In the peri-urban region, focusing on satellite, greenfield townships, integrated housing colonies with walk-to-work housing with strong consistency. In rest of the state region, focusing on development of small and medium townships, rental and worker housing, integrated with the industrial parks, logistic hubs and emerging economic corridors. Our esteemed panel will help us answer three very questions in this regard. What must the government of Telangana do differently? What can financial institutions to do? Increase affordable housing finances? What commitment can private sector make to for promoting affordable housing? Friends, we are committed to taking the outcomes of the discussions behind this room into policy notifications, operational guidelines, model projects and budgetary decisions. Telangana has the vision, the institutional base and the economic strength to become a national and global example of inclusive urbanization. With your ideas and partnership, I am confident that the Telangana model of affordable housing 2047 will not only serve our state, but also offer learning and inspiration for affordable housing development. On that note, I once again welcome all of you to this session. Thank you for your presence and look forward to a rich and efficient decisions. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Pleasant.
Honorable Minister, sir, thank you so very much for your kind and encouraging words. We all are excited about the prospects for housing in the state, and with your leadership, we are very confident that Telangana will reach newer heights, particularly in the affordable housing segment. Thank you so much once again, sir. With this, we'll start the panel discussion, and as you are already aware, the panel consists of members from various facets of the housing sector. We are privileged to have the Dean of the School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, which is the premier most institute in India for housing and development. Dr. Rao, if I could direct the first question to you, sir. What are the opportunities and market gaps with regard to housing for all? This has been a topic which has been going on for many, many years. What do you think are the market opportunities and gaps and at an India level and more specifically at the Telangana level, sir?
Certainly. I think this is a very topical...
Sir, the mic can be a little closer to you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Minister, with your kind permission. I think this is a very, very important and topical subject that has been chosen for discussion today. Housing, as we all know, has a lot of forward and backward linkages. So any investments that are made in the housing sector actually lead to greater economic opportunities in as many as about 230 or 240 odd industries, both forward linkages and backward linkages. So investments in housing would mean investments in a wide variety of other areas where there's a lot of employment opportunities that are going to be given to our people. Because without employment, there's no money, and without money, there's no housing. Let's remember that. You have to have money if you want to buy a house, whether you are a very rich person or not so very rich person. Some amount of money is always required, and if you don't have that, of course, there are financial institutions and there are others who can always chip in and give you some loans and so on and so forth. The opportunity for the market, for the industry, I presume is what you are asking. Yes, there is a huge housing shortage in this country. We are only about 40% urban. The last time we had a census was quite some time ago. But while we are waiting for the next census, we presume that we are about 40% urban. So we still have a large number of people living in the rural areas, and we still have a lot of people who want to migrate into the urban areas because of the employment opportunities, which means that whatever is the urban housing shortage, which is in several millions, is only going to increase in the times to come, which means that the opportunity is humongous. There are some estimates that as of the year 2022, the urban housing shortage the total housing shortage in Telangana is about 2.8 million, out of which a major chunk actually happens to be in the urban areas and a very small percentage in the rural areas. This is obviously going to increase in the times to come when more people from the rural areas will come to the urban areas. Now, market opportunity, the government is already doing its bit. You have the Indiramma Housing Scheme, you have the Andhra Pradesh Housing Board, you have the AP Housing Corporation Limited. They are doing a fairly good job. You have the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, urban and Shahri and Gramin. Some funds are coming from there, some funds are coming from the HUDCO as well. But is that enough? That is clearly not enough, because we still have a large number of people living in the slum areas, which are in not just Hyderabad but several other urban centers in the state of Telangana. So, what do we do with them? There is a huge corporate sector, real estate developers. We have members from the CREDAI also here with us. And real estate developers are providing a lot of housing in the urban areas. But this housing is, of course, for the upper and middle income segment. Can they also downmarket their products? Can they also provide for the lower income population who cannot afford maybe a 3-bedroomed house, but can perhaps afford a 1-bedroom house, maybe something costing 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs, 50 lakhs. Why cannot they provide for it? Unfortunately, in our country, there is also luxury housing demand. So developers, obviously, they are in here for making money. So they are catering to the luxury housing demand, which perhaps is now more or less getting saturated. If you look at the inventory overhang, if you look at the vacant housing, there are figures where luxury housing is more or less now saturated. So if developers want to remain in the business, then I think you better start building small. Get into the one-room segment. I'll not use the word affordable, I'll not use the word low income, because we don't want to go the nano way. So I need only a one-room house. I could be a rich man, I could be a poor man, whatever. So you have products which are of a wide variety, wide range, wide ticket size, costing from 20 lakh, 30 lakh, 40 lakh, going up to 2 crore and 3 crore. And whoever wants to buy whatever, they can come and buy. So there is a huge unmet demand, and there is a market opportunity here. And real estate developers, many of them are coming and buying. There are, of course, you all know as developers, there are incentives that are being provided both by the central government and the state government. Income tax concessions are there, stamp duty concessions are there. Almost all state governments now have affordable housing policies. I think Telangana one is on the anvil. I think we can actually learn from the other states' examples, and we can maybe make out a better one. So I think there's a great opportunity, and the opportunity is actually in the numbers. So build more, and probably the very big developers may not want to come in, but there will certainly be a segment of developers who would want to build the one-room units, sure, and provide them at a much reasonable price. So I am quite upbeat on sure, this particular segment of the market.
Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the next question, Mr. Gautam.
So thank you, Professor Rao, for your comments. So we have amidst us a very august audience, including our Honorable Chairman of the Legislative Council, Shri Gutta Sukendra Reddy Garu, and Honorable Advisor to Government, Shri Sudarshan Reddy Garu. Thank you for joining us in this discussion, sir. We are proud to have you amidst here. Taking forward from what Professor Rao said, about the actual demand, I'd like to just pitch a couple of data points on that, because our state has taken a pretty comprehensive house-to-house survey of the housing demand. and with a good app called Indirama app, where we have gone house to house and captured the demand, including the present living conditions, including the what kind of a housing structure they are in, and also capturing their socio-economic factors. So we still have an unmet demand in urban areas, an unmet demand of 20.33 lakh in the LIG slash EWS segment and 8.77 lakhs in the MIG segment. And yes, total of 28 lakhs, 8 lakhs in MIG and 20 lakhs in LIG EWS. And in fact, these are not people who are completely dependent on government subsidy. Of course, EWS government will be, catering to, and this government is very, very committed as part of the Indira Mild scheme. But, there is a lot of purchasing power, but the bracket of, the supply in that bracket is missing. That is what is reflecting in this demand. So I just want to place these facts before the panel.
Sure.
I request Preetham to take.
Sure, Mr. Gautam. Thank you so much for highlighting those statistics. So I'll quickly move on to the President-elect for CREDAI National, Mr. Ram Reddy. Sir, from the industry standpoint, you just heard the statistics shared by Mr. Gautam. He said there's a latent demand for about 28 lakh houses. So 8 lakh houses in the MIG segment and about 20 odd lakh houses in the LIG segment. How is the industry viewing this? How are you looking at this opportunity? How can you, as the leader in an industry body, motivate the private sector to participate in this opportunity, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Pritham. Sir, thank you so much for giving that figures. 28 lakhs, it's a surprise to us. I mean, the demand, what you're talking about it. Yes, CREDAI plays a role. I mean, across the state, we have 15 chapters. So every chapter have a big connection with the CREDAI Telangana state. So that housing demand, today you talk about especially middle class. So affordable housing, there is a definition of 45 lakh rupees is the cap, and 60 square meter in metros, and non-metro it is 90 square meters. This 45 lakhs cap was decided 8 years ago. So today in 45 lakhs you are not getting those affordable houses. The definition of affordable housing has to be redefined. So this we have been giving the representation from CREDAI National multiple times. Hopefully, I mean this time also we met the Honorable Finance Minister, then Housing Minister. Possibly this budget we are expecting that limit of affordable housing going to be increased. That is very, very much required, sir. I request the Honorable Minister from your side also has to push for this, sir. Otherwise, so the very basic affordability where we are getting, the land prices have gone up, the construction costs gone up, everything has gone up. Inflation, you can see 8 years inflation, if you take every year, I mean 5 to 7% inflation is there. If you take that also, it comes to 75-80 lakh rupees. So this we have been continuously talking to the governments, but hopefully this time I think after talking to them we got some positive note, and we are definitely going to have this. So affordable housing definition, then concessions has to be given. Even in the cities like Hyderabad, if you want to build an affordable housing, so land prices are so high. So getting affordable is very, very challenging, sir. So I request the government has to look into this and provide some lands to the developers and a PPP model, so that developers will come forward and they will build so many affordable houses, then they will be having their own business models. So this will definitely will encourage the developers, and it will become easy for you to also cater to so many ways, sir. So definitely thank you.
Good idea, na? Definitely will work out it that way also.
Thank you so much, thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Yesterday Preetham was mentioning about the old, all housing board houses were there. So
Example, Kukatapalli.
Kukatpalli housing, there's a prime area today.
Ground plus 3 present.
Yes, if you make it a PPP model, definitely it's going to give a big boost to the, this affordable housing, sir. Thank you so much.
Great. Mr. Ram Reddy, you stolen a couple of questions that I had, but it's good that we got a response from the Honorable Minister as well. I'll quickly move on to Abhijit from the World Bank. Abhijit, the Honorable Minister spoke about the financing opportunities and available of funding for the housing sector. How does World Bank come in and support state governments, the private sector, and ultimately the end users and buyers? How are you able to participate in this value chain? And if you can talk about some successful partnerships that you have managed both in India and outside India.
Thank you, Peter. First of all, I'd like to thank the government of Telangana for inviting us and for organizing this panel discussion. So from the World Bank Group's perspective, which includes both the World Bank, the IFC and MIGA, which is our private sector financing arm and guarantee arm respectively, we generally look at engaging with our government counterparts in 4 areas when it comes to housing. One is land, one is permissions, third is infrastructure, and fourth is financing. So you asked me very specifically about financing. Maybe I'll elaborate that a bit more than the others. But just to give you an example, because I think the President-elect of TREDI, Mr. Ram Reddy, also mentioned this. So land is critical because it adds to the cost when the private sector needs to come in, right? And from land perspective, there are 2 things. So land costs near the core of the cities are high, like he was mentioning, and land costs away from the city in the suburbs. We heard about the ORR and the areas outside the ORR which would be developed are more affordable. So there it becomes important to ensure the connectivity to these locations, right? Brownfield redevelopment, yes, definitely looking at land parcels which are not giving the economic returns. You can look at reconstruction, you can look at PPPs like you mentioned. But for the affordable housing to be constructed for people who are going to work mostly in the peripheral areas, maybe linked to some industrial areas, etc. The second is permissions. So the second major cost comes usually in terms of both the planning permissions and the permissions for change in land use, right? And these are 2 areas which I think the government can come in. I know the government of Telangana has already done a lot in these 2 areas, but this is an area that we work with different state governments in India, specifically in Tamil Nadu, as well as other countries, in identifying the bottlenecks and finding the solutions. The third is in terms of the infrastructure. So the infrastructure is important. We have some housing projects in other countries where the component of infrastructure, so water supply, sewer, etc., connectivity through mass rapid transit systems is more than the actual house construction component, right? Because once you're able to provide service land at certain locations, the private sector will automatically come in, pick it up, and deliver what is required in terms of the supply. And the fourth is, of course, in terms of financing. So in financing, we, World Bank as well as other multilateral institutions, will look at both the demand side as well as the supply side. So recently in our engagement in Tamil Nadu, we had a $440 million engagement. There the government was keen to move away from being a provider to becoming more of an enabler. They were already enablers, but more of an enabler. And one of the things that was done was setting up of this shelter fund, which allows long-term tenor financing at market rates, but quite comparable to scheduled commercial banks, especially for developers who are interested to come into the affordable housing section, but probably don't have the credit profile to get attractive financing rates from financing institutions, commercial financing institutions. So this kind of a facility which was promoted by the government, was the equity of World Bank, ADB and the government of Tamil Nadu, has helped both rental housing as well as ownership housing. And since I mentioned rental housing, the Honorable Minister mentioned the 28 lakh, or rather Mr. Gautam, you mentioned the 28 lakh demand. So in terms of meeting the gap, I think it's important to look at rental housing as well as one of the options. The focus should not exclusively be on ownership housing. So let me just stop.
Yeah, so Abhijit, I had a specific question on rental housing. Maybe we'll come back to that topic in a few minutes. We also have another stalwart from the financing industry, the ex-CMD of HUDCO, sir. But sir, allow me a couple of minutes, I'll come back to you. The next question I want to direct to both the developers from Hyderabad, Mr. Nandakishore and Ajitesh. How are you both seeing Telangana and Hyderabad's residential housing market supply and demand situation, and what factors will play a critical role for the private sector to operate in all budget categories? We are seeing more and more developers playing in the upper middle income category, etc. How do we make sure that everyone participates in all budget categories?
First of all, thank you for having us here. At the outset, I would like to say the land prices being out of board in Hyderabad are being overplayed in my view. Actually, if you see, barring a couple of pockets, the land prices are not as exorbitant as they are made out to be. If you look at Kokapet, if it is 150 crores there, every kilometer you move away from there, the price drops by almost 6 to 7 crores per acre. And by the time you reach Patancheru, it would be around 20-25 crores per acre. And if you look at the FSI cost, I think it would still be within a decent range of say 1,000 rupees to 1,500 rupees a square feet, which is I think pretty much a fair expectation, even if you compare with cities like Bangalore and other cities. But what is most important here is we have to understand what is affordability. Affordability, while the government has defined as a certain budget of 45 lakhs and all that, for me affordability is to be looked at from an individual household perspective. If a household is able to finance their EMI with 40% of its household income, then it is affordable to them. So that way you have to categorize the people into various brackets like EWS, LIG, MIG, HIG and all that. Now in the EWS category, I think come whatever, I think there have to be different models developed for that. And one of the biggest points what I would like to make here is that Hyderabad has got almost close to 2 million people in the slum areas, if Google is to be believed. Now 2 million people in the slum areas would roughly translate to around 4 to 5 lakh households. Now how do you do that? I think this is where we need to borrow the model of Mumbai. The model there has matured a lot, and I'm sure in most of this slum redevelopment, there will be many developers who would be more than happy to participate in this slum redevelopment, and I think we can adopt the Mumbai model here to do for that. And one of the prerequisites, of course, for this would be that government will have to ensure that there are other government lands which are made available so that developers can build transit camps. Where people can be temporarily located and then brought back once these developments are complete. And also there is another aspect that we also have to consider is that bulk of these home buyers, if we were to get into greenfield projects, if developers are to get into greenfield projects, bulk of these home buyers have a problem of credit availability. Housing finance companies will not be able to finance them. And I think that is where the government intervention becomes very important. They have to perhaps give some kind of a credit guarantee to cover the lender's risk. And I was talking to a developer in Mumbai almost 15 years ago who had done in Karjat, he had developed this affordable housing. One of the biggest problems he faced was that the people who bought homes were not able to pay the subsequent installments, and that puts a huge risk to the project as a whole. I think that is where the government can again intervene. Apart from that, what the government can also do is give the developers incentives. I would say more than the developers, I would say the home buyers incentives by way of stamp duty exemption, which is again a substantial cost. We don't have a separate, and of course approvals, as everybody says, there has to be a separate body which will give approvals, whether it is an SRA development or whether it is a development of affordable housing. There has to be a separate body who has to do that, and it has to be a genuine single window system. I mean, it should be something which operates truly as a single window system. One of a easier solution would be where a government has huge land tracts outside on the periphery of the city, right? So what I suggest, sir, is that if we can identify large land parcels across the 4 corners of the city, the government can do the designing, concept development and master planning of those lands. All the government has to do, once they have done that, and create the trunk infrastructure also, so that the developers don't have to run for, taking approvals or permissions. All they have to do is that we can tell the developers, okay, you develop here this much of area, you get these concessions or benefits elsewhere in the city. So I think that is something like what we are seeing in Mumbai. That thing can also be adopted. So that will, so the developers, one of the reasons the developers are not coming forward is mainly because they cannot do the running around, they cannot focus their energies on developing low margin, low profit areas. And it will be unfair and impractical for us to expect that private capital will make sacrifices. So I think the government has to do those master planning and developments across all locations in the city, and the developers will be more than happy to come and participate.
Similar this development what you said now, in which state it is going now?
Sir, I understand it is happening in Mumbai. They are doing in
Any that type of document?
yeah,
and
in
everything,
Ahmedabad
please
also they have
give
done
to
something similar,
our
sir.
Secretary. Please
Yeah,
give to-
I will definitely. Actually, I've been interacting with Mr. Gautam a lot, and we have a lot of conversations. And I can see there is a genuine interest to do something really good, and we'll be more than happy,
If
sir.
it's really good, definitely this government is also thinking that way.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandakishore ji. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Ajitesh, can you quickly come in and can I restrict your time to about 2 odd minutes, please?
Sure. See, first and foremost, to understand this entire landscape, right? Am I audible now? Yeah. See, from the government side, government has land reserves in the city, core city area, right? Some of them are greenfield, some of them are brownfield. Greenfield land parcels, government has to auction at, and we need to allow the market to realize its potential. By not doing that, essentially we are eating into the balance sheet of the government. So I think the main innovation can come around brownfield land ownership, or what we call slums. If something can happen around easily establishing ownership in the slums. Because see, as it is, if you look at the slums, we have maximum an FSI consumption of maybe 1.5. Whereas in the west of Hyderabad, we go up to 10 FSI. So the FSI is a very beautiful concept, which is one of the biggest reason why still things are affordable. Let me share one small data point. In the prime region of Hyderabad, at a macro scale, an average house costs per SFT around 8.5, 10,000 rupees, like let's say Gachibowli. In Bangalore, an equivalent sort of area, house costs 20,000 rupees, in Gurgaon it's 27,000. So Hyderabad is currently the most affordable city in the country. That's to start with. Why we are there? Fundamentally because of the high FSI regime. Now second thing, when many people say a lot of things with FSI, first of all, there is no unlimited FSI in Hyderabad. If your property is abutting a 40-feet road, you can only build 7 floors. If your property is abutting 4-lane road or 80-feet road, you can only build 15 floors. Only if your property is abutting a 6-lane road or an 8-lane road, you can build like multiple floors. And a big road can accommodate all of this traffic. And second thing, see, this has become a market force. So we need to make policies which become market force. So when it comes to affordable housing, we have to work on how, see, essentially the slum lands, whatever lands have gone for the slum, today are, in a way, are catering to the affordable demand in an unorganized manner. We are trying to make it organized. So the FSI advantage exists. We need to just work around the ownership things. There is no additional capital commitment for the government or for the private sector. Next, I do agree with one of the esteemed panelists that, yeah, I think housing for all, we need to focus more on the rental ownership, rental side, not on the ownership. Because the problem with ownership is it's going to cost a lot of money. Let's say somebody is earning 9 lakh rupees per year, right? And I'm taking a home loan of 25 to 27 lakhs. I'm going to spend half of my money just paying my EMI. I can't live with that. See, households which are earning less than probably 10 to 12 lakhs per annum, a good amount of expenditure will go towards healthcare and education. They should not be wasting money on the side. So a good rental housing scheme, if you bring in, where the cap rates fall anywhere around 7 to 8%, then you will have lot of demand. And also there are major global financial institutions like IFC Washington and ADB and these things who are giving fund exclusively for it. So capital is available. I think we just need to solve a little bit of the supply chain. Government side innovation lies around land ownership. As private sector, our role involves in on the supply chain side. So we need to invest in R&D to bring down the cost of construction. I think the future is going to head in the direction of precast. So we need economies of scale. I think we will be getting there.
Absolutely, Ajitesh. Thank you so much. We will come back to precast and other construction technologies as well, if time permits. But it's the right time to introduce Mr. Suresh, the former CMD of HUDCO. Sir, you heard all the panelists. Everybody is talking about finance and credit availability and rental housing, etc. With your vast experience, sir, how has HUDCO been an enabler for this entire sector, and what is going on? What are your suggestions and recommendations to improve the supply in the affordable housing category?
Thank you very much. Very nice to get the views, and more importantly, I'm happy to hear from the Honorable Minister a very clearly sequential type of housing approach in the core of the city, in the outer area, peripheral area, and small and medium town, because the whole state housing is a very major one. And that's it's the right approach, because that really brings the right level of inputs, more so because the cost of land in those particular case, the third category will be much lower, which is also a point brought out by many people here. But what is interesting is that as far as HUDCO as a financial institution is concerned, not only during my time earlier, but even continuously the present team also, we have the regional chief of HUDCO sitting inside the one, and I'm very happy during the current year only around 1,45,000 houses for the rural area, which he has indicated has already been done with about 5,000 crores, and about 95,000 urban houses have been also funded with substantial amount of money. And if I'm not mistaken, by January, another major project is also going to come. Of the order of around 14,000 crores of money is coming into the housing segment in Telangana. I'm only talking of Telangana one. And that particular thing covers not only the housing component of the weaker section, but also the low income one. I got to really, the Honorable Minister as well as Gaudamji is there. They've done a fantastic job of actual delivery of houses of the order of around nearly 3 lakhs houses to be taken up and implemented. It's not an easy thing to deliver, and they have been able to do that. And that's equally an important one, because funding institution would be happy to fund, provided you're able to good delivery coming, and also do it on time, cost and quality. And if you're able to do that, financial institutions will be very happy to extend funding in the sector. And Telangana is doing extremely well, and not only through Telangana Housing Development Corporation, Telangana Housing Board, and equally important is a contribution on housing coming from my brother sitting on the left. The private sector is contributing well. Around 300 big developers are there in Hyderabad and nearby, and around 500 are there in Telangana from other side. So contribution from the private sector is an equally important component of housing that will be coming. So contribution by the public sector, primarily on the low income housing and weaker section housing. They have a weaker section housing program, a big thrust being given, and I want to really give a salute for that and for the great initiative, not only in policy framework, but also in actual implementation through good cooperation using I was very happy, the gentleman who came with me to escort me, he's dealing with the urban housing, even up to the 9-story development in the heart of the city through the GHMC. They are doing 560 square feet houses of the order of about 8 lakhs. So it's pretty good. 8 lakhs to be done with that particular cost. Land cost, leave it out, but that's a different issue. But it's being done very well. And therefore, different type of component where the land is very intense, you go a little higher rise, maybe around 6 or 7 stories, and maybe where land is not so costly, you can go to 2 or 3 story or 4 story development. The differential approach is also very good, and therefore the funding is coming in a big way. There is no problem in that sector. And they're also opening in the private sector. We stopped it in between for some time. Now, opening the real estate sector to the private sector agency is also a new initiative that Sanjay Kulshrestha has done, the new CMD has done. So that will be also good news for funding. Of course, in addition to HUDCO as an agency, large number of housing financing institutions are there for the lending on the retail lending. Because when developers put the money, the whole housing cost is done through the housing home loans with reasonably good rates of interest. And of the order of even 8%, 8.5% rate of interest, with the EMI coming still for every lakh of loan, less than around 1,000 rupees for every 1 lakh of loan is pretty good. And you're having, and with the latest announcement which is given by the government on RBI's new interest rate policy, you can expect all the housing financing institutions to bring down the housing loan also to slightly some extent also. I do not think that should be a problem if the delivery is an important one. That's where they score well. The ministry is there, the secretary is there, MD is there. If you're able to deliver well, implement it on time, good technologies to be brought in, that's where financial institutions will be very happy to put any amount of money. I do not think that's a problem. But the big number, that number which is about 28 lakhs that he said, covering the high income housing plus also the low income and weaker section there. One suggestion which I would like to add with all that the Honorable Minister is here, if you are able to do something on land assembly and also infrastructure being laid, the Honorable Minister asked which states are doing that, then ask the private sector to come and join on a public-private partnership basis. Not only the pure public sector doing, pure real estate sector doing, do some projects on public-private partnership. Haryana has done that in a big way. Maharashtra has done in Sitco and the new townships in Nashik and Nagpur. West Bengal has done some projects, including equity participation on company also, just by the way. So that model is also there. So public-private participation are working where the government is good for land and infrastructure, private sector is good for design and implementation. So we can do to that particular company also in a big way. So I know there will be many questions coming, but that's an immediate answer I can give. And as far as the government of Telangana's massive program of housing is concerned, the vision that you have put, sir, we are there to fully support that particular program. Not only for that, I understand the new township that's going to come in this very location there, Bharat. The HUDCO is already coming in a big way to fund that, including all the other infrastructure for water supply and other related, because infrastructure is a larger component, which is also an important component that will come on that. Possibly, if you are able to make the land and development cost, say around 30% of the total cost. Why is it going from 4,000 rupees a square feet to 10,000 rupees in Hyderabad? It is the cost of the land cost that's coming. Opportunity cost of land is where that's coming. We should bring that down to around 35%. Then the building construction cost can be around 60%. That can only happen if new landmarks, a good suggestion which he gave over there, I agree. If we with infrastructure we do that, I'm sure they will deliver. Because construction cost in any case is not more than about 2,500, about 3,000 rupees. Even at the best possible specification, it will be around 2,500 rupees. It is the opportunity cost of land that is really making the particular thing get into that 10,000 level and 12,000. A good point that was suggested over. It's still, he says, Hyderabad and environments are still much better than other metro cities that you have over there. I'll stop at that point of time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. We love your energy and we love your articulation.
Thank you.
You know, we wish, a louder round of applause will be great. Thank you so much. Dr. Rao, if I can come back to you, and Ajitesh, you brushed upon the topic of precast housing. So Dr. Rao, from an urban planning and urban design principle, have you seen instances where urban planning tools have been used to augment supply in the housing sector? Are there any tricks in the trade that can be employed by the governments, in Telangana specifically, to augment supply? And Ajitesh, if you can follow it up with construction technologies, apart from precast, what else can fasten construction and bring in supply quicker into the market? Even Mr. Ram Reddy and Nandkishore can add, but Dr. Rao, will start with you.
Yeah, so I think one of the fundamental requirements is land assembly, as very rightly pointed out here. Very recently I was in Bangalore and I was talking to the people in the Karnataka Housing Board. There, what they have done is that instead of going in for direct land acquisition, they brought all the landowners together and they have come into an agreement with the landowners, and there is a public-private partnership model where there is an agreement and there is a sharing, and the private sector is coming, and Karnataka Housing Board, they are doing a lot of housing, and the people are very happy there because the landowners are also getting some amount of benefit out of this. So rather than going in for Like in some states...
Same concept here is also planning now. In some
Where-
ORR and in between triple R.
Okay.
We are planning same thing.
A similar kind of a public-private partnership.
Approaches and everything, also roads, radial roads, everything also already planning, ongoing works is going.
Okay, okay. That's very nice. The other thing is, the mention was made about FSI. So the floor area ratio is very, very important. You need to get the maximum out of the limited land that's available. So, I know, just now that has been said. So it depends upon the road widths. So you can also do a kind of a cross subsidy wherein if a developer does affordable housing, then he can get an incentive FSI like they are doing in the case of Mumbai, where lands which are occupied by the slums, the developer can come in, and then there's a slum rehabilitation authority, SRA is happening there. So there are those ways by which you can enhance the efficiency of utilization of the limited land that is available, so that you can accommodate more in the limited land that is available. So this FSI incentive is, I think, very, very important. And of course, there are other financial incentives. I don't have to talk about that. It is already
Sure,
been said.
sure. Thank you, sir. Ajitesh.
On the cost of construction, I think you can prefab.
I think prefab is for the foreseeable future. Prefab would be a good investment area. Again, there's robotic construction and 3D printing, but it's in very early stage technology, and frankly, not a very good solution for us here, because we have to go vertical. Especially in the West, land availability is high, so you can go horizontal. So yeah, we need to invest in prefab tech and any tech which will help us in going vertical construction, and probably sort of, see, even in prefab also, the more important things are the viability question is coming, especially from the point of view of transportation of these materials. If something can be done around the transportation costs, or maybe some sort of yard or a manufacturing plant sort of, because these are all concealed plants, so they are not environmentally pollution contributing. If you can make some of those plants on different directions of the city, then the transportation cost comes down. So that is what I would recommend. And even the schools like we have construction worker training schools can start working on these problems, because labor training also becomes sort of important in this.
Yeah, so I'll bring in Mr. Ram Reddy there, sir. He spoke about worker training and schools. So what is the industry body doing about faster construction, cheaper construction, at the same time taking care of the skill development in this sector?
Yeah, especially about the skill development, CREDAI National has had a tie-up with NSDC, CSDCI. So a lot of programs have been conducted across the country. Every city chapter, I mean, people are coming for giving their training. Because these days, you know, how, I mean, problematic about the skilling. So no mason want his son to become a mason. No carpenter want to become his son as a carpenter. So now government also is supporting them in many ways. So there is no problem for them to their livelihood. So that's how nobody is willing to come for the work. So now as a developer, we have to give them some pride to work. So already we are giving a lot of facilities. Earlier, their living condition was completely different. Today, the living condition have been improved a lot. So, I mean, and their dressing style, all those things, I mean, it's been changed. Now people are just feeling that, yes, I mean, instead of calling as a laborer, we are calling them as a worker. So that way, some better things are happening. So apart from that, cost of construction to reduce, especially majorly bulk production of the precast. So it has become precast is not a great solution today, because so there is no users for that. There are some challenges in going for the construction. So those challenges has to be addressed further. And when it comes in a huge volumes, definitely it's going to become cost effective. I just give an example. When vitrified tile came in, I think 20 years ago, when I used it was 110 rupees per square feet. First I purchased. But today you know how it is when even you are getting it at 40 rupees also. Because the volumes, the technologies, the speed of production, all these things are happening. So in the construction also we need that. Speed is very important, and even you have to encourage those industries to establish. So again establishing industry, we are facing some challenges. So those challenges has to be addressed. More people has to come for the industry and more use, I mean, many has to adopt the new technologies. Already you have seen every 7 days you are going to build a, I mean, one floor of slab. Those technologies have been there. We have seen we are evolving, I mean, from a concrete mixer to, from gamela to gamela, then hoist to then cranes and all those things are coming. So future is definitely is for the technology. And lot of research has to take place in the technology also. So to reduce the cost, technology is the only biggest solution. Thank you.
Lovely, lovely. Kishorji, your thoughts, and then we'll move on to Mr. Suresh. He had some inputs on technology as well. Please, sir.
See, I think from a technology perspective, what gets manufactured in the factory on a repetitive basis will obviously be the cheapest compared to what gets done in situ. So if you look at China, I think bulk of their homes are manufactured in the factory and they're just assembled at the site. So it's an assembly line process that they follow. I think that is something which we need to replicate, and that is a much larger issue. But what is most important, I think, apart from the construction cost and technology, I think the cost of building a home, one, time is a very significant factor. And as I mentioned, if the government can facilitate a scheme or a policy wherein the time is cut down, I think that is going to add a significant benefit to the, bring down the cost. The second is the financing of the construction, the developer finance for affordable housing. I think here again, cheaper finance, I think much like what the central government has done with the Swami Fund, which is doing an amazing job in the stressed asset portfolio. I think the same thing, if something that similar can happen for affordable housing, I think that is another big advantage. And the third advantage is the GST on construction. Now, whether you are building an affordable housing or you are building a regular housing, the GST from a construction side is the same. While the buyer is getting only GST at 1%, but from the developer, the GST on the construction is still the same. If that can be brought down substantially, then I think this will bring down the overall cost of construction. Add to that, if the state government, I'm sure if they can do something and bring down the approvals cost, which is again today similar, and also certain other parameters like, the parking requirements, irrespective of the kind of homes you are building, the parking requirement still remains the same. I think these are some areas where we can work around to bring down the overall cost of construction by reducing the time, by certain interventions from the government and certain use of technology, and also by bringing down the approvals costs and timelines and all this. I think this is everything has to fall in together. Sure. And of course, as I said, finally, eliminate or bring down the land cost component as much as possible. That's the...
Thanks, Kishorji. Suresh sir, over to you. You had some thoughts on technology.
Yeah, I think it's an important one. At the end of the day, it's going to be construction, and the way in which things are going on, the cost of construction is component of building materials as well as the labor component there. On an average, if it is going to be in the urban component, about 70-30 between the building material cost and the labor component there. And this is also the second largest employment generation, housing in over there. You're about 5 crore construction workers. And that's a very major area next to agriculture. So if you're able to give a big thrust for the construction workers who are dealing mason, carpenter, bartender, plumber, electrician, around 65 trades are there. Tile layer, glass fixer, painter, etc., etc. And if you're able to do a big job, at one point of time, somewhere in the late 90s, the good moment was the National Network of Building Centers, which is or Nirmiti Kendra or Nirman Kendra. We said that primarily a technology transfer center, a skill upgradation center, a manufacturing center for products or precast there, and also housing guidance center, and also construction workforce. A 5-in-1 job. And fortunately, Telangana has done good in the Nirmiti Kendras also in a big way, but I do not know at this point of time it's still going on well or not, but it will be good to retain, especially your program outside in the rural component of housing and small and medium towns, tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We should strengthen that particular component, and that will give better, in which case wastage will be lower, quality of housing will be better, and we should strengthen in that. And I also agree with him, precast is a very important component. He suggested that in the beginning over there, we left it. There are a lot of good initiatives coming in this country, with including 3D housing, the whole thing. But you require good volumes coming there. Committed volumes are required in that particular area. And previously we thought that we have to do in a factory and bring it all the way to the site there, travel cost and all that. But now there are a lot of technology, we can do it. Also the manufacturing component at the very site itself. Many companies have done. But I agree, the economies will come where the wall. If we are able to do, even today I find large number of good construction with prefab which are being done over there, of the order of around 1,800 to 2,000 rupees a square feet, as against casting. See, time is the most important one. If cast in situ construction, if it takes about 2.5 to 3 years for a project of a 20-30 storied building, you can do the same thing in about 1 year time period. And that's an important component. Interest during construction is a very major component there, if you're able to do that. But we should have an enabling environment to support that. But skill upgrading and training through the National Academy of Construction here, NICMAR's unit here, the CREDI's training institutes, all that together along with the building center movement or Nirmiti Kendra movement can give a big thrust. Take my word, as the Honorable Minister is here, sir, this is one area which can have a major impact for the large construction workforce which are there in Telangana, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. Abhijit, if I can quickly bring you in back to the rental housing topic. A few speakers spoke about rental housing, and I think there is a consensus amongst the panel that everything cannot be for purchase supply. What has been World Bank's experience? How has World Bank enabled rental housing? Because the economics in India is quite different and very difficult, right, for rental housing to work. So your learnings and suggestions there, please.
Thank you, Preetham. Before I come to rental housing, I'm just going to take 2 minutes and probably reflect on some of the discussions. So blended financing was one of the thoughts that came up, and this is something that many countries have done successfully. We have done this in Brazil, we are doing this in Kenya, looking at providing catalytic risk financing support or looking at providing credit support to developers. So both sides can be looked at. I think the main point I want to say is that when a multilateral agency is getting involved, it need not be in terms of direct financing. It can also be in terms of a guarantee, right? Which means we are guaranteeing that if there is a problem that comes up to after a certain threshold, then the guarantee comes into play. So there is a very minimal cost of guarantee. So the actual load of that guarantee on the cost is very low compared to, say, a pure borrowing. And just wanted to make that point because the government is doing its policy thinking. The second is transit camps is very important. But with transit camps, we've seen some states are now exploring with rental vouchers, right? So for a 2-year period or 1.5 to 2 year period, a rental voucher of X amount is being given so that they can rent houses within, let's say, 2 to 3 kilometers of where they're located while the reconstruction goes on, right? And this rental vouchers I'm flagging because as a long-term policy for the government to look at, a rental voucher policy has been experimented in places like Chile, in Indonesia, where effectively every migrant worker who is coming in, recognized migrant worker coming in, is given a rental voucher for 3 to 4 years. And that, over that period, then they graduate to, say, ownership housing, right? So that's another thing the government could consider. Linked to this is also the issue of the lowest brackets, the first, second, third, fourth deciles, the economically weaker sections, and whether they have the affordability to buy, a housing. And this is where the role of the affordable housing finance companies come in, right? Now, with the affordable housing finance companies, the rate of interest is higher than, let's say, going to a formal. But we have seen, based on experience in Tamil Nadu, we have seen that people are able to afford and repay. And the government comes in through 2 means. So one is they come in through a tripartite agreement between the AHFC, the government as well as the owner. And the second is there is a certain risk guarantee which is introduced by the government, which says that if you're not able to pay 2 quarters EMI, let's say, we cover it. After that, you'll have to vacate the house. So that kind of a system can also be looked at. Now back to rental housing, the question that you asked.
Thank you.
So, sorry. So on rental housing, what we are experimenting, so you're right, the returns for the private sector to come in is not there, right, to come in from a pure rental housing perspective. So we are looking at a possible blend of grants, so grants which would come from various government schemes that were mentioned, or grants that could come from other concessional sources for the construction cost, right, which actually reduces the cost at which the private operator operates the rental facility. So in Tamil Nadu, where this has been tried, the rentals without any concessional grants would be something around 12 to 13,000, has come down to 3.5 to 4,000. That is the impact that PMAY, ARHC window, or they have the Working Women's Hostel scheme, which is running quite well now, can play, right? So that is one thing I think every state now needs to look at. The second is industrial worker housing. So if we have, I mean, the previous session was chaired by the industries department as well, and we were talking of the industrial ecosystem, growing. That ecosystem requires housing, and rental housing is probably the best way to do it. So a tie-up between such industrial sites, industrial zones, or even corridors was being mentioned. New corridors are being set up, identifying affordable housing within those corridors, right, for rental housing. Has the possibility, because then the industrial estate comes in and subsidizes a part of the rent. So here the capital is not getting subsidized, the rent gets subsidized. So there are various models which can be looked at, which has been tried globally.
Thank you, Abhijit. We'll quickly move on to the private sector on the dais, starting with Mr. Ram Reddy. Sir, we spoke about PPP fleetingly, so how does the private sector and how does the industry body like yours, what kind of partnerships with government? We talk about PPP, which is private-public partnership. What models would the private sector be excited about? What models are, foremost in terms of acceptability?
So mainly the government has to provide the land, then proper approvals, proper infrastructure. These three things are from the government side. Then developers will come forward and definitely make whichever the project is there, they're definitely going to be successful. Apart from this, especially for affordable housing, the finance cost has to be definitely, as Mr. Nandkishore mentioned, it has to be reduced. Now, any private developer getting a project funding, it ranges from, and the best developer is getting at 10%, it goes up to even 15% from private lending, non-scheduled banks. So that cost of funding is huge, and even approval also is taking huge time. Every project, Minister also is in the real estate, he knows how the approval process is there. That has to be simplified, because a project, when the land is purchased or took on a development by paying the huge advances, if it takes a year to launch the project, huge burden on the finance cost will be there.
The timelines is very important
for
approvals. Definitely government will take as early as possible the positive decisions.
Thank you so much. Now bill now has come, but still because it's not a criticism but improvement, I'm talking about it. Lot of improvements has to be taken place. Definitely it's going to big help, because Telangana is a model for many, because especially the GO number 86, where Shekhar Reddy has put his best efforts, that what is that limit, sky is the limit to construct, that is given a big boost to Hyderabad real estate. Why various developers across the country coming to Hyderabad means because of such decisions. So even we talk across the country, our policies are great. So, whatever build now and TS, I-Pass, all policies are great, but there is big scope for improvement, because every permission we have to go to many departments. Every department takes, every section, it takes a time. You know how much time it takes on that. So on this dais, I request the Honorable Minister, please look into this. Definitely this is going to make a big game changer for us. The vision what 2047 is a great vision. 3 trillion economy is going to be a reality. Definitely it's going to be reality. The way in which in the shortest time, the way in which has been events been conducted, really the MOUs have been signed. Really, I mean, a lot of credit goes to the Honorable Chief Minister and the ministers like you. Really, I am very, very happy to be associated. Whatever the, I mean, even the policies also across the country, whichever the best housing policies are there, from CREDAI, I can definitely be some use for you. I mean, I can get the information across the country. And the CBR is there to, I mean, create some vision document about the affordable housing. We are definitely will be the shareholders in that. Definitely, whatever the best can be from CREDAI, will contribute that.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you. Thank you. I can quickly go to Ajitesh and then I'll come to the Ramki group. So Ajitesh, your views on PPP models and partnerships with government. What are the most top of mind or most comfortable associations that private sector will accept?
See, I think first and foremost, I think the role of the stakeholder called the government is to simplify the land side of things. Right, like one very, very good thing now we are seeing is auctions. Auctions is a good way. It is actually also a PPP where the government is sourcing the land, cleaning it up and then auctioning it. So I as a developer need not worry about so many of the legal hassles. So that's one very good to start with. Right, when it comes to particularly to the affordable housing, I think the slum one which I mentioned would be a good thing. The role of the private sector is to continuously work on cost reduction. And cost reduction is going to come up as a function of economies of scale. As we have more bigger and bigger firms, we have bigger R&D. So naturally we'll have to go invest because as Honorable Secretary has been mentioning, we have 3 million shortage hours. So the market demand exists. Now the question is, how do we make a profit? That's the only question remaining. So I think, see, if somehow 12% margin can be made, that's it, it's ripe for disruption. And also I would like my humble suggestion would be for policymakers is to focus probably less on subsidies, because if you look pan-India under PM Awas Yojana and various state government programs, broadly speaking 10% of the overall cost subsidy has already been given, and that's not really helping. I think we need to work more towards unlocking the market forces rather than the subsidies, because subsidy is also a burden on the exchequer. The middle class person who's paying the tax, it's a big burden on them. So maybe less subsidies and more market force orientation. Unlocking market force will really help all of us moving forward. And another one point which I would like to just mention before I conclude is that, see, housing is the most important sector. Let me put some statistics. Pan-India, we have 230 million people working in the agri economy, where average per capita earning is 10,000 rupees. Right, then we have 70 million people working in the manufacturing sector, where average earning is 15 to 17,000 rupees. Then we have another 70 million people working pan-India in the housing and construction segment, where the average earning is 25,000 to 27,000 rupees. So for every one person who's working in the construction sector, 2.7 equivalent people have to work in the agri sector. Almost all 1.8 people have to work in the manufacturing sector. So investing in housing under the visionary program of the Honorable Chief Minister to make our economy $1 trillion by 2034, investing in housing related policies will greatly push forward the economy and create opportunity for the bottom end of the society, thereby making them richer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ajitesh.
I think PPP in the housing or the real estate sector is always going to be a tricky thing, because people look at land, and mostly when we look at land, we look at it retrospectively. Are ye land 10 saal pehle you had given it for 1 crore or 2 crores. Okay, so that's always going to be a dicey thing, lot of governance, lot of scrutiny, lot of challenges. So I would suggest, even in a PPP model, eliminate the land part, like what Ajitesh was mentioning. Let the government bring the land, not give to the developer. Let the government do the facilitation part of it. I think let rest be left to the private developers. Let economics and profit drive the development. I think provide whatever enabling environment that you can. Also very important here is to understand is, on an average in a city, 70% of the land is occupied by residences, by residential development. And still we have say in a city like Hyderabad, like 3 million people not living in quality housing, I think that is something which is not reflecting very greatly on the overall scheme of things. So somewhere there is something which is lacking. And if this really has to be addressed, it cannot be addressed just by large developers or just by the government. It has to be all sizes of developers who have to be part of it. And one way of doing that is we have to ensure the city spreads horizontally. We are talking of Hyderabad having unlimited land, but if you see, we are not growing beyond a certain boundary. One of the reasons for that is lack of transport infrastructure. We have fantastic roads all around, but we don't have transport infrastructure. We don't have social infrastructure. I think that is where I would request the Honorable Minister and the government to...
In transport, now we are planning a metro line more than 300 kilometers, second and third phase also.
Absolutely.
Definitely it will be useful for in city.
Yeah, I think once that happens, once the transport infrastructure and automatically the social infrastructure will start developing, then I think you will find a lot more developers coming into these peripheral zones to develop the affordable housing. I think that is one area where the government can play a facilitating role than directly be a part of the PPP model.
Thank you so much, Anand Kishore ji. So,
Preetham, just one point. One point I would like to add. I think the objective of the entire PPP model should be government should not lose money, private sector should make money, and people should find solutions. That could be the broader vision statement.
nicely put, Ajitesh, nicely put. So, we are almost nearing the end of the session. I will pass on the mic to Mr. Suresh, and then the Honorable Secretary will also conclude the session. But we want to throw the floor open for some Q&A. Yeah. So, if there are a few questions, we will come to you, sir. The mics will come to you, but after Mr. Suresh's commentary.
Yeah. I wanted to add one dimension to the whole, because the whole thing is housing. And I have here the President Shekhar Reddy Garu, who is sitting over there in the front. He is also there. He is also the National Vice Chairman for the Indian Green Building Council. I bring to your notice the important comment. It is not just not four walls and a roof. How to make the home also green in a large way. Integrated water management, integrated energy management, integrated waste management, saving of water saving, energy saving, and good interiors coming, good green to be developed over there. And the Indian Green Building Council, the headquarters is only in Hyderabad. And they're done, and IGBC has done phenomenally well. And you'll be very happy to know, out of nearly 15 billion square feet of green development, which is about 1,500 crore square feet, mind you, 1,500 crore square feet, the housing component itself is of the order of around 3 billion square feet, and that's about 3,000 crores of housing. That's a very big number. And we have got ratings available for middle income, high income, and affordable housing is a very major component. We have a rating for affordable housing also. My suggestion is that in addition to the other components which you are discussing, also add on the dimensions of environment friendly, ecologically appropriate, energy saving, and other features to be introduced in that. So the quality of the housing, in addition to just being walls and roof, will also bring in a house to a home component of good quality being brought in. And I'm sure Shekhar Reddy will take over as the national chairman, like he will become the national president of CREDAI in Hyderabad, both happening. Telangana should be able to do a very good thing for all the housing that you do by Vision 2047, also to bring the dimension of green home as an important one. I thought I'll bring that, because that discussion did not come so far. You talked of land, infra, you talked of money, but not on the green component was not mentioned. And it's a very major area IGBC is contributing. It's available in Hyderabad, and please do that also in a dimension. Thank you.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Suresh. Mr. Gautam, if you have any... okay, so we'll throw the floor open for questions. So if we can have a couple of mics passed around, please. Yes, please.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Professor Santosh Mehrotra. I'm on the advisory council of the Chief Minister on Telangana Rising Summit in 2047. I've heard a lot about more and more development for Hyderabad. What about the smaller towns? Why is it that we are neglecting the smaller towns, which is where most of the people of your state live and most of India lives? There are several win-wins that will happen if your focus as policy makers was on the smaller towns. What are the win-wins? We talked about job creation. You want job creation near to the locations where people are actually living. Point one. Point two, you can actually use prefab in small towns. You can't use prefab to go high. In big cities, you cannot be using prefab, and therefore you have to go high. If you don't go high, the problem is that you will have to keep developing infrastructure and metros, etc., and your city spreads like this. This is the opposite of successful cities of the world. Paris, London, Japan's Tokyo, they are all concentrated cities, and they rise like that. So the point is, we have too much concentration of people coming into big cities. We want people to be located in small towns, and that's where the clusters are. The MSMEs are located there. If you build clusters in small towns, you will actually be able to generate jobs, not just for construction, but for the other parts of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
In my opening remarks, already I told you, Andy, we in Hyderabad, in between ORR, Triple R, out of Triple R, our plan is state government planning is like that. Definitely we are 100% do that thing.
Just
Yes,
to what our Honorable
Yeah,
Minister has
my
said.
name is Narsaya. I am the Managing Director of Shanta Sriram Constructions. I am developing affordable housing. But, Sir, Honorable Minister Garu, Meeru Kuda construction line lo unnaru. We are facing a lot of problem in developing an affordable housing. See, practically state government is not giving any concessions to any of the affordable housing. The person who is selling at 12,000 rupees per square feet and a person who is selling at 4,000 rupees per square feet paying the same fees to the GHMC and the same registration charges to the registration department. If you fix 1200 square feet plinth area, below 1200 square feet plinth area, affordable housing, and fix a norm, you give a concession in registration charges, you give a concession in municipal sanction fees, and you give concession in TDR with additional floors without TDR. And other zones like agriculture or anything, without any change of land use, you should be able to give affordable housing scheme without any questions. Then I think the problem will be every private builder will come forward to do the affordable housing, sir.
Thank you.
Sure, and manchi idea icharu. Definitely government will think that way also.
Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
Gautam sir, you wanted to respond to the earlier question as well. Yeah.
So, responding to Professor Malhotra's points on the strategy for the smaller towns, as Honorable Minister said, the government has already taken up construction of houses in all these smaller towns. We have taken up construction of 50,000 houses in the smaller towns itself. Already these projects are ongoing. And of course, this entire session was focused on Hyderabad and periphery for want of time, and because the main intent of this workshop was a collaboration between the private sector and the public sector. So that was why the session was tailored like that. However, all your concerns are noted, and government is very committed and very keenly working on those fronts. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll probably take one more question, sir. And please ask a question. Please mention who you want the question to be answered by, and please do introduce yourself. Sir, please ask the question. You can stand.
Hello.
Yeah.
My question is to the Honorable Minister and to the MD of the Housing Corporation. I represent here from National Institute of Rural Development, Panchayat Raj. I think Mr. Suresh and other people are talking about the affordable housing. Second thing, they are talking about the Nirmiti Kendras regarding the material availability, other things. Sir, what I found when you go to the affordable housing, we do not have the masons trained in this technology. So National Institute of Rural Development is giving a training in all these technologies. I think government of Telangana can utilize the services of NIRDPR to train all their masons in this affordable technology so that greenhouse building can be constructed. Second thing is with regard to Nirmiti Kendras. So it's a very good concept where the material can be made available to the especially PMA beneficiaries. That's a major challenge they are facing with regard to material. So there is a need to revive the Nirmiti Kendras so that they can build the technologies. And I went to Nirmiti Kendra of Telangana, it's a defunct. Huge area is there. So if you can revive it, I think they can take the help of NIRDPR in training people and doing this so that we can build up the masons across the state so that the affordable housing can be taken place. So the government of Telangana can bring the masons of the state to NIRD where we got a rural building technology park where different model houses are there. They can come and see and they can learn the various technology that can be available so that those technologies can be utilized and housing can be made affordable. This is my submission. Thank you very much.
So, just responding to your question, in fact, I am proud to say we have trained more than 10,000 masons before our Indirama program actually kick-started on ground. This is primarily beneficial at construction and masons play a very crucial role in it. So recognizing this, on the directions of our Honorable Minister, a residential training program for masons was done in NAC, National Academy of Construction, which is under the aegis of state government. It's a very premier training institute in the construction sector. And in fact, there were 5-day training was offered to masons on all the innovative construction technologies, innovative construction practices. And taking it from there, 2 people, so here we had trained 2 people from every block. So from 500 blocks, 2 masons each had come here and we had organized 2 rounds of training. And taking it forward, the district branches of the National Academy of Construction organized training for masons from each and every Gram Panchayat of the state. So, in fact, putting together, we had trained more than 13,000 masons as part of the Indira housing program. Over and above this, in each and every block headquarters, Mandal headquarters, we had sanctioned and constructed technology demonstration houses where we utilized climate-friendly, thermally efficient technologies, roofing technologies, and walling technologies where material construction costs could be saved. And these were exhibited to all the Indira beneficiaries as well as masons, as well as the Indira committees who are, involved in this, overseeing the construction. So, of course, we are very keen to partner with NIRDPR as well in this front.
All right, thank you. I think we have just so much time. Maybe the last question to the gentleman who got up. After that, we'll have to, I think lunch is waiting, so I'm sure everybody must be hungry as well. So quickly shoot the question, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm Harsha from Izura. We manufacture tower cranes. We are based out of Hyderabad.
Sorry, you manufacture what, sir?
Tower cranes. So my question is, we don't see much of innovation in construction equipment industry in India. If you look at to bring in innovation, it's a highly capital intensive. Largely construction equipment are based off Chinese because they're largely backed by Chinese governments. So if you have to develop any sort of new product in terms of construction equipment, how can any Indian company come up and bring in the technology and innovation in construction equipment industry?
Who are you directing this question to?
The government, sir.
To anyone. Mr. Gautam, you want to, so he's asking how can the government support new technology in construction equipment?
See, when you talk about precast,
yes.
To lift the precast material, you require heavy cranes. None of them are made in India. Everything comes from China.
Okay, let me respond to that. So, even the gentleman from NIRDPR had also mentioned about our Nirmiti Kendras. In fact, we had a very thriving system of Nirmiti Kendras earlier in the old Indirama scheme between 2004 2004 to 2014. Later, these Nirmiti Kendras are not fully functional now, but in certain districts, on the directions of the Honorable Minister, we have leased out the lands of the Nirmiti Kendras to private players, incubators like you, who are willing to come forward and establish innovative, construction technologies, right? So some, novel brickmaking units, low-cost brickmaking units, etc., and prefabricated slabs for these individual houses. So we are ready to partner with private players, incubators, innovators like you with our Nirmiti Kendras. In fact, our minister was of the opinion that government must not be directly involved in material manufacturing. So we have these Nirmiti Kendras. We are ready to guide you, facilitate you, do the quality controls, etc. And we are ready to partner with private players in this regard, in the construction technology front. And we have already partnered with certain players with respect to our demonstration houses, because Telangana Housing Corporation and the erstwhile AP Housing Corporation has always been a key player in pioneering new technologies and increasing the social acceptance of these technologies among the people, because social acceptance is very important. So we had partnered with certain players in exhibiting this novel technology through our demonstration houses, which we are constructing at each and every Mandal headquarters. And even now this opportunity is open, so we are keen to partner with any one of you in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Gautam.
Preetham, I would like to add one
Thank
point.
you.
See, for young innovators, yeah, we have a lot of use cases. Like you want to automate tower cranes, right? So you can maybe reach me out on LinkedIn. We will give you use cases, and we are working with young entrepreneurs even to invest some capital and give business use cases and all of that. So yeah, we need to start working on automations around RMC manufacturing, autonomous tower cranes, because finding workforce for tower cranes is a very big problem. So there are a lot of these problems. Yeah, we would love to partner on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The Honorable Minister has consented for one more question. One in the back, the person in the white attire, sir. Yes, please.
Thank you, Minister Garu. The session is very nice, beyond my expectation. I had a Nirmita Kendra, it's still working. I think before 2004 I started with the help of the HUDCO. And I manufacture also now. I think as Mr. Srinivas Reddy know, I was good in politics for about 25 years. I am now on industry only. We manufacture so many items which is suitable for precast as well as green buildings. I only wish that our minister should take lead in making every house as a green building. It's quite possible and it can be done in economical, and our chairman HUDCO has suggested that because the environment will be better and the power savings will be there for a long. So we must take lead, the government should take lead in building the government offices and government buildings as green buildings, because I have seen few green buildings in Bangalore by many of the leading world organizations, and they are very nice. So we must go for that, because the ambience of the residents should be very good, as well as the schools, hospitals, and all other buildings should be green buildings. You should make it a point of that. And I am really happy to hear that word from our the chairman HUDCO. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And sir, for the want of time, we'll want to close the session. Please do try and meet the panelists off dais. Yeah.
We welcome the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Shri Jupalli Krishna Rao Garu, to this session. So thanks for participating in this session, sir. We are honored to have you here.
And Mr. Gautam, can you kindly conclude, sir, please?
Yeah. So your suggestion with respect to green technologies is noted. So we'll try to. We are now constructing houses on a massive scale. Lakhs and lakhs of houses. Government is committed to constructing 2 million houses over the next decade. So we'll definitely incorporate a lot of these technologies, especially thermally efficient construction, which will reduce the cooling load in our houses. Yes. So, I'd like to thank all the panelists, all the esteemed panelists on dais, and all the esteemed delegates who have participated very keenly in this panel discussion. So for me personally, it has been a very enriching discussion, and our Honorable Minister was kind enough to grace this occasion and give his valuable time and valuable inputs throughout this 1.5 hour session. So I'm sure under his leadership and under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, Telangana will create a future-ready, scalable and inclusive, affordable and a sustainable housing model as a part of Telangana 2047. And dear friends, this government is very committed to provide affordable houses to all the economically weaker sections. However, no government, however committed, can on its own deliver the scale of affordable housing that we are talking about. As I just said, there is an unmet housing demand of over 29 lakhs. And these are not all economically weaker sections. Even in several houses which we have allotted free of cost, people are investing at least 2 to somewhere at the minimum of bare minimum of 2 lakhs to a maximum of 10 lakhs in just getting these houses renovated, because people are ready to invest. They have some purchasing power in hand. However, we need developers and builders who are willing to invest in affordable housing, banks and housing financing companies to support the necessary funding, not only for the developers but also for the consumers who may not have the necessary eligibility criteria to meet the regular home loans. So we need dovetail products for the same, and we would request the assistance of multilateral institutions like the World Bank, from which Abhijit has joined us, so they can bring in the global best practices and also provide us the much needed capacity building support for government organizations like the Housing Board and the Housing Corporation. And of course, we need civil society organizations and community groups that can articulate the needs of the society from the demand side. What is it that people expect? What is their aspiration? What are their fears? What are their desires? So that is as much important when we talk about this affordable housing. And academia and professionals, Professor Rao is here, Suresh Garu is here, so they can contribute to better design, better technology, better productivity. So today's session is not merely a technical consultation. It's an invitation for partnership. It's an invitation for partnership towards achieving this noble goal of providing affordable housing for all. So our intent is very clear that the recommendations, the deliberations from this session will not merely remain on paper. We are committed to bring this into our affordable housing policy, which is in the making and which will be released very soon, maybe in a time span of 2 to 3 months. So with these words, I once again extend a warm gratitude to all the distinguished panels and participants. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gautam. If you guys like the panel, please do give a big round of applause. Thank you, Honorable Minister, sir. Thank you, Special Secretary Housing, and thank you for all the panelists. I enjoyed moderating the panel, and thank you so much for having me here.
Thank you so much, sir, for moderating. And now, hello. Now I request Minister Garu to felicitate our panelists who are on stage. Mr. Vasudevan Suresh Garu, former CMD, HUDCO. So to all our guests, we proudly present the two iconic GI tag treasures of Telangana, the exquisite Pochampalli Ikat shawls, renowned for their intricate tie and dye weaving, embody the timeless skill of our artisans. Complementing them are the vibrant Sherial masks, handicrafted in the traditional storytelling style that carries centuries of Telangana's cultural heritage. Let us celebrate these GI recognized art forms and the master craftsmen who keep our traditions alive. Mr. Abhijit Shankar Ray. Dr. P.S.N. Rao, Dr. P.S.N. Rao. Ladies and gentlemen, we are presenting the two GI tag mementos that you see here. One is the Ikat shawl and the other one is the Cherial mask, known from centuries in Telangana art form. Mr. G. Ramireddy Garu. Mr. Nandakishore Garu. Mr. Ajitesh Garu. And today's moderator for our session, wonderfully moderated this session, I must say, Mr. Preetham Mehraji. అందరికీ లంచ్ టైం అయింది నాకు తెలుసు, కానీ అయినా ఒక్కసారి చప్పట్లయితే అవసరం అండి. లెట్స్ చియర్ ఈచ్ అదర్. So ladies and gentlemen, with this we conclude this session of our panel discussion, and thank you to all our dignitaries who are present on stage here. This session definitely enforces that inclusive growth is built brick by brick, and every citizen should and must have an access for safe and dignified housing. Thank you one and all for joining us on stage. Thank you one and all for joining us on stage. Now we take a short break here, a lunch break. And exactly 1 hour later, we assemble back again here in Hall 1 for our next panel discussion, the theme being the Bharat Future City as a magnet for 3 trillion Telangana. So let's all join back again after exactly 1 hour. But before that, we have a special video which is going to be played for you that's called Indramma Illu. So can we have the AV please?
For the first time in Telangana's history, a housing mission has emerged not just to construct homes, but to build dignity, stability and hope. Welcome to the Indirama Housing Scheme, a transformative initiative designed to empower women and provide families with a true sense of ownership. This isn't just another housing project. This is Telangana's most ambitious flagship mission, personally guided by Honorable Chief Minister A. Revanth Reddy.
పేదవాడికి సొంతింటి కల నెరవేరడానికి ఇందిరమ్మ ఇండ్లు ప్రతి నియోజకవర్గంలో ఆల్రెడీ మంజూరు చేసినాం.
Making housing a right, not a privilege. Across the state, a monumental 3,38,681 homes have been sanctioned. Each assembly constituency receives 3,500 houses, ensuring no region is left behind. Every eligible woman-headed household receives 5 lakh rupees as a 100% subsidy. No loans, no interest. Just a clear pathway to a secure life. Already, the Telangana government has disbursed over 3,142.15 crore and in addition 237 crore in self-help group supported loans have been granted to nearly 22,000 women. This is financial empowerment at scale for the people who've waited the longest. So what makes Indirama different? Everything. This is a housing model reimagined through governance and innovation. From the very moment an application is submitted, AI steps in, verifying details with unmatched precision. No errors, no bias, only deserving families. Every approved house is geotagged, visible on a real-time digital map, enabling the government to track the construction phase. Basement, walling, slab, completion. With 360-degree monitoring and stage-by-stage visual proof, there's no room for manipulation or delay. And for the first time in India, beneficiaries themselves upload progress photos.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in this panel session. We'll take a short break. We should be back here another 20 minutes, and I'm asked to do that. So by 2:15, we shall gather here, assemble here for our next session. Well, many of you all must be having VIP coupons. Then you can access the VIP lounge for the lunch break, and people who have delegate coupons can access the delegate lounge. So see you all after a short break. Thank you.
Capability and value-added centers at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. World-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future. Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising.
In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment, while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Cmrevanthreddy Reddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
Supporting this bold vision
is Shri D. Sridhar Babu, Minister for Information Technology, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, who is navigating the Vision 2047 roadmap. This includes establishing AI centers that reach deep into rural areas,
deploying 375 global capability and value-added centers
at a pace of 75 per year, and empowering youth by nurturing talent through the Young India Skills University for emerging industries. At the helm is the Department of IT, Industries, Commerce, Electronics and Communication, driving progress with precision, shaping policy with purpose, and forging international collaboration. world-class productivity and a future-ready economy, Telangana continues to set new benchmarks through inclusive growth, where ecosystems excel and innovations inspire. This is how Telangana is leaping into the future.
Welcome to Telangana. Telangana Rising. In the heart of India, where tradition embraces transformation, rises the historic land of Telangana.
Where every sunrise brings progress and every step echoes innovation. At its core is Hyderabad. Once the city of pearls, now the city of silicon, glows as India's tech capital. Home to 1,500 plus IT and tech companies, Hyderabad hosts the largest campuses of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon outside the US. From global giants to budding startups, the world is choosing Telangana as its gateway to India.
Telangana has attracted massive investments from all over the world,
generating millions of jobs and employment, while placing Hyderabad on the global map with 10 of the world's top BFSI, tech, and semiconductor companies. The state's progressive policies with unmatched execution speed and fast-track approvals within just a fortnight has enabled setting up of more than 25,000 industries. This is where talent meets trust and ideas meet execution. Telangana Rising isn't just growth, it's a revolution. From global software hubs to aerospace, from iconic IT parks to cutting-edge industrial corridors, Telangana is India's innovation engine. Under Vision 2047, the state is heading towards a $1 trillion economy by 2034, powered by futuristic initiatives like AI City, Future City, and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape.
Check sound.
Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Cmrevanthreddy. Future City and world-class innovation districts shaping the global landscape. Led by the dynamic Chief Minister Cmrevanthreddy, with a steadfast commitment to inclusive governance and technological advancements, Telangana is rising to greater horizons with Vision 2047.
supporting this goal.
check. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause as we heartily welcome our Deputy Chief Minister, Minister of Finance, Planning and Energy, Government of Telangana, Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramaditya Garu. We welcome all of you to the second session of the day, the hall number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, hearty welcome to each one of you. Request all of you to kindly settle down. Innovative PPPs, harnessing private capital towards public goods.
First Deputy CM. Same name you know, right? Deputy CM. Then Principal Secretary Finance. Time ఉండదు కదా. Sandeep Sultania. Then you can invite serial 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I will do the introduction. Sandeep Sultania. I'm Sandeep. Okay, so you make them sit, and then after that I'll take over. Introduction and all I will do. Right? This is innovative people in Unassuming Private. This is a panel. This is a Unassuming Private Capital. Public-private partnership.
Ladies and gentlemen, hearty welcome to each one of you once again. I hope you had a sumptuous lunch. How are you all feeling, everyone? Good? You can be a little better. Are you all good? Ready for the second session? I heard some burps also, that means it's good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for ourselves just to energize this room. Get ready for the second session. So we are coming for such an important topic. You all can see the topic behind. So Triple P is public-private partnership. You all know more than what I know. Harnessing private capital towards public goods refers to strategies that use investment from private sectors and actors like businesses, investors, philanthropists and individuals to fund projects that create broad social or environmental benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, such as clean air, public health, infrastructure, education, climate resilience and innovation. For taking up this initiative as a part of 2047 vision, let's clap around everyone. To do the honors, it's my absolute pleasure to invite our Deputy Chief Minister. Give a big round of applause as I take pride in welcoming Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramaditya Garu with a huge round of applause. Minister of Finance, Planning and Environment of Telangana. Let's give a resounding applause for the man behind visionary. My absolute honor to invite the moderator of the session, the Principal Secretary Finance, Mr. Sandeep Sultania, with a huge round of applause. And now we have our four esteemed panelists and speakers for this session. Calling upon the Country Director, Asian Development Bank, Ms. Mia Oka, with a huge round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, our Indian CEO, Capital and India Trust, Shri Gauri Shankar Nagabhusham. Gattiga chappatalto. Let's welcome him. Our applause should last for 10 seconds from now on. Just kidding. Moving ahead, the Managing Director, Blackstone Real Estate India, Shri Mohit Arora, with a huge round of applause. Last but not the least, calling upon the Investment Officer, PPP Advisor, Internation Finance Corporation. Give a big round of applause for Mr. Harsha. Oh, sorry, Miss Harsha. Huge round of applause. As the dignitaries set on the dais, taking ahead the session, may I request all of you to fill this room with lots of positive energy for the vision. Everyone, resounding applause for all the panelists on the dais, all the dignitaries, and the Principal Secretary takes it over. I hand this over to Mr. Sandeep Sultanias.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome first of all Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Sri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka, Honorable Deputy CM and Minister for Finance, Planning and Energy, Government of Telangana. For this very, very important panel discussion as a part of our summit, Telangana Rising Global Summit 2047. We have a very distinguished panelists which are comprising from all the important fields of finance in the country and at the global level. I'd like to introduce first Mio Oka, Country Director, India Resident Mission, South Asia Department, Asian Development Bank. Ms. Olo joined the Asian Development Bank in 2005 and has the experience of more than 20 years in public financing. I'd like to introduce Mr. Mohit Arora, who is Managing Director in the Real Estate Group, and he is based at Mumbai. He has joined Blackstone in 2013 and is involved in various investments in India, including India Bulls, Salarpuria Office Portfolio, Panchsheel Office Parks. He is an MBA from Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. I'd again like to introduce Harsha Khoopchandani. She is from International Finance Corporation. She is having more than 15 years of experience in public-private partnership in the country. Then Mr. Gauri Sankar Nagabhushnam. He is CEO of Capital India Trust. This is the Asia's first and largest India-focused real estate business trust. He has come all the way from Singapore to attend Telangana Rising Summit. We are thankful to all the panelists to accept our invitation. And I'm sure with today's interaction which we are going to have with them is going to help us in mobilizing finances for building Telangana Rising 2047. Thank you very much. Now we'll start the panel discussion, sir. Now we'll start the panel discussions from all the four panelists in our panel today. As all of you are aware, our topic is the PPP, that is Public-Private Partnership in Harnessing Public Goods, which basically comprises of infrastructure and social sectors. I'd like to start with Mio Oka. I'd like to ask a question to her regarding urban transformation. What mechanisms can be put in place to attract private investment for state landmark projects like Metro Rail, Regional Ring Road, Musi River projects, Bharat Future City, etc., while ensuring equitable benefit distribution and environmental sustainability? Mio Oka.
Thank you. It is my real pleasure to be in this occasion. Thank you very much for your invitation. As India's city centers expand and potentially hosting about 60% of population within the next generation, this is we know. Telangana is among the states moving fastest in this agenda. Across Asia, ADB has seen the private capital flows most effectively into metros, river rejuvenation, and urban development, including housing. I greatly welcome the state's concern on equitable benefits and environment resilience, which is very important in the long run. When service delivery improves, willingness to pay from the beneficiary improves, and the municipal revenues rise, and the city can sustain high quality infrastructure. So on the mechanism, we need a clear vision from the state that's underpin clear urban development vision underpinned by the economic analysis. We don't need a collection of wishful projects. Investors respond to clarity and predictability. Telangana can further strengthen confidence through transparent urban plan with clear KPIs, predictable payment mechanisms. This will reduce uncertainty and lower capital costs. It's important. And also, second is really the basis for everything is a reliant service delivery. Strong service delivery lead willingness to pay, strengthen municipal revenue, and makes benefits more equitable over time. Of course, during the construction of assets, we urge the state to engage local constructor so that we can have more employment generated within the state. And also, of course, a clear regulation on the fair resettlement, community consultation, reliable grievance mechanism ensure the growth among those projects. And the third, but not the least, is to embed environment sustainability in the project. Climate resilient design, renewable energy integration, nature-based solution, reduce, in the end, the life cycle cost and make urban assets more resilient. And strong ESG performance and credible sustainability rating further enhance investor confidence as long-term institutional investors seeking demonstrate measurable environment social outcomes. So together with those mechanisms, ensure that Telangana state attract more capital while building a growth model that is fair, resilient, and sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you, Oka. Actually, we wanted to start the tone, and I think the first question you have answered very well. You spoke about clear vision, then you spoke about environmental sustainability, and together with all these important components, Telangana can access large amount of finance. Before we move to the second question, I'll request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister for Finance, Planning, Energy to give his initial remarks so that we can move into the panel discussion more meaningfully. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Sri Sandeep Kumar Sultania Garu, moderator of the today's session, innovative PPs, harnessing private capital towards public goods. He is our Principal Secretary of Finance, and Mio Oka, Country Director ADB, Sri Mohit Aroraji, MD Blackstone, Gauri Shankar Nagabhushanam, CEO Capital India Trust, Capital Land India Trust, Harsha Kupchandani, Investment Officer, International Finance Corporation, and other esteemed guests and participants of this session. A very good afternoon to all of you. And let me also express my thanks and appreciation for coming all the way in a short notice for this Telangana Global Summit 2025, in which where we are releasing a document, Telangana Rising 2047 vision document, which is aimed at $3 trillion economy. By 2047, we wanted to achieve to that economy. So keeping that in our mind, our thought, under our Chief Minister Shri Revanthreddy Garu and other entire cabinet colleagues, to achieve that goal, we thought first let us prepare a document by consulting various sectors and important industry leaders, ISP, Niti Aayog, and all our departmental secretaries under the various departments, ministers heading over. And finally, we have prepared a document and we are going to launch that or release that document today evening. In this session, we have extended our invitation to all of the industry leaders, not only in this country, to the whole world also. Many of the countries, nearly about 6 continents, people have participated and they are giving their valuable ideas and suggestions also. In the process, in this entire summit, simultaneously we are conducting nearing about 28 sessions like this to take their valuable suggestions and ideas for the growth of our state and our vision. Thank you very much for once again for coming all the way. Let me begin with a story close to our hearts. 2 decades ago, Hyderabad skies promise, but Ring Road, a visionary PPP, annuity model that private partners built in record time, easing congestion for millions and parking economic corridors that now pulse with pharma giants and tech hubs. That single project did not just move vehicles, it accelerated Telangana's destiny, proving PPs turn bold visions into thriving reality. At this Telangana Rising Summit, as we unveil Vision 2047's roadmap to a $3 trillion economy, the truth is stark. Our $200 billion GST and 37% investment rate yield 70 or 75 US billion yearly. Yet, a 30 billion gap looms today, expanding relentlessly. PPs are the engines for core urban, in the sense cure, peri-urban cure, and rural agri rare zones, targeting $1 trillion economy by 2034. Unleashing private capital for metros, solar parks, and skill hubs while freeing public funds for human development and net zero ambitions. 3 fiscal realities compel this: GST limits, tax to GSDP hikes, FRBM caps borrowing at 3% of GSDP dwindling household savings starve long-term projects. PPs break these chains. Channeling institutional funds into transport, renewables, and digital infrastructure with smart risk allocation for scale and efficiency. We have nailed it before. For example, Hyderabad International Airport's lasting concession with public oversight. Our outer ring road, rapid success, all approvals, stable rules, and fair resolutions. Global examples guide us. Chills $15 billion via standardized contracts. Australia's affordable water reliability. UK's outcome-driven hospitals. Canada's transport public-private partners in Vancouver attracting pension funds. Vision 2047 envisages private capital playing a dominant role. With public-private partnerships contributing approximately 10 to 15% of total investment. This contribution is vital for reducing fiscal pressure and accelerating long gestation projects in mobility and clean energy and social infrastructure. By anchoring investment in well-structured public-private partnerships, Telangana creates a scalable financing environment aligned with the long-term goals. Areas of public-private partnerships, expansion in Telangana, transport and urban mobility. As urban centers expand, as you are all aware, the Telangana state is more or less a city. It is expanding in such a way that is how government are also designed like core urban regional economy, like within the outer ring, inside of the outer ring road, beyond outer ring road, in between regional ring road is peri-urban regional economy, and beyond regional ring road, rural agriculture regional economy. That's how the state has been, we have designed to expand our urban area also. As urban centers expand, demand for metros, BRT corridors and road systems will grow more and more. Public-private partnerships can support construction and operations through predictable payment structures, ensuring high service quality for capital-intensive projects. Renewable energy and emerging technologies. To contribute to India's 500 gigawatt renewable target is also a huge target, where Telangana can use public-private partnership for solar parks and hybrid zones. Long-term power purchase agreements reduce developer risk, which is possible in the energy sector. Public-private partnerships are also applicable to grid-scale storage, green hydrogen and industrial decarbonization. Logistics and industrial infrastructure, if you see, supporting sectors like pharmaceuticals and electronics requires robust logistics. Warehousing, cold chains and multi-modal parks can be delivered via public-private partnerships, where the state provides land and connectivity while private partners fund facilities. Even digital and data infrastructure also. Artificial intelligence, cloud computing demands significant digital infrastructure today. Public-private partnerships models can facilitate data centers and fiber networks by combining public utility provisioning with private technology investment, positioning Telangana as a digital hub. Healthcare also, public-private partnerships can expand diagnostics, and hospitals with payments linked to service quality. Education partnerships can support digital classrooms and skill centers. As already we have started skill centers in our state, like, one skills university, which is already started here in this Bharat Future City, where we are conducting this seminar. It is on the construction of the classes already started in another campus. Maybe very soon, in another 3-4 months, we are going to inaugurate that building also here. Apart from that, way back when we started nearing about some ITIs, nearing about 65 ITIs, old ITIs, the moment we came to power, the present government, we have converted and all these ITI centers as advanced technology centers, where the skills are taught there in those centers. And now, apart from 65, another 40-45 centers we have newly sanctioned, nearing about 105 centers in the entire state. Now the skills centers have started with public-private partnerships. Many of the industry leaders involved in this skills university and advanced technology centers also. Their participation, they deciding the syllabus, they are selecting the academicians, and they are teaching and taking them into their companies as their workforce or talented human resource. So, outcome-based contracts here, workforce contracts tied to job placement and skill development programs. And water and sanitation also, performance-based models can enhance operational efficiency. Advanced PPPs, tools for Telangana's investment agenda. To attract long-term capital, the state can employ sophisticated instruments, partial risk guarantees, mitigate regulatory risk to attract institutional investors. Outcome-based financing links payments to specific indicators, learning outcomes like aligning public goals with private operations. Blended capital combines public capital with private investments for innovation-driven sectors. Revenue-linked models like strengthen viability in sectors with stable user fees. So these kinds of areas where all the public-private partnerships can be taken a serious partnership kind of a thing, and your core area where you can really concentrate and join with us in the Telangana Rise for the 2047 our vision of reaching our $3 trillion economy by 2047. So, request is to financial institutions like ADB, World Bank, or Blackstone, or any other, for example, the other friend is also here, like all your people can think about the Telangana. Telangana is the one state in this country which is attracting not only the states of this country, the whole world is looking towards Telangana. The kind of infrastructure what we have already given and what we are going to give to the state are going to be a biggest strength for the investors. And it is a heaven for the investors to come here and to take part in our rise. So I request all the financial institutions to take part. Our vision document and Telangana's $3 trillion action demanding a substantial investment gap that public resources alone cannot cover this dream. Making all efficient solutions, maintaining fiscal transparent contracts, and realistic risk allocation. Used strategically, public-private partnerships will be instrumental in converting Telangana's development goals into concrete infrastructure and social outcomes. So, once again, I'll conclude. I'll not take much of your time. We are all waiting for your valuable suggestions also. My only request to all the participants, please go through our document which we are going to release. And wherever you find you want to invest and the state is ready to invite you, welcome you. And you all aware that Telangana's Atma is hospitality. Our hospitality is our philosophy. And whoever comes here to invest, and whoever joins with us in the rise of Telangana, we will treat them as our family members and we will embrace them and carry them along with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Deputy Chief Minister has emphasized the importance of the PPP and the success which Telangana had in many of the important projects like ORR, Metro Rail, Skill University. So these are all very, very successful projects which Telangana has already executed before. And he has also emphasized upon the limitations of the state government in raising the finances. So that's where the importance of the public-private partnership becomes very, very important. Our Deputy CM has also emphasized that, as we have kept a target of $1 trillion by 2034 and $3 trillion by 2047. So our investment rate, which is at present the 37%, has to go to 50%. So for that we require more funding for accelerated development, accelerated growth rate. So so our Honorable Deputy CM has made it very, very clear in the beginning itself as to why we are pitching for public-private partnership. And our experience in the past, basically we are trying to convey that our state is very, very ready and poised for this kind of investment. Our Deputy CM has also said that today evening our Telangana vision document is going to be released and all the participants are requested to go through it, and wherever there is a possibility of investment and doing something more concrete technologically, I think the state will be welcoming all of you. With this, we will move to the next part of the question. I'll ask Harsa Kupchandani, that is for future-ready infrastructure. With plans for logistic parks, industrial corridors, and increased energy needs, how can PPPs be leveraged to build and finance future-ready infrastructure that is resilient to climate change and driven by frontier technology, moving beyond conventional projects? Harsa.
So, thank you for having me here. I think future-ready means many things, and you rightfully pointed out. One is resilience to climate change, resilience to natural disasters, and the other is being prepared for technology upgradations. So we'll take the climate change first. I think it is a reality now that our temperatures are rising, climate patterns are changing, and when you are doing the due diligence and project preparation for logistics projects, for warehouses, for industrial corridors, you have to consider that the average temperature of the last 10 years is not going to be the temperature in the future. It is going to be much higher temperature, chances of flood might be higher, all those things need to go into your design of your project. So you have to be prepared for higher temperatures, You need to prepare your drainage design accordingly. You need to prepare your cold chain accordingly. You need to prepare the warehouse design in such a way that the temperature, when it is very high, also your products are fine. Same for industrial corridors. The road might crack at very high temperatures. These are all small examples of how the climate change is affecting our projects today. It means that the maintenance cost is higher for such projects. It means that the developer who took the risk of those projects before is now not making the profits that he thought he would. So all of these things need to be incorporated in the project stage, in the project design stage, and all projects that the government of Telangana is now considering on a PPP basis should take up a climate change assessment as part of the technical due diligence part. The other now is the technology readiness of our projects. Now, this is something that cannot be predicted today for a 30-year project. Chances are that for the next 10 years, you might still be able to predict technology, but beyond that, it is very difficult to. This requires your contracts to be flexible. It requires that the parties approach projects in the spirit of a partnership and not that, oh, technology is changed, you have to push the developer. The technology also has a cost. So some flexibility and some understanding and consultation between parties is required at such stage, and the contract, the PPP contract, has to be designed to accommodate the excessive cost from better technology which might need to come in. These are just some examples, but the bottom line of what I'm trying to say is that a lot of the work has to be done at the preparation stage. Please prepare projects carefully, take the time for the due diligence, and then when you bring them to the market, the industry prefers certainty around projects and well-prepared projects.
Thank you, Harsha. I think you have touched a moot point of this climate, readiness, where it's very, very important that when we prepare the plan or prepare the DPR, it is very important that we keep the climate readiness in mind and future rising temperature in mind. And she also spoke about technology, readiness. As we all know, the technology is moving very, very fast, and the technology which is today may not be there after 10 years. It may be something else. So flexibility in the plan is also very, very important when we do the PPP, so that investor is very, very confident about it. So thank you, Harsha. And I will move to the next question. I request Mr. Gauri Shankar about green infrastructure. Given Telangana's focus on green energy, what innovative PPP models can be used to attract private capital for large-scale renewable energy projects and sustainable public transport systems while ensuring a viable return on investment for partners?
Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Garu, Shri Sandeep Garu, fellow panelists and dear delegates, chala santosham ivala participate chese dantlo in this great event that is being organized at such a short notice. On the specific question of what models can be adopted, I think it's fairly simple. I mean, PPP projects evolved because these are largely very, very long-term projects. Some of them take 20, 30 years. Financial viability is quite challenging, and that's the reason why it was felt that a public and a private enterprise should jointly solve for it. Otherwise, each entity on its own would find it challenging. So in the most important question of green energy and more sustainability linked infrastructure, the models, even before we get into the models, I think the critical aspect that one has to address is how is the risk being quantified and how is the risk being mitigated. Because for any project to be deemed attractive for private capital, it has to be first bankable. For projects to be bankable, as all of us know, andaru home loans teesuntaru, it's how banks do their diligence and know what are all the questions they ask. So any project should first qualify the bankability aspect of it, and that means the risks have to be quite clearly quantified and the risks have to be quite clearly mitigated. That is the first step in the process of making any PPP project viable in that front. And the second thing is, Hyderabad and the state of Telangana is at the forefront of technology. Today, if you see where, as the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister was mentioning, Hyderabad has leapfrogged into the, becoming a technology and innovation center. And, irrespective of who has, been, coming to look into India, they all want to end up a large part of their share of investments and a large part of people coming and setting up shop end up being in Hyderabad because it is a technology center. And in terms of for green energy per se, because this is something which is absolutely critical for any industry that you're operating, whether you are in the hardcore renewable space for its own sake, or if you are in the IT space, or you are in data centers, or you are in any other logistics or transportation, how you power it through green energy is becoming very critical. To fund these projects, therefore, these long-term projects, in addition to risk mitigation, some form of blended financing can be looked into, wherein you have capital, you have different tiered capital. Private capital should be taking the larger portion of the risk. There are public funds that should be taking, a lesser portion of the risk. For instance, you could come up with public financing of, let's say, for every 100 rupees that public puts in, private capital has to put in 900 rupees, and the 1000 rupees goes into implementation of a project. And the risk and rewards can be, linked in the manner that who takes the bigger risk gets a bigger reward, and who takes the lesser risk get the lesser reward. This sort of gives us more comfort that for private capital that there is someone else, the local communities through the government and through the public are actually underwriting the risks of the project and are serious about the execution and the completion of the project. So that is one community-based private partnership model, which I think can be seriously looked into. The other part is because this lends itself into sustainability, green energy. Sustainability linked loans, this has to be sort of, definitely be made part of the project. And the project also has to be broken up into enough pieces. The one other challenge we typically have in PPPs is that it's contractually very laborious. It's a long-term contract, and as Harsha was saying, you have many things change during the course of the contract, and usually this leads to a lot of wishful requirements sometimes coming up, and there is a long-term interest of the private capital and the government, but the contracts who are working on are interested in the short-term nature of their execution. So you need to have mechanisms wherein both of these can be bridged together, and sustainability linked loans which are measurable kind of ensures that there is incentive and there is cost optimization. Three,
financing where take from the public exchequer and from private. I think this is a very important point you have touched. Arora Garu. Telangana is reportedly exploring property monetization to bridge resources. What are the best practices for using PPP area to maximize returns for the state while maintaining public trust and avoiding speculative bubbles?
Thank you. Honorable CM sir and Mr. Sandeep, thank you for having us. Thank you to the entire audience for joining us here. Sir, you pointed out rightfully that the PPP model is not essentially about maximizing the economic value. It has to be balanced with the social impact and how do you maximize the value for the general public. So that fine line that you have to tread, I think we have to be very, very mindful of where do you draw that line. And I think coming from a business community, I think we always think even from a PPP perspective as the way to do it most efficiently is just to see it as any other organization and streamline the entire decision making. Now, obviously there are certain key components of every PPP model and you can have a playbook around this and then customize this to a specific project. So to focus on some of the critical parts, right? What could be the reserve price for the land, right? Now, it's important to have the right assessment of the fair value. As a government, you obviously don't want to fire sale anything, but at the same time, you don't want to discourage private participation. It's easier to get anchored to where the last bidding happened and adjust it for inflation, but markets change, the systems change, the priorities change, and hence every time we are trying to do a PPP, it's important to do a fair assessment and have a thought process around what the base price is going to be for this. I think the second aspect of this is exactly how do you monetize this land bank. Now there are various models. You can do an upfront sale, you can do a long-term lease, or you can do a mix and match. Again, it depends upon which asset, which market, and what are the priorities. In some of the city center projects, probably the private capital would be keen to front load their entire capex, but in some of the peripheral locations where you want to encourage them to come to, you might need to give them concessions where the lot of capex is not front loaded, but essentially in terms of the lease payments, it's given over time. I think the third critical component of any ideal public-private partnership, I would say, is how do you ensure that the execution contract is watertight and there is no speculative bidding? So whether it's about the lockouts on further sale, whether it's about allocating a particular piece of land for affordable housing, or some of those, or standardizing the entire unit mix and pricing mix to ensure that everybody is aware of what the variables are and what are we playing around to create value or generate returns in this PPP. And I think from a government perspective, when you put all these three things together, you overlay this with how do you actually account for this. And from an accounting perspective, I would say again two critical bits. One would be to be very, very transparent about off-balance sheet liabilities in terms of any state guarantees that you are giving or any kind of subsidies that you are giving which are long-term in nature should definitely have a sunset clause and very, very transparently disclose to the private party as well as to the public in general. And also from a revenue perspective, these are capital inflows. So not to confuse them with a recurring revenue expenditure and not plan your budgets around this. And effectively to keep improving this efficiency and to ensure that the best practices, probably it's not a bad idea to have a dedicated PPP a committee or a land monetization committee which effectively consists of technocrats who are maximizing value for the government and public as well. Like from our perspective, we would say that government is an entity which public is a shareholder. So you set up that committee who works for the government, who works for the shareholders of the government to maximize the value.
Good, Mohit. I think you have touched a very, very important point, particularly about this different mode of PPP financing. You spoke about, when we talk about land monetization, you spoke about outright sale, you spoke about lease model, and it depends on the investor whether he wants to offload the front load the capex or if he is not interested in front loading the capex. So you spoke about different models, then you spoke about execution of watertight, timeline. So I think that is very, very important. And last point which you said about dedicated PPP committee, I think is an important suggestion which we'll definitely discuss upon once the conference is over. And now I'll move to the next question, which I'll request again to Mohit. Affordable housing. How can PPP models be structured to accelerate the delivery of high quality, affordable housing, especially in fast growing urban centers like Hyderabad and second tier cities, ensuring this growth is inclusive and aligns with Vision 2047?
Sure, sir. Sir, as Blackstone, affordable housing is very close to our heart. We do this in big way in some of the urban centers, including New York and London. Again, I think it's very critical, as you rightly pointed out, with a lot of immigration happening into some of these commercial centers and land prices and house prices going up, it's important that the affordable housing is focused, and it has to be focused through a PPP partnership to ensure that the housing remains affordable for the people who are coming into some of these urban centers for better opportunities. Again, coming from Mumbai, I would say, sir, there are various ways to structure this PPP. One is obviously cross-subsidy program that we see a lot in Mumbai, which is typically called a slum rehabilitation plan, or an SRA as we call it, where the government gives you the land. It might be encroached or otherwise freely available. The private party comes in, they have a little bit of a market units or a market apartments that are sold at market prices, and at the same time the profits from them actually goes ahead and compensates the affordable component of that development. So it's a mixed development with an affordable component and a market component, where the market component subsidizes that affordable component. So that's one way to look at it, which we are seeing in Mumbai being done big time. The other way could be just the viability gap fundings that you do, and that are more critical, I would say, in some of the periphery areas where the market prices of even the market units are not that high, or the land prices are not that high, that actually giving land at a concession is adding or is ensuring that the project becomes viable. So at which point in time there is an absolute amount of capex that government might need to support to ensure some other periphery projects are also taken off. But I think equally important, sir, and that we are seeing a lot in some of the developed markets, and we would want to see big time in India as well, and specifically Telangana, is the entire concept around rental housing. This is something that can very well take care of a lot of this population which is coming in and moving out. A lot of this mobile population, where you have affordable rental housing for them. We've taken a big initiative under PMAY. But if you compare India to some of the other developed economies, what you see typically in India, why rental housing has not taken off, it's today probably like 15% of the market, vis-a-vis 40-50% in some of the developed markets, is one, the rental yields are very low. The rental yields in a house in India are probably close to 2-3%, the financing rate of 8%, vis-a-vis some of the markets like US and Europe, where the rental yields are close to 6 and the cost of financing is 5, right? So the delta where a lot of private parties are not able to come and actually support affordable housing. And despite these positive yields, a lot of government, like in US, sir, if you're building an affordable housing, you actually get construction cost linked tax credits. So essentially, if you're spending $100, you get that $100 back as tax incentives, which you can monetize over the next 10-15 years. And what these developers do is actually discount that cash flow upfront and secure capital from the private equity guys and reduce their overall cost. Right? In some other countries in Europe, including Germany, they essentially give 60% of the cost of construction as loans, which are at very marginal rates. They are backloaded in terms of principal repayment, and actually if you deliver ahead of the milestone, they waive off a part of the principal. So some of those concessionary terms and support from the government have led to affordable housing being a big proportion of overall housing in some of the developed markets, and we would want to see a lot of that coming in India, and specifically in Telangana. Again, like any other private partnership, and more so in affordable, I think the margins will be very, very thin. So it's important to ensure that in terms of the timelines and the cost, it's run very, very efficiently. So from government perspective, in the giving up the land, ensuring there are probably pre-approved building plans, standardized units, standardized prices, right? And a lot of clarity in around what is going to happen in terms of the policy initiatives over the next 3 to 5 years, I think will give a lot of confidence to the private parties to actually come up and share a little bit of this burden around the affordable housing.
I think what Mohit just raised about this rehabilitation plan, I think the Mumbai has a great example of Dharavi slum rehabilitation. So I think that's a good idea. Then you spoke about this viability gap funding. I think with the cost of land rising, the cost of housing also is rising very much in most of the urban parts of the country. So I think that's also a good idea. And you will be happy to note that our government is going for massive housing for poor people. Almost 20 lakh housing in next 4-5 years is the plan, and the cost of one housing is more than 5 lakh rupees. So that's going to be a big housing project. Almost 2.5 lakh to 3 lakh houses have been grounded. They are getting constructed. So housing is definitely a priority for the government, and we are also thinking of the middle class housing, and that's where the whole challenge is. So in that case, your rental housing scheme, which you said, I mean, you mean to say the government should construct houses and give it on rent, because in private sector it doesn't work out, because the rate of returns on rent is much lesser than the bank returns. So I think good ideas have been given by you. So we'll definitely discuss all those points, and appropriate decision the government will take in due course. Now my next question to Mr. Gauri Shankar again about the alignment of vision is, how can the state ensure that individual PPP projects, which often have a 20 to 30 years lifespan, remain agile and aligned with the evolving priorities of the Telangana Rising 2047 vision, especially with the shifts in technology and climate goals?
That's a very interesting question, and like I was mentioning before, one of the most critical risks that are there is the long-term nature of the PPP partnership that happens, but the world evolves, and of late the world is evolving much faster. The first step would ideally be to break up a long-term contract into multiple smaller contracts. There can be a core delivery that is required, and then there can be smaller packages that are around. And some of these smaller packages can then be, instead of giving out one tender and fixing one contract which tries to bind all the moving parts in one framework, and then which we'll struggle to unwind as things evolve, break up the contracts into multiple pieces so that each time as things evolve you have smaller packages to concentrate on. This helps in understanding the issue that is being addressed better at the early stage itself, and also when things start evolving it is easier to address those on a piecemeal basis. And because it will be in multiple packages, you could involve multiple partners for each of these packages, which means that you are having better oversight and more participation into these contracts, and it gets vetted. The more diligence get done by multiple parties, the more risk assessment happens, and the more things that can go wrong and that can be done better is coming out in the upfront itself. And the second thing which one could look at is actually kind of reimagine how you measure performance itself. If I mean, let's take an example. Let's say the government wants to build a road, and the road building is required as a part of decongestion. There's a lot of congestion, and that is affecting public transport, and therefore you need a bigger road and a wider road. So the contract is going to say that, okay, we are going to lay a 10-kilometer road. Who is, and this is the timeline we wanted. These are the specifications. Who is the best party that can come and deliver this? Could we relook at it in a different manner as a performance-based, which is, I know it is simplistic, maybe difficult, but just for an example, instead of saying a 10-kilometer road, can the government say that I want a partner who is going to deliver me a solution of making people reach from point A to point B in 15 minutes. That distance is 10 kilometers, but that is the physical metric of it. What essentially people and the public need is, what is the time that they are going to take to commute. So if you actually look at what is being tendered out and what is the expectation, there is a divergence. I don't want to name the city, but I was in a city, I flew in from a city to Hyderabad. There the distance is very short, but the time to travel is humongously long. So in one way the government may be meeting its requirement by tendering it 10 kilometers, but if it's going to take you 2 hours to travel, it defeats the purpose. So can the government look at performance-based measures when they sort of look at these PPP contracts, so that they are much more agile. With that you bring in, when you put that problem set to professionals, they are going to come up with solutions which may not have been thought through initially itself. And the third thing I would say is that in most cases the preparatory work that is required is a lot more, which gets underestimated. When a PPP project is envisaged, it is an idea, but it requires a lot of technical assessment and a lot of due diligence, which requires a lot of funding. So I would recommend that the government actually look at setting up some allocate a fund which actually looks at diligencing the projects much more rigorously, and so that when those contracts are coming to the market, they can be easily understood and they can be easily sort of, tendered and participants at it. It does cost a little bit upfront, but it saves a lot of time value of money for the government. The government may be putting 10 rupees today, but if it's able to save 6 months or 12 months of timeline, the amount of benefit that it is able to pass on to the eventual public is humongous in terms of value. And the last point, to bring in the private participants ahead of time. There is a lot of times when private participants are happy to do pro bono work with the government to find out solutions. No, they may not end up winning the tender, but that is okay. But the private participants are more than willing, as a part of their social responsibility, to work with governments to assess very rigorously solutions that can be provided and what can be and because it's an evolving technology and each of us have worked with, no one person knows everything. The multiple people, multiple sets of professionals face different sets of challenges, and if all of them are coming together before the idea gets frozen and before it is getting tendered out, I think it can be managed and can be structured much better, and the solution, the outcome of that and the benefit that accrues to the public will be much more. So that's my short view on this one.
I think Mr. Gaurisagar, you have raised a very important point, and it is true that whenever we tender a project in the sense that we want a road project from A to B kind of this thing. But this is the first time we are hearing that we should talk about outcome-based project. Like we want to travel from, let us say, Gachibowli to, let us say, Tukkuguda or this Bharat Future City. How much time it should take, and accordingly project should be designed. That's what you are basically trying to convey. I think it's very, very important point for all the policy makers to understand this, and I think this point will carry on from here. And second point which you told about this, this preparatory work which basically goes before the, PPP projects. So you were basically suggesting some funds to be earmarked for this purpose so that, many of the agencies can use the fund and go for an effective solution for the problems being faced by the government. And that's what are the 2 points which you raised. Now my next question will go to Miyo again, regarding the social sector. This beyond economic growth, how can PPPs in social infrastructure such as healthcare facilities, education hubs,
leading to more revenue. Build infrastructure, build confidence is our motto. Hyderabad's radial connectivity is being boosted.
Plug in here and make sure with a proper sustainable master plan, and Shekhar Reddy Garu was mentioning about land use and others were also mentioning about the funding pattern. For all this to happen, a lot of policy tweaking is required, which we want to bring in, make it more business friendly, and also come up with a city which caters to every section of the society. Our Minister Sir was mentioning about residential complexes for the working class.
Right.
So all kinds of aspects we want to attend to. So FCDA is a platform, is an enabler which provides the direction for the 765 square kilometers, so which we miss out in our existing cities and towns. So we wanted to push this greenfield idea through FCDA. Thank you.
Yeah, see, isn't that fascinating, although we are talking about Bharat Future City, around 14,000 acres, but here the vision is around 8,000 square kilometers. So just imagine, the steps that the state government and specifically FCDA is taking in this aspect.
800.
800 square kilometers, yeah. All right, so there's few more. I know we talked about, the market aspect, sustainability, institutional framework, real estate. But maybe I'll just pose one question, and from your perspective, start with Sudeep, then Shekhar, then Sanjay, then Sandeep. What role the private sector can play in this journey of making, Bharat Future City achieve its, the long-term objectives? So starting with Sudeep, you.
So I had mentioned about the importance of institutional framework and the private sector to be a very active participant in the entire governance framework. So it's because this is at the end of the day a long journey which has to be kind of driven by both the government and the private sector. So my own sense is that the government can only take decisions if the inputs from the investors and the private sector is right and appropriate. And there has to be some kind of a mechanism to kind of, bring them on board and ensure transparency.
Mike.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I'll just quickly repeat what I've said. In terms of the institutional and the governance framework, it's really important for the private sector to be a very important participant in this entire, and this is a very good example of why we are all here. Until the investors and the private sector gives its proper and honest input, whether it's in terms of demand, in terms of willingness to pay, what kind of infrastructure they need, what type of phasing is required, the project cannot kind of, achieve its end objective. So I would really look for a platform where, which gives an open platform for the private sector to actually give its inputs transparently. So that would be my take on this. Thank you.
Shekhar Reddy, yes.
My take on this is private sector can do a lot in achieving this 3 trillion economy, provided I've been saying for the last 2 decades under PPP model, that is only the futuristic, wherein if the state can take all the statutory approvals upfront and declare to the investors globally that if you are a bidder, can start your project next week onwards. So that will encourage many investors to support the entrepreneur. So that is most important, sir, because the time is essence today. And all type of Honorable Minister has said a lot of social infrastructure and other related, any industry globally, and as well as the Telangana developer friends, fraternities sitting here, CA members, everybody, they are eagerly looking what type of ease of doing business is going to happen here, so that they can collaborate with globally the potential people, whether it's a manufacturing or a service sector or an IT, the startup companies. Anyway, But it all depends what is the vision document is going to be, and it has to be out of the box. I have to say, sir, whenever we used to tell something in the government, people used to look at, ye aadmi, I think is not saying the meaningful thing. But when I repeatedly said over a period of time and again, they understood that meaning, then implemented. So we have seen the results, sir. So this has to be done. We should be ahead of other states tenfold. We should come out of the box. We should, because we are not losing anything, sir. See, land is there, person is there. If some mistakes are there, anybody can correct it. So that is the reason I'm requesting once again, trust the industry. Leave it to them, because they are bringing the funds. So enjoy the fruits, sir, because you need a lot of employment and downstream GST. That is what my wish, sir.
Sure.
Would be good to know what's the government's perspective of
Yes,
private sector.
You know, in this sort of economies, the economy definitely is, most of the economies are driven by the private partners. And if you see the India at large and states at large, all states including India at the federal level, you know, we take welfare as a priority. In the development, although it's on our agenda, we take the cooperation and coordination of the private players. You know, most of the capital assets of late have been created by the private parties or the private players, and that tends to show there is a lots of difference in the policy making, also giving lots of scope for the private players to come and participate and grow together in the government. So we in this Future City Development Corporation too, we invite esteemed private players to come and participate and be a part of this development. We welcome everybody over here, to what capacities, depending upon their strengths in their domain expertise. We will welcome them with open arms. And many a time I hear Mr. Shekhar Reddy speaking what government should do. We take it in a very positive sense. You know, our government definitely is a proactive state which shall try to put the policies to the spirit of our private players, safeguarding the government interests. And this is one of the beautiful aspects of our government. Right now I can claim ease of doing business in Telangana is supposed to be #1 in whole of India. And we are coming up ease of doing business, the policy reforms 2.0, so that we can propel what we are having a great ambition of making 3 trillion economy, to grow each and every sector or every department in the government has to propel itself. Either it maybe in their attitude, maybe in their functioning style, maybe in delivery systems. We have to literally see that our delivery systems work in consonance with the thought of a political leader, because we have a political will and intent. How best we can put it across to our partners in the bureaucracy and down-level bureaucracy, and see that their cooperation moves ahead. All the positive suggestions, what they have been mentioned. And, you know, there are a couple of other issues. If you, Mr. Shah permits, I'll try to, you know, act up on this, what Joshi ji was telling about, you know, river water development and the role of local governments. Definitely, you know, we always see decentralization is an important aspect of running the administration. And in building this Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, right now we have combined the villages, we have combined small municipalities, and we have combined them into the corporation, trying to bring in uniformity in terms of the land, in terms of other services required. Otherwise, as you know, local administration, the village has a different systems of administration, the tax collection or the running of functioning of the Gram Panchayats is different. Coming down to the next level, the small municipalities functions on a different level and the corporation functions on a different level to bring in a parity and uniformity. So we have assimilated Gram Panchayats, many Gram Panchayats, small municipalities into corporation, and we will now try to put into picture this greater Hyderabad municipal corporations will be divided into 3 or 4 zones where the uniformity will be spread. We really respect whatever you have said, that the local self-government's involvement will be there all the time, so that we bring the delivery systems into action in a very smart and very faster way. So definitely I would agree for that. And in fact, I have to thank Mr. Sandeep ji for, looking at this beautiful arena and what is the vision of our government. He himself thought of becoming a brand ambassador for this, and thanks for that. And, Sudhir ji has told about how do you design it, how do you see the convergence between different industries coming into one aspect, the convergence, how it takes in terms of multi-sectoral disciplines which are coming over here. Definitely we are just thinking, I've told, everything is related to few of the core sectors like skilling, like approvals, like design approvals, and how do we link AICT to different verticals of the industries over here? How do I link the skills to here? How do I link the coming up data centers, which almost all the industries require? Now everything is moved on AI, or the cutting edge technologies will require data centers. So all this convergence takes at one place. So this we are duly considering it at the highest level, and we are trying to see that how best we can really converge these multi-sectoral districts, which shall give a comprehensive output for their own this thing. And Shekhar Reddy always keeps on asking out-of-box incentives. We will provide the professional, no out-of-box, sir. We will do more out-of-box incentives for all the things, and we shall strive to see that this city grows. As you know, my MD is sitting here. Lots of credence has to go to Mr. MD and their team for, anywhere when a political leader thinks about doing this concept. And it's the political thought, what we thought of doing it. When we have put this, the implementation is done by our bureaucracy. And execution is done at a faster level. In 3 weeks' time, a smaller version of the city has been built. So already our work is on this Future City Development Corporation. Earlier to this, we had Skills University, which is almost on the verge of finishing. And we have Amazon data centers, which we are extending it to 400 acres now. That becomes the data centers park. And we are coming up with other, Hyderabad Cricket Association ground over here, which shall be the biggest ever cricket ground over here. In few months from now, we'll be doing the groundbreaking. So process is on. How well you take it is our, destiny, and how JLL takes or other big consultants who are here. We would wish to take them at the same length and same favor and move from here. Thank you, Mr. Shah.
So, to Vishal, to your question of what is the role of private sector, I can say the government is an enabler. Government is a facilitator. The main role is the private sector. I'll give you a beautiful example. What was the fate of sports as an industry, sports as a career, say, before IPL, right? So, the IPL, while it comes under the purview of government India, BCCI is an autonomous in India. Now, IPL has completely changed the way sports is seen, perceived as a career. And because of IPL, whether it is volleyball league, the baseball league, or the Kabaddi league. By the way, Kabaddi is the Second largest league in India after cricket. You know, the millions of people. What I'm trying to say is that this is the all because of private participation, all because of private efforts. And if you want to succeed for this Bharat Future City, government is an enabler, is a facilitator. It has to be different private companies who are going to come and spend their money and get it successful. Absolutely, it's private companies who are going to do it.
Yeah, I think this type of a this type of a large development is impossible without having private investment. This plays very significant role, and primarily, I mean, apart from infrastructure investment, private sector can bring in a lot of digital governance in terms of technology, smart grid, or renewables, as well as climate change. So these are all, I think, very much ingredients private sector can bring in this case. Another two areas I can think of is skills and workforce development is another area which private sector can bring. And lastly, global best practices, because we want to see this city as one of the global hub. And I think just on a question on the government side, I think mostly focus on institutional and governance aspect where stable policy environment and clear sort of standardized type of contracts, clear dispute resolution mechanisms, and transparent procurement process. These are some of the elements where private sector finds comfort. So,
yes,
yeah.
I agree to your point, Joshiji. Here what we mentioned about, we will be open to all the private players, to the sector specific, and as rightly said by Sandeep, we will just be the facilitator. The city has been conceptualized, mostly built by the private players, except in few areas where the government intervention is required, where the public education is required, where the public health is required, there the regulatory framework will be involved. Other than that, it shall be enabler as per you. And at the same time, the dispute resolution and procurement or the distribution or we will set certain standards which shall be level playing, which shall be more accountable, which shall be transparent. And these are areas where we are keen about because we are working in a democratic polity where we will be accountable and has to be transparent. This is the thing what we will take into consideration. And any other suggestions from your side? Because ultimately, this city which we are trying to put up should be a city devoid of any issues or the legal disputes or any sort of a trouble for our investor over here. That will take, due diligent care in while delivering the systems for them.
All right, I think we are running, we are anyways crossed, the time limit which we had, and there's a lot of other points to discuss. But just to, conclude before the vote of thanks that, cities don't get built overnight. We all know that. You saw, where, when the minister sir was initially mentioning about the aspiration of building something so large, that too, in a single phase, might sound a bit challenging, but, the government accepts that challenge. So that's number one point. Number two, the work that FCDA is doing, integrating Bharat Future City with the larger 800 square kilometer area. So, that's another sort of very aspirational, visionary, but, looking at things because from a very large scale planning perspective to a very focused area, which is the Bharat Future City. From an economic standpoint, I think this is very well known fact. Don't put or don't, focus on a single sort of a sector. So diversification in economic sector is another big takeaway. But at the same time, diversification even in housing for all income levels, that's another big takeaway. And then all of these point towards, one simple thing that at BFC, what's been is being achieved, to create something which makes people's lives better than the day-to-day challenges which we face in multiple cities around India. But BFC is trying to achieve something, which enhances quality of life, ease of doing business. But all of these actually is doing something better for the people. So, having said that, I think with that we'll conclude the session. Well, thank you so much for all your thoughts. I wish we had another hour because there's a lot more to discuss. This is not a subject that can be covered in 1 hour. It's a very fascinating area, but this is what we had the time. So I think thank you so much for all your input.
Thank you, sir. I now request Minister Garu to felicitate our panelists on stage. Mr. Sudeep Kumar Sinha ji. Mr. C. Shekhar Reddy. Mr. C. Shekhar Reddy. Mr. Sanjay Joshi. Mr. Sandeep Patnaik. And the moderator for this session, Mr. Vishal Kundra. I request Minister Garu and our panelists to please step forward for a group picture, please. So that was indeed an insightful conversation about Bharat Future City, which stands just more than a project. It definitely represents the scale of Telangana's ambition and its confidence in shaping the next chapter of the India's growth history. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our panelists who are here to join us in this panel session. That was our third panel session of the day, day 2 of the Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you one and all for joining us on stage. As we move on to the next session, a very interesting session, I'm sure, definitely for people from Telangana, because we have our directors, producers, actors, not only from Tollywood but also from Bollywood, to have a very insightful conversation about Cinema Rising 2047. As India moves towards 2047, the centenary of its independence, Indian cinema is entering into its most transformative era ever. Cinema Rising 2047 represents a future where creativity, technology, culture, global collaboration come together to shape a bold new identity for Indian storytelling. 2047 cinema will no longer be limited to screens. It's going to be much more than that. And to talk and to have a meaningful discussion, we have panel, I just can't tell them panel, we have heroes, we have heroines from Bollywood and Tollywood. Mari andaru nalage edur chustunnara? Entamandi edur chustunaru? Okkasari gattiga vinocha? Are you all looking forward for this? Okay, तेलुगु समझ में नहीं आ रहा है किसी को. Okay, चलो. आज हमारे यहाँ पर इस पैनल डिस्कशन में शामिल होने वाले हैं हमारे बॉलीवुड के कुछ ऐसे कलाकार और टॉलीवुड के कुछ ऐसे कलाकार और प्रोड्यूसर्स, डायरेक्टर्स जिनको हमने देखा है, उनको आपने उनके मूवीज में एक्टिंग करते हुए देखा है, एज अ डायरेक्टर, एज अ प्रोड्यूसर भी देखा है, और आज वो हमारे सामने इस पैनल डिस्कशन में शामिल होने वाले हैं. आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू having a great evening. Please sit back, relax, enjoy the conversation, and we'll see you in a while.
The panel is very interesting. Obviously, it's already been introduced by the MC. But I want to just call out a quick show of hands on who's sitting here. So, people who founded a company or two. Pretty much everybody. Don't forget, Gaurav. People who've started co-working companies. We have two of them. People who actively invest either as angels or manage funds. Basically, almost everyone. People who just took a big risk to quit their jobs and start a company like in the last 2 or 3 years. We have a few people there. People who failed at building ventures either inside their startup or outside. I think most hands will go up. Come on, Prab, you must have failed at something. Okay. So it's a very interesting conversation, and we will focus on what I already spoke about. We are going to keep it free-flowing. It's going to be quite straightforward. We will spend one round of questions just asking, what their background sort of portrays on the topic at hand. And then, we'll just go into a second round of questions on what we spoke about. That's the plan. I'll take a small step back before we begin. The startup economy in India is only about 15 to 17 years old. Flipkart was 2007 or 8, right? Swiggy right here is about 11 years? 2014, so it's about 11 years, they just did an IPO. So the industry is super new, and we are talking about the next 22 years. So there's still a lot to be done. And I think when we think of startups, we sometimes only think about consumer tech, and sometimes we only think, now more recently we only talk about deep tech. But when you think about innovation as a larger agenda on where can new, interesting, disruptive enterprises come from, there are actually 3 such places where they can come from. One is hustlers and builders like themselves who step up, leave their cushy jobs and try to do something risky. Most of them fail, some of them succeed. The second place is what happens inside of corporates, which we are not sort of covering today. Massive companies invent amazing products which go on to disrupt, scale, and create basically new ventures. Many companies have systematic ways of doing that. The third place, which we often forget, given how nascent and new our industry and our startup economy is in Hyderabad, in Telangana, in the country, is research and innovation. So if you look at the West historically, a lot of the amazing products we use today, from smartphones to internet to cybersecurity products, they were all born in universities where professors were doing research, and then it got commercialized and ended up for civilian use, right? So we will end today's session within the 60 minutes with a very interesting company here, First Gen, who's here from the UK. They have built a very interesting platform which works like a plug-and-play system for non-commercialized research, which could be patented or not. So basically innovation that has not been commercialized, to take it to market, which could later be taken over by a founder, it could be purchased by an investor, it could even be completely 100% acquired by a enterprise. This is new to us as a country, and because we're talking about the future, I thought we should end with something that opens up our minds to something that is so new to us that will help us get to 2047. So I'll invite Philip and Clemens post the conversation ends here. That's it, that's all for my spiel. We'll jump in now, I'll take my seat. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear me? Okay, great. No. We have a few mics here, so we'll pass around. It's a big table. I'll start off with Nandan. Nandan's not often seen on panels, so he's doing a big favor by being here and helping us have a conversation. Nandan's from Hyderabad, but 14 years ago moved to Bangalore, to set up and launch a company called Bundle Technologies. If you haven't heard of it, that means you have never seen your Swiggy order invoice. If you see it, you'll see Bundle on it. They started out to build an aggregated platform for courier packages. Of course, none of you have heard this. And then they found that the biggest reason when food deliveries happen, 10 years ago, you used to call your restaurant to ask, where is my order? That was the biggest cause for calls, and you just couldn't track your orders. So they started 10, 11 years ago in Koramangala with a limited menu, with limited restaurants, and have grown into what has become today synonymous with food delivery. So I have one opening question for you, Nandan, which is, what does it feel like to go through that whole journey in a decade? Many founders aspire to do that. What did you learn along the way? Your heart is in Hyderabad, but your work is in Bangalore. So tell us a little bit about that too.
So, loaded question. Firstly, great to be here, by the way. Always good to be back in hometown. I was born and brought up in Hyderabad. And keep coming back, keep finding excuses to come back to Hyderabad as often as possible. So, I think in general, looking at the journey over a decade, largely it does feel a little surreal, and I think it's always basically also in a zone where it is also unfinished, because there is always more to do. There's always more to get done. So we pretty much come from a place of saying always be paranoid, always be basically pushing. So we take it one day at a time, 1 month, max 1 year at a time, and usually not someone to look back so often. But I think it's been a lot of lucky coincidences, some good decisions, some bad decisions, just all of them pretty much, let's say, add up over time. But yeah, that's largely, I think, maybe a way to describe it. Learnings, I think, I can maybe go in multiple different places, but largely I think the one thing that just maybe keeps us going is being able to kind of build consumer products that I love, and potentially be able to build things that we ourselves can use, that consumers find value in, and being paranoid, right? Like, these are the two things that we are usually kind of looking at.
Being paranoid. Thank you, Nandan. And many of you may not know this. When you look at multiple co-founder companies, the companies where co-founders divide and rule is where the most interesting things start happening. Nandan runs, I don't know what to call it. Nandan runs everything new at Swiggy.
Yeah, new initiatives.
Everything new at Swiggy, like a lab. They started, how many of you remember Swiggy Minis? It's good they don't remember it. It didn't do as well as they wanted it to. It's still somewhere there hidden on the app. But Instamart, which has now become synonymous with ordering groceries in 10 minutes, was also started in this lab, and it's become as large as you can see today. Quick commerce was invented there. So that's Nandan's role there. Thank you, Nandan. So you've seen all the big ups and downs. I'll just shift to Prab next. Prab, you were in a cushy consulting job, decided to quit it, then come to Hyderabad for many reasons which we don't have to get into today. But you chose to build a healthcare operations company, which is now phenomenally supercharged with technology and AI in this city. And I know you made a very consultant-like, framework-based choice to do it with some heart in it. Tell us about that choice, and tell us, in your view, what should we do next as a city, as a community, to get to our path towards 3 trillion and 2047?
I grew up in Chandigarh, Kavi, so I carried a chip on my shoulder that I am from a well-planned city, and I moved to Hyderabad in 2014, and I was just taken aback by how Hyderabad offered an amazing mix of quality of life, along with a lot of things that, a natural choice like a Delhi. Like, being a Punjabi, a lot of people ask me if my head office is in Delhi, right? But the quality of life in 2014 in Hyderabad was amazing. So when I went out to do my MBA and then a job and decided to start up, I was very sure that I can't build out of Bombay, where I've lived in 10 years, because of the, I wanted a quality of life. But more importantly, when we actually looked at the industry that I am in, I run ambulances for a living. And what we needed is strong healthcare ecosystem. I believe Hyderabad, when it comes to hospitals, is the capital of healthcare. A lot of pharmaceutical companies are also here as well. But also what we forget is Hyderabad is the mapping capital of the world almost, right? When you speak to people in Apple and in Google, they run their mapping system here. So we realized that, hey, that's an advantage. We'll find a lot of talent that knows that side of the world. And also logistics. Hyderabad was easier to build, given that it doesn't have the constraints that Bombay has. To build an ambulance business is a hyper-local business, right? Bombay had unique constraints. Delhi was too large. Bangalore, the first question that everyone would have asked is, how would you manage the traffic? Hyderabad just was such an organic choice for us. And for me, who was looking to settle down, have my family grew up here, quality of life, clean air, fantastic infrastructure mattered. And then when I was looking at it from building a company standpoint, the residual, the ecosystem that we speak about was present here, but also it gave us proximity. I mean, come on, Hyderabad airport is 30 minutes away. I fly, we are in 40 cities, and all those 40 cities are accessible. There's not a single indirect flight that I have to take, a single connection I have to take to fly to all those cities. So I think Hyderabad has now, I recommend it to everyone who's looking to start up, barring maybe a few challenges like we speak of, how can we attract more investors to set up shop here? Glad to see a few people who are doing that. But otherwise, for me, if a young startup's looking to come in, Hyderabad's now such a fantastic ecosystem, and thanks a lot to you as well.
Doing our jobs. You didn't queue up on 2047, I'll come back to that, but you did a fantastic job of segueing to Gaurav when you spoke about Delhi. You also spoke about flying in. You also spoke about, we need more investors. So Gaurav runs Aroa Ventures. We are doing introductions as part of this. We also had the opportunity to work together back at OYO. But more interestingly, both Gaurav and Pranay started co-working companies. Sometimes we don't understand how important co-working is. We always look at co-working as one of the things that we do for startups. The reason is important is because 15 years ago, if you wanted to start a company in India as a founder, you will not get a bride or a groom. That's secondary. But more importantly, if you wanted an office in India for 2 people, it was impossible to do that. You just can't get office for 2 people. So one of the first interventions, which is why T-Hub also started with that, was that you should allow 2 people to register a small company and get started. So, Pranay started 91 Springboard, which is the pioneering co-working company in India. And Gaurav started Innovate, which happened to be one of the most premium and did very well. But a question for you, Gaurav, is most of your life, everything has been in Delhi. You've been in NCR mostly. I know you spent some time in the US. The question is, I know that you recently came to Hyderabad. 100 people applied to pitch to your 400 crore fund. And then something very interesting happened. So tell us about that. Also tell us about regionally, for Telangana, which direction are we heading from a startup investor lens, and what is getting you very excited about it?
Thank you for that. Am I audible?
You're audible.
Yeah.
Keep it close.
Sure. Thank you, Kavi. It's a pleasure actually to be here. As you rightfully pointed out, my introduction to Hyderabad is very new. The first time I ever landed in Hyderabad was 3 years ago. And that's where I got introduced to this whole idea of government funds of funds. Prior to that, I wasn't even aware that state governments or central government was investing in funds. So Hyderabad is very close to heart from that perspective. We have since then expanded the partnership at Aroa. A partner named Shekhar Puli, who joined the firm last year, is originally from Hyderabad, so that's another commitment from our end to the region. And coming back to what you mentioned about our experience here, 3 months ago is when I reached out to you saying that, hey, it would be interesting to do a demo day at T-Hub. Our focus is healthcare sustainability and deep tech. And surprisingly, within a span of, I think, 20 to 25 days, we received actually over 170 applications. And typically, all VCs or investment firms will go through a quick screening. We were able to short a little over 100 startups, out of which on demo day, startups were finalized for the one-on-one pitches. And from the 23, we were just fascinated to see the quality of the founders, the clarity with which the problem statements were defined, and the commitment to execute in a highly bootstrapped manner. A lot of people get caught up in this idea of raising funds and quickly raising funds and deploying, but that's one significant difference that I noticed, at least in the startups that we ended up finalizing. So out of the 8, I'm actually happy to actually share this here, is that as of last night, we've signed 3 term sheets with 8 of, and I think out of the 8, we may have at least 2 or 3 more that'll get finalized in the next week or 2.
Those are phenomenal numbers. So 8 out of 170. Yeah. So about a 4% term sheet offer rate, which is unheard of.
Yeah, but again, I would like to emphasize the quality of the founding teams. So we had, even from an age distribution perspective, some firms, founders in their early 20s, but also experienced professionals who have had decades of experience in the US, have set up shop here in India, and in a very diligent way building these businesses out. So I'm certainly a huge fan. We are committed to the region, and I think the sectors that we're focused on will end up playing a significant role in the Vision 2047.
Fantastic. You also gave me a good segue into talking to Chiran and Ravi here. So that's right, that's very interesting. When I came in here too, I was surprised by the quality of founders. And I asked myself this question, which a lot of people ask now, which is saying, where are all these founders? We don't see them at all. And my answer is always, in Hyderabad, founders are busy putting their heads down and building, right? But sometimes they're on panels. They emerge to meet us on panels. So, I'll segue that to both Chiran and Ravi. Chiran, you were busy at ISRO doing some very cool stuff, which you should tell us about in 30 seconds. But you decided to quit all of that and come back to start a space debris removal company. And you chose not to do it in Bangalore. Again, this is not a race. But given the summit that we are at, we'd love to hear why you did that and moved back to Hyderabad to build a space debris removal company.
Yeah, am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Okay. So first of all, thank you Telangana Rising Global Summit for giving me this opportunity. And I'm privileged to sit with my seniors, may not be in age, but, but building the organization. So I'm privileged to sit with them. So every childhood story starts with once upon a time there used to be. And my story today also starts with once upon a time there used to be space in space. Now the space is not there. It's all cluttered with debris. And this space debris is actually creating greater threat to the operational satellites. So that's when I decided that I should do something about this. And the space debris, it's going to increase with exponential increase in satellite launches. So if we let that happen, the future generations, that means our children and grandchildren, will never be able to use space again. So that's the whole big problem. So at Cosmos of Space, we are building these solutions for space debris problem. And this is highly essential for the space economy to grow to $1.8 trillion by 2035. And what I mean by, you do know here that we are in top 5 nations in spacefaring nations, right? And in some cases, we are even top nation. But do you know what is the share of the global space economy of India? It's just 2%. So why? Because ISRO is the only organization having that burden on their shoulders, moving forward and building this stuff till now. And then government has opened up space to all in 2020, and players like us are coming in. And the target given to us is to take the 2% share to 8% by 2030. So Telangana has got a great potential to contribute to this particular goal. And why I moved from Bangalore to Hyderabad, again, as you said, I'm not comparing with Bangalore, but Bangalore I really like. I worked there at ISRO for 6 years. I decided that I will build Cosmosov at Bangalore because I know where I get what I want, especially in space domain. So that's very much clear for me, and I wanted to build out of Bangalore. Then one day I happened to come to Skyroot, saw their amazing facility, and if someone can build in our own homeland such kind of facility, why can't I? And then I started exploring the places here. Then I realized that all the manufacturing facilities and the testing facilities are all available in Hyderabad, thanks to DRDO for establishing these facilities. Everything is available. And the two important things here, T-Hub and T-Works, which are not there elsewhere. T-Hub, the largest innovation center, which builds the beautiful ecosystem. And T-Works, you go with an idea and they give a prototype to you. So these kind of facilities are very much important at an early stage. So after seeing all these facilities, I decided to move to Hyderabad. And very recently, I got a call from Secretariat, from one of the government officials. They invited me to Secretariat. They read an article about me and they told, like, you're building something great, and how can we contribute and how can we help you building this stuff? I think this kind of things, I don't know whether it will happen elsewhere or not, but it is happening in Hyderabad, and very happy that I took the step of moving to Hyderabad. Thank you.
Amazing. Tell us in 10 seconds what you did at ISRO, because it's so cool. What you did at ISRO. Just tell us what you were doing before you.
So I was a deputy project director for the Gaganyaan program, which is set to send humans to space in our own rocket and bring them back safely. I represented India on a global platform for space debris mitigation, understood how big is the problem, what are the technologies available, and where are the gaps. That's when I started building Cosmos of Space. 30 seconds over.
Amazing. Truly rocket science. Over to Ravi, and then I'll come to the rest right after. Ravi, if you guys haven't taken a walk around the stalls area, please go back after this and do it. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. There are these robots walking all around, as you may have noticed. But I want you to go to the Perceptine stall in the IT department area. Robotic arm, and there's a semi-humanoid robot that you should check out. Today, these robots can assemble like humans, things on the assembly line. He will tell us about it. But in addition to that, Ravi, my question for you is, and let's talk about the future a little bit. You guys are building world-class robots out of Hyderabad, out of Telangana, and building it for the world. What do you don't have? What more do we need to do together as an ecosystem? And tell us about Perceptine.
I think, thanks Kavi for asking that. And yeah, we are building global cutting-edge technology, AI-powered robots from Hyderabad, from Telangana. The biggest, we need three things, in my opinion, to build deep tech, like cutting-edge tech, right? A, we need capital. We need capital that can help you focus, basically, can actually help you innovate, right? So most capital that's available in India, that's, mostly for businesses where the models and the technology has been proven. But what we need is risk capital, especially for deep tech, right? And that's something that's really, falling in place with the, government's RDI initiative and a lot of, initiatives here in Telangana. But I think that's a very, very good thing that's falling now in place. The fact that we are all talking about deep tech now, and it wasn't the case even 3 years ago, I think that's a very good change to begin with. So I think capital is the most important thing, and that's really falling in place. Two, we need talent. Right? We need good people who have been experts in their field for 10, 15, 20 years, right? And not just fresh college grads. Like fresh college grads are good, but their aptitude and their energy is different. But an experienced person who has 15, 20 years of dedicated experience in a field, those are the kind of people whom we need. And so there are two things at work. One, of course, Trump's work in the US, but there is a lot of attraction here, especially for Hyderabad, and where in our organization we've had at least 4 people, who actually returned from the US and wanted to build something, and then they saw us and they wanted to join like a cutting edge technology that we are building. So I think talent, both of these are working really well, especially in Telangana. I share a very similar story like Chiran, right? I mean, wanted to move back to Hyderabad and made a very conscious decision. Looking at the infrastructure here, looking at, the fact that governments here recognize startups. Right? And that's something, very like what happens in other tier 1 cities in our country. Like government here have something called T-Hub, have something called T-Works, and they actively recognize and encourage startups, something that's absolutely important, right? And 3, of course, is the infrastructure and the kind of institutions which I've already touched upon. I think all of these 3, some of them are just macro trends and they're really falling in place. And the third one, I think the Telangana government here is doing a very good job in terms of the T-Hub and T-Works and all the other infrastructure and infrastructure.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ravi. We'll now take a step back, talk about community ecosystem. We have Gautam here from AWS, who's basically figuring out how can the AWS platform and its architecture actually help startups build what they do. Gautam, I'll give you guys a fun fact. It is not easy to raise funding. As T-Hub also for us, and as a representation of what the government is doing, it is very hard to do that. But I'll tell you a fun fact that we were just reviewing. In the last 2 years, while we've dispensed about $1 million, 8.5 crores or so in funding via the separate funds that we manage, but we dispensed 36 crores in credits from AWS, from Google, from Microsoft. We are the largest incubator distributing credits, in the country. So, and that's only possible because corporates like yourself, large companies like yourself, care for startups. Tell us, why do you care? And tell us, what is your plan to 2047? so that we can keep relying on you guys to get to our march to that?
So, a couple of things, right? I think AWS and Amazon has presence in the state in Hyderabad for a very long period of time. But most of the developers in the room or the startup founders, you can actually remember the one thing that connects, if you go to the AWS console, is something called as AP South 2, which is nothing but actually the infrastructure that we have in Hyderabad, right? So, Hyde region came up in year 2022. That's one of our biggest infrastructure, investments in the country, and the whole idea is actually we are here for long, right? So again, multiple things have to sort of converge if you have to invest, if you have to make that kind of an investment. There has to be like power, cooling, support from the government, the local talent, world-class operations, so on and so forth, right? So all of these things sort of converged, and all of these things happened. So if I had to draw the analogy, so in generally most of the Western countries, so you build the infrastructure, right? So before the cities come up, you build the infrastructure or the highways, you develop those first. So I think if you have to draw the parallels, so we have now those compute infrastructure or the digital highways, so to speak. Now we have, ample opportunity and capacity for the local startups, the businesses, and digital and smart cities to come up and leverage those compute rails that we have. In terms of we are actually using some of those things and enabling some of the startups. One of the things that we have actually started as a program, what we internally call as AWS Activate, and it's pretty much resonates with pretty much all the founders in the country. That's actually access to the initial compute, to try your product, to build your product, to test the waters, and get to a stage where you actually can do your product market fit, right? I think that's extremely important, because at that point of time, you actually literally don't have any backup or any support from any venture-backed firm. So I think that's a very important stuff. The second thing is, from a journey standpoint, there are 3 phases to that, right? So one is the development phase, what we call as co-build, where experts from AWS also get involved in terms of giving them the right, I would say, guidance in development. But once you have the product, how you actually market those things, right? The whole idea of co-marketing, and once the co-marketing and you scale using the marketing mechanisms, how you can actually co-sell. So some of those things are all integrated as part of these programs that we have for startups. And T-Hub as a partner has been like, core to our mission in terms of, making or identifying the right startups early on and engaging them and providing them the right support. So like I said, we are here for long, so these investments would continue to happen in the coming years, and we are super excited to see what we can actually do in this state and with the talent that we have in Hyderabad.
Thank you, Gautam. I'll come to Pranay and then Aditya. Sorry, saving the best for the last. Pranay, you've obviously seen a lot in the last decade plus of building, a 91 Springboard, but so you started a co-working company which is doing really well now. Then you went into investing, angel syndicates, all of that. All of that is a phenomenal story. I want to hear where that's going for you in the future. What do you think are the areas, because when you do small checks, right, you see that better than what VCs in some ways do. What are the bright spots that you see where there's a lot of opportunity, like a request for startups that Y Combinator does? You're sitting here. What are the 4 or 5 areas where you would love to see early stage founders build? And of course, tie it back to, what we should do as a state.
Sure. But, hello. So Kavi, I'll also talk about one thing where I want to thank Hyderabad. 91 Springboard became a co-working company because of Hyderabad.
Really?
And we started out of Delhi. We were trying to do a small fund with a space and an ecosystem. The fund was taking time, right? But our first space filled up. We got another opportunity in Gurgaon. We filled that up. But when Hyderabad, we got an opportunity, right? There was, so Penar Industries, they had some floors empty, and they said, why don't you run it here? We said, let's try to run one remotely, and if we can do one remotely, we can do 100 remote. And once that became successful is when we said we are in the co-working business. We'll keep the fund part a bit aside and we'll focus on co-working. So Hyderabad ecosystem has always had a very important role in the journey I've played. Coming back to investments, I'm running a syndicate fund investing about 50 crore to 1.5 crore, advising another VC fund. And the kind of startups we are seeing here, especially focused on deep tech, AI as a space, medtech, biotech space, I think that's amazing. The one other space which is still a bit under the VC radar, which I'm loving, and I think that's where founders can focus about a lot more on, is the advanced engineering and manufacturing space. So there's a portfolio company of ours called Thermoflight. They started with creating what's called refractory materials, which is used in steel factories. The founders are students who started out of IT Hyderabad. And now they're creating advanced materials company as a subsidiary in tie-up with, so like when I say in tie-up, I mean customers like Midhanis, etc. And the moment I'm saying that name, you recognize that that's like the ecosystem of Hyderabad playing. So this advanced engineering and manufacturing, I think, is a still under the radar space. And as Hyderabad, as entrepreneurs, as investors, we can build really good startups there.
Very interesting. Engineering and manufacturing. We actually have 4 startups we'll introduce to you tomorrow. But
Excited
that's amazing.
about it.
I'll come to Aditya. Aditya, wrap this up for us. You've been building what? Companies out of Telangana for the last 20 years?
Yeah, 15 years.
We'll round it up to 20. Many of your, I know some of your companies didn't do well. I know one did really well. And I know that now you're all about figuring out how we can give back, pay forward. How can we unlock the value of this ecosystem, both as an investor, as a founder? I want to hear a little bit about that. I want you to focus on the future. You have 22 years ahead after 15, rounded up to 20 years of building. What do you want to do as someone here who cares? And what would you like the state, other founders, incubators, everyone on this stage to do to contribute a massive number to 3 trillion?
So for me, I'm from Hyderabad, been here all my life, apart from a few years outside. So for me, when I was building out of Hyderabad, it felt so natural. Not that just because I'm from here, but just that the talent availability was there. And this I'm talking 2009, 2010. And that could not be more truer in 2025. Now, when I run an early stage fund now. We've done about 42 investments over the last year and a half. And 11 of them are from Hyderabad.
Our next guest, a stalwart of Telugu cinema and one of India's most respected studio heads. Under his leadership, Suresh Productions has produced over 250 films, nurtured generations of talent, and built an ecosystem that has strengthened Telugu cinema's global footprint. From supporting new filmmakers to modernizing production infrastructure, he has played a transformative role in shaping the industry. A true institution in himself. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dagubati Suresh Babu Garu. A pioneering producer known for redefining scale and ambition in Telugu cinema with films like Amoru and Arundhati. Works that blended mythology, technology and spectacle long before their time. Please welcome Shyam Prasad Reddy, sir. Next up is the celebrated filmmaker whose stories have become part of India's cultural fabric. From the revolutionary Rang de Basanti that redefined a generation, to the poetic Delhi Six, to the inspirational Bhag Milka Bhag. His films blend social consciousness, lyricism, deeply human storytelling, one of Indian cinema's most original voices. Please welcome Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra. A creative force who has reimagined contemporary Indian storytelling with unmatched finesse. From Luck by Chance to Zindagi Na Milegi Dobara. From Gully Boy, India's official Oscar entry, to groundbreaking series like Made in Heaven and a stylish reinvention of the Archies. She has shaped the cultural language of modern Indian cinema. Please welcome the incomparable Zoya Akhtar. An actor who began her career right here in the Telugu film industry and loved across all other industries, from Bammarelu and Reddy to Janitu Ya Janina, to a powerhouse performance in the Marathi hit Ved. She is now a dynamic producer as well, shaping new age Marathi cinema. Please welcome the ever charming and immensely talented Genelia Deshmukh. An actor who has seamlessly moved across comedy, drama and intense roles in films like Masti, Houseful, Lay Bhari and Ek Villain. A forward-thinking producer, now also a director. His directorial debut with Ved became one of India's highest-grossing Marathi films. A truly multi-talented personality, actor, producer, director and a creative energizer. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ritesh Deshmukh. One of Malayalam cinema's most exciting and versatile actors, known for standout performances in various remarkable films. A talent who constantly pushes the boundaries of character-driven storytelling. Please welcome Asif Ali. National Award filmmaker whose cinema blends emotion with social conscience. From Anuranan to the deeply impactful Pink, a storyteller of nuance and humanity. Please welcome Aniruddha Roy Chaudhary. Now that we have a panel here, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to invite the Honorable Minister of Cinematography, Telangana Government, Shri Komati Reddy Venkat Reddy on stage to deliver the opening address for this session.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. Good evening. A warm welcome to all visionary leaders, esteemed guests, investors and topmost actors, directors joining us today at the Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025. We are here at Bharat Future City united by singular ambitious goal to transform Telangana into a global creative hub by 2047. This summit is not just a conference, it is Telangana's invitation to the world to join hands in building future ready state where innovation, investment and inclusive growth thrive. Our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanthreddy has set a clear direction with the Telangana Rising 2047 vision document aiming for 3 trillion economy, film, culture, tourism and digital media are key pillars of this vision. We recognize the power of cinema goes far beyond entertainment and it is an engine of economic growth, a preserver of culture and a universal media for storytelling. Our government is more committed for growth of film industry with our culture and language since from so many decades. Earlier, Hyderabad was known for Hindi film releases and the Revenue Minister of Andhra Pradesh, K.V. Rangareddy, asked the Telugu filmmakers to shift Hyderabad from Madras is a place where Sri Saradi Studios established in 1956, built by Yarlagata Shivaram Prasad, and the first film shot in studio was Ma Inti Mahalakshmi in 1956. Sri N.T. Ramarao, Sri Akkineni Nageswarrao, the legends of Indian Telugu cinema came forward to establish Ramakrishna Studio and Annapurna Studio in 1976 with the initiation of Congress government for Jalagam Venkalrao Garu and then Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Thereafter in 1984, Padmalaya Studio by superstar Krishna, 1989, Ramanayadu Studio were established by late the great Ramanayadu Garu. The Bollywood superstar and king of virtuality Ajay Devgan came forward to establish a world-class studio in Hyderabad near future and which shows the commitment of our government of actively promoting Hyderabad as a national filmmaking capital, supporting studio developments and aiming to attract more productions. Lastly, we will explore the critical The goal of this panel discussion is to listen to the needs of creators, explore local identity as an engine of growth, and then shape of collaborative roadmap between the government, studios, filmmakers. Our panelists today, including legendary Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra, insightful Joa Akhtar, and local giants like Allu Arvind, Suresh Babu Garu, Shyam Prasad Reddy Garu, represented best film of Indian film industry, and we will explore critical areas that will define our future, including Telangana is opening its doors to your ideas, your technology, and your partnership revolutionary. We are ready to make investment necessary to foster world-class creative ecosystem. Let us define the actionable pathways for skills, inclusion, rural development, and technology adoption that will make Cinema Rising 2047 a reality. Thank you, and I look forward to a dynamic discussion and especially welcoming my favorite heroine Janelia Deshmukh and Ritesh Deshmukh, who is a very familiar in Telugu films. When I am the first time elected, I am in Lok Sabha, I am in Assembly for 30 years continuously, but I never miss the Janelia picture. Is a national actor, national heroine. Thank you for coming to this Hyderabad. I am very happy. I am roads and building, national highways, civil aviation and cinematography minister. I never expected to receive Janelia. Thank you, my sister. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for coming to this global session. Thank you very much. Andarki namaskaram. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, sir. Can we request everybody to come forward to take a picture? And also, I would like to invite on stage Mr. Andre Tibbins, the head of Wishcraft, to join us for this photo op. Thank you so much, sir. Good evening once again. I would request everybody to just settle down. अपने seats पे बैठ जाइए ताकि we can start with the evening and the conversation. A humble request for everybody to please settle down. For any filmmaker or actor, some places spark imagination the moment you arrive. And Telangana is one of them. It's a state where creativity is supported, ideas feel possible, and the industry feels truly heard. Today, Telangana isn't just welcoming cinema. It's shaping the future of India's global creative economy. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Cmrevanthreddy garu, the state is reimagining the entire filmmaking ecosystem and positioning Hyderabad as a genuine global filmmaking hub. What stands out is the clarity of vision. Telangana recognizes that the film industry grows when skills and technology grow. Hyderabad already offers us a world-class production environment, from Ramoji Film City to Prasad Labs, Annapurna, Ramanaidu, Sarathi Studios, and leading VFX and animation companies. And the ambition now is to expand this creative infrastructure across the state, empowering communities and enriching the stories we tell. Cinema is also about identity, and Telangana's cultural richness, its heritage, its music, crafts and cuisine give storytellers an exceptional canvas. Equally important is the state's focus on bringing more women into every department of filmmaking, ensuring a more inclusive future. And above all, filmmaking thrives on ease. Telangana's single window permissions, clear zoning and digital processes reflect a sincere commitment to making production smooth and filmmaker friendly. Today's conversation is about how Telangana can build the talent, technology and cultural ecosystem the industry needs, and how cinema, in return, can amplify the state's identity, economy, and global presence. So let's begin on that note. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I start, I have a personal anecdote I would like to share. I've grown up, I think, spending more time in Hyderabad than in Mumbai because my father always shot films here. I think I've stayed in Taj Banjara more often than I stayed at my own house. My father has remade a lot of films. My father has come here and shot, I think, predominantly before anybody else also did from the Hindi film industry. And I feel really proud and happy to be here sitting with Suresh Babu Garu, who I have seen when I was a child. For me, Rana is my friend, and I feel very, very proud that I can be here today for bringing our industries together. Sir, I'll start with you, Suresh Babu Garu. You were telling us backstage, which is something that we all learnt and understood. Only 25 years, this industry, only 25 years, and today we are sitting here. What is your imagination of the past, present and future?
See, when the state of Andhra Pradesh was born, the industry was completely in Tamil Nadu, which is present Tamil Nadu, and we were all making films there. The government here was trying to get the industry from Tamil Nadu into Andhra Pradesh for a period of time, and very, very little impact was there. About 25-30 years ago, they just made one tax differential. One chief minister, and they came and said that if you make a film here, the taxes will be lower than what it is elsewhere. And immediately they came in. Another chief minister came and then he gave land, about 65 acres for the workers to build a facility. On that day, unfortunately, there was a small problem. Both the Chennai workers and the Hyderabad workers fought. And the Chennai workers said they will never come to Hyderabad to shoot. Immediately, Hyderabad, within 2 months, this whole ecosystem got created. The Chennai workers came back and the industry stayed. And what happened at that time is all new infrastructure was built here. Annapurna Studios, Padmalya, Ramanaidu Studios, and Ramoji built a world-class facility, while facilities in the other parts of the country were all falling apart. They were all, nobody was enhancing or improving their facilities. Things started off here. With that, all the actors and Telugu people as a whole, we will go and make a remake from anywhere. We will buy a Tamil film, a Telugu, Hindi film, a Malayalam film and make it a remake. For us, there's no qualms that we have to be original and all that. We have to be successful. Now, having said that, with that kind of spirit, we have some seriously brilliant filmmakers who've come and made this so-called pan-Indian film, so-called pan, and they're now trying to look and try and make something pan-world. So the thought process is there always to get bigger and better. So how can we now, both as Hyderabad, because it's a very flexible and easy ecosystem, how can we as all filmmakers try and see that we have at least one place in India which becomes the global hub within our country? If all of us can talk on that, what can we do when South Korea can do it for Korea? Why can't we do it for India? Whether we do it in Hyderabad or wherever it is, how do we do it? That would be something that we should look at. Because that's the opportunity which is there. And I remember in that quest for excellence, we will get there sooner or later. Which is what I remember when A.R. Rahman was once recording. I said, why are you taking so long to record? Forever you're recording. He said, no sir, we do things well, but we don't do things with excellence. And he was the first one who just pushed excellence in recording, and he was the first one to get an Oscar for our country. So it's that kind of spirit or that kind of movement if we start in, I think we should be able to deliver. And all of you are making such fabulous material. Like when I was seeing all the films, whether it's Rakesh, Zoya, or Ritesh. So I think that's possible.
Yes. Speaking of excellence, I think Rakesh sir, I would like to get your opinion. We are sitting here today at the cusp of so many possibilities. But it all starts with what we were speaking backstage about. How do we inculcate this culture? How do we inculcate a creative environment? How do we actually bring about people to start believing that we can prosper by forgetting borders, forgetting language, and actually create? And how a state is thinking that way by saying we do not want to think about creating divide, but actually bringing people together. We are all sitting here today. What do you feel is the first starting point from a creative point of view before we go into the technicalities of what the government can enhance? I think there has to be a creative emotion and energy that comes in for us to actually start believing and working towards it for a plan.
Yeah, it's not a very simple question to answer. It's quite complex. And there's no one answer to it. So I would say what happens in the nation reflects the mood of the nation. What's happening in Telangana today is reflecting the mood of the state. When you say we want to go global, it's a global summit. It is not just back-ending and creating facilities, studios and technology. It will also mean a lot of front-ending because we need to then sell. We need point of purchases. How to create future storytellers. I was just speaking with Alu sir and I was trying to propose to him, let's start a school for writing. And I was telling him after I finish making what's in my hand right now, which are 3-4 films, I want to devote the rest of my life into hanging out with youngsters and the young talent and the next generation and to understand from them and to cultivate the seed of writing. Once we have very strong writing, see, we are all still enjoying the fruits of what Ved Vyasa wrote in Mahabharata or what Valmiki wrote in Ramayana. We are still, monetizing it in one way or the other. TV, cinema, this, that, movies, adaptation. We need to bring back that. So for me, the writer is the first hero of the film, the first star of the film. Then we start building on other things which are behind the camera and in front of the camera, other skills. But that needs to come, and for that we need a very proud nation. Nation that believes in itself, nation that believes in diversity, nation that believes in coming together. It is a diverse nation. We have a lot of potential, but as long as we come together as, one mutti, not spread out. So there's so much to do, and it's such a humbling experience to come here and share the platform with the stalwarts of Telugu industry who gave birth to, they're the mothers. They went through the labor pain and they delivered. And what a baby they've delivered. Guys, hats off to that. Absolutely. Yeah, I can't hear claps. and there's so much to learn from that. But there's also a lot to learn from the mistakes we have made. And so that we don't repeat them. Because we'd be foolish if we repeat the mistakes we've done earlier. Rest all is rhetoric, I think. We need to follow the visionaries and the leaders, that the footsteps they created. Now we need to create our own paths. Not necessarily just follow them. That will be monkey business. So we all keep talking about Korea. The Korean story is not a story which was just born in Korea. Korea exported its culture slowly and surely and gradually. And once the seed was spread all over the world, they started watering it, they started giving it the right sunlight, the right proteins, vitamins. And one day, boom, it exploded. It didn't happen in that just one moment. It took them number of years. So let's start doing that. It's a lot of hard work.
So speaking of stories and speaking of writing, I think we can all say Malayalam cinema right now is leading the way. We have Asif here. Asif, I want to ask you, Telangana supporting filmmaking for years. Now the government wants to make sure that it's a one-stop shop for all the technicalities of making sure films are made well. But how do you imagine being able to come in and tell a story which is based in your homeland? Come here, tell the same story, and today we have the audiences willing in the entire country to enjoy it. What is your expectation or your excitement to see this kind of cross-cultural amalgamation and pollination of energies that is happening?
Hello, namaskaram. Arjun, for us, especially the Malayalam film industry, Hyderabad and Telugu industry is like our backup plan. Our everyday shooting essentials like, you say, the most advanced camera to the most newest lens to be the rig, everything. Hyderabad and Telugu industry. So we are literally counting on this industry. And yeah, I want to say you guys are already 20 years ahead and we are looking forward to a beautiful collaboration. And thank you so much for this invitation. I'm so honored. Cheers.
Alu Arvind sir, I would like to ask you one very simple question. Pan-India, this terminology that is used now so freely with everything that is happening. I think we have to give credit where credit is due, whether it is Bahubali, whether it is Pushpa, whether it is all these films that have come. I think where Rakesh speaks about writing, imagination, thought process, the Telugu cinema industry has led the way by experimenting, by taking chances, and today we see the government also being so supportive. How do you see us being able to learn from your writing, from your making, from how unified you are as an industry, because that is something that we all want to take back home and bring together and tell better stories. And the government supporting you allows you, I think, to enjoy the fact without being scared, without being worried about how to make films happen, the big budget films or the small budget films. I think what's very special is the government and the film industry are in sync. How has that happened and how do you see that benefiting the kind of stories you wanted to tell, sir?
Can you really hear it? I mean, whatever he speaks in this feedback speakers, we could listen only 50% of
the
it.
speakers are the...
Are you really listening to what we say? Thank you. At least you are in a better place. Because his question, I am struggling to understand and reply. So, Prabhat, I'm taking his help also to understand that.
I can try again.
How? Your question is like, how such a big films are being made here and how the cooperation of the government and the industry is going together. That is the question you are asking. Thank you. The films which have gone global, we should understand one thing is, they all started from very local. Take recent films like Kantara and Pushpa. They are produced from a Chittur village story and a Karnataka small village story. They have taken it very local and made it sincerely, and it has become global. We should not try to make Transformers and Avengers. No. We should try what is a great story in Adilabad, what is a great story in this matti, and try to make it big and project it to the rest of the world. That will click. The very principle of getting focused and doing it the best will take you the long way. That is what is proved in the recent times while taking the films global. And the next question is, what he asked is, how the government is so cooperative here, and right from the beginning, right from Channa Reddy to the present Chief Minister, everyone is very friendly. We are very fortunate to be here. Very friendly with the film industry. Our film industry, as Suresh told, that we were there in Chennai and we are only 25, 30 years old here. I tell you, when we were trying to make films here 20 years back, we were struggling. We were struggling. Why we have come here was the starting regrets. But from there, here today we are seeing, rest of the world is coming to make films here. That is the kind of cooperation that has been brought by the government. And without cooperation of the government, this could not have happened. And we are very happy. Every government should take the film industries or the cultural the forms to this level, which all of us should learn from Korea. 30 years back, they have put a seed for the culture to be told to the rest of the world. And after 30 years, we have seen our children are singing Korean songs. When we go home, it's only Korean films are playing. We don't have the space. We have to go to our bedroom and on and see our films in Netflix. Korea is such a dominating. They have started it 30 years back. And now it's giving fruits. Likewise, we have to take our culture also. Start taking it in a big way, and it will reap fruits after decades. And we should start it. Thank you.
Shyam sir, continuing from where Alu Arvind Garu was saying, you were talking about taking cinema global, but we have to be local to go global is what everybody says. Would you like to add to what sir was saying?
Yep. I believe that cinema is very, very, very powerful. It's not just, I don't think it's just entertainment. It's something more than that. Something way more than that. It is very powerful, and I believe it is bigger than political power, it is bigger than economic power, It is so big that it has the power to influence society. It is the greatest, most powerful influencer. That's how I look at it. And I think that we need to not just only attract cinema to Hyderabad, especially after what we have done to our regional cinema like Triple R, Bahubali, Pushpa, Kantara, all these films. We should also take our films globally, take it across. In that context, I would like to talk about, I would like to give an example for better understanding. There is, before 1985, there is a Japanese dish, Japanese cuisine called ramen. It's an original, authentic noodles, which is very popular in Japan. The rest of the world never knew about it. They never knew about it. It was not popular. It was not there on any menu. It was not offered in any of the Japanese restaurants. But it was popular only in Japan. And in 1985, they made a film. A film came out by the name Tampopo. It's a comedy Japanese film. And the story is centered around the Japanese relationship with their food. To make it a bit more detailed, the story is about a hero and his relationship with this ramen dish. He made a film and the film was successful and it went on to release in United States. And when it released, it got rave reviews. It got rave reviews, it was appreciated, it became a cult film. It was exposed to the international audience. They started talking about it, they started getting curious about it, they wanted to taste that noodles. And then slowly it spread, it became popular the world over. And last year, just that one noodle, which was introduced to the world through a cinema, had a gross sales of $58 billion, which is bigger than the budget of our state. Just that one dish. That's what is the power of cinema. 7 billion out of that was from Japan and the remaining 51 billion was from the rest of the world. So I very strongly believe that cinema can go across borders faster and easier than any other product. Any other product. I would say that cinema is a cultural ambassador. It can take our culture, our fashion, our lifestyle, our drama, our stories, our humor, our aesthetics, everything to the world. So I believe that is the power of cinema. I believe that we should also start focusing on that. How do we take our cinema to the rest of the world? It can contribute in a very big way to our economy. 100%, definite. Because any cinema goes straight to the heart. It doesn't go with a propaganda. It goes with a story. It goes with an emotion. And that emotion is an experience. And that experience is a pleasure. Anything to do with that pleasure, associated with that pleasure, the viewer takes it home. He remembers it. So therefore, I believe that cinema is very powerful. And now that we have started going onto the platform, we have directors like Rajamouli, we have directors like Sukumar, we have directors like Rishabh Shetty. So we should work towards that, take our cinema internationally. But we are not great at packaging, presenting, marketing. Therefore, I think the state government should step in, start establishing those cultural centers and help us marketing our projects. So I think that is the way to go about it. Not just attract, also take our cinema international. That's it. That's my view. Thank you.
I think speaking of cinema and language not being a barrier, I'm sitting here with Ritesh, who has now become a director himself and directed in Marathi. Where regional cinema is concerned, when we speak about I think the biggest success we've seen in the recent past is Kantara, a man who's, as Suresh sir was telling us backstage, he lives where he shot the film. He's gone back and taken people back there to shoot a film, tell the story about a rooted part of his culture. and the country and the world has embraced it. So Ritesh, I wanted to ask you, what kind of skills and technology do you need eventually to be able to actually take a story that is based in Maharashtra, to shoot it here, to make sure that the audience, even in Telangana, enjoys it, the audience in Punjab enjoys it? How do we break this language barrier? How do we break this cultural barrier that I think perhaps a Kantara has done so well in the recent past? Because Bahubali is still a mythological story in that sense. Pushpa is still the angry young man coming to the fore with a core emotion. But the cultural stories that we want to listen to, we want to understand, and we want to really respect, how can we take that to the entire nation?
First of all, thank you so much for having me over here. I want to thank Honorable CM Sir, Deputy CM Sir, for organizing this wonderful global summit, and to have great minds here, and to feel that I was capable to sit here. First of all, thank you so much. My journey started from Hyderabad. I'm happy to say that I'm a product of Hyderabad. My first film, Tujhe Meri Kasam, where Ginili and me, both of us debuted, was produced by Sri Ramoji Rao. And everything I learned, my first experience about filmmaking, was from here in Hyderabad. I learned about work ethics. I learned about how films are made. I learned about how people are treated. I didn't know anything about filmmaking. But my foundation itself was so good in terms of dealing with people who are so professional, so respectful, and so inclusive. That is one thing that Hyderabad really inculcated in me as a person, and I'm extremely proud to carry it with me for the last 22 years as an actor, a producer, and now as a director. Talking about, I have, Ginil and me, primarily we have produced Marathi films. That's where the language that I'm born in. It's an industry. When you talk about Indian film industry, it started with a Marathi man, Dadasaheb Phalke. And one man's vision in Mumbai, and when we spoke last time that, you know, industry, a lot of people from all over the country came, and it became like a pot boiler for filmmaking. It became a hub. It became something much more important, much more like an ambassador to cultures. And it has, like Shyam Babu said, it is practically the biggest influencer that we have world over. And when we talk about cinema, primarily, I'll come to what you said about Marathi films being made. Yes, regional films, some industries have struggled and gained success and became big global phenomenon like Telugu, like Tamil. Hindi was already a hugely successful industry, and they are the main drivers. But when we look at Marathi industry, primarily because it comes from state of Maharashtra, where we already have an existing Hindi film industry. So when it comes to choices, in Maharashtra, people's first choice is always a Hindi film. The second choice is a Marathi film. So when a Marathi film becomes the second choice, it is extremely important that you have less chances to attract that audience. Then you have to be very sure what kind of films you're making, how can it be culturally rooted. Like Arvind sir said that, you know, it's important to go local. And of course, if you are connected with local, emotions will connect, and eventually global will happen. But if you're not local, if you don't connect with the people's heart, nothing's going to translate on big screen or influence people's minds. Yes, I agree that as an industry, when we look at what's happening in this summit here, or the proposition of cross-cultural boundaries being erased, that is very important. Why is this more or very exciting? Is because it will be a hub not only for Telugu industry. We are talking about a hub for all India, or people from all over the world to come here and interact with each other and see what we can give each other, what we can learn from each other. It's very important that we have a place, and unfortunately, even in Maharashtra, or Mumbai, we have very fragmented places where we shoot. We don't have an interactive or integrated city as such that can really inculcate talent, nurture a future generation, and help each other excel. Sir said that like A.R. Rahman sir said, it's not about giving something that's good. How do we excel? And if each of us tries to excel in what we do, we will create a global product. And that is what we need to really teach people. And I truly believe that skill sets are the most important part of this industry. And primarily, when we talk about slightly off, but in our industry, a lot of people think working on the job is learning, and it is. I'm not saying that. It is. Be it production, like production is such an important aspect of it. But we need institutes to teach people how to produce movies, how to manage people. We think, okay, one person joins the film, he learns the ropes, and we have the grades. Of course, I'm not denying that. But if we teach all these things professionally in an institute, then we'll have far more superior talent coming in and making things better, making things more easier, streamlining things for us to excel in. And that does not mean production. I'm talking about even direction, every aspect of it. That is something that we really need to, as skill sets, really develop. And when we talk about Marathi films, I've of course worked in Hindi films and producing and directing Marathi films. I think erasing the regional boundaries is very important, but at the same time upholding your cultural values, where we each have our own inherent cultural values that we can come together, that we can impart with each other, collaborate with each other, and it's give and take. That's what I think, and this is the place that promises to be that, and we are very excited to see what future for cinema holds, starting from Telangana.
So moving to Zoya and Genelia both, I think Zoya first I'll come to you. I think in the beginning of the summit when I was talking, we spoke about, I hate using the term women empowerment. I think it's just about acknowledging the fact that over the last couple of decades we've had women in front of the camera and now women behind the camera. I think our industry in that sense has started a lot of that conversation for many, many years. And now when we speak about the summit today, they also want to make sure that the ecosystem and environment fosters more behind the scenes women feeling excited, intrigued, curious to learn, to adapt and to be part of cinema. As somebody who's been a torchbearer of being a filmmaker behind the scenes and as an actor who's worked in both Hindi and Telugu and regional cinema, what can actually be done to make sure that more women, more girls, more young girls are excited and intrigued to come and be part, not only in front of the camera, because that will always exist, because there is a certain amount of beauty that comes with it and a certain excitement, but even just to be able to be a storyteller, because abroad we see so many fantastic people who are producing, directing, writing, show running. So I think it's the tip of the iceberg. I think we have to empower women and girls to start believing that they must and they can.
Firstly, thank you for having me here. I'm really excited to be here. I absolutely love this question. And here is somewhere where I think the Mumbai film industry has done very well, which is created a safe environment where women can work behind the camera. There are sets that are sometimes more than 50% women. We have women in every field, not just directors and writers, but we also have women in lighting now, women that are grips, women that are shooting films. They are everywhere. I think it starts from the top, and the top is here, so it's a good place to start. I think in Bombay what happened was the biggest production houses and the biggest stars started working with women directors. Whether it was the Khans, whether it was Hrithik, they all started working and signing films with women directors. And that really broke a glass ceiling. The big production houses, YRF, Dharma, Excel, all of them started using women directors, and it sends out a message, I think that's very important. I think half the audience is female, half our life is female, so their worldview is very important. Their vision is very important. They see the world differently. And you can only make better films and a better industry by involving them in the process. Having said that, respect, I think for women to come in and work behind the camera, they need to feel valued. You can't dismiss them. You can't be like, you don't know anything, you're a girl. No, she knows a lot. You know what I mean? She gave birth to you. So have some respect. And basically respect and safety and opportunity. That's all.
Janelia, I think the audience is dying to hear from you.
Firstly, I would like to honestly thank Honorable CM and Honorable Deputy CM for having me here. I mean, Hyderabad is home and it'll always mean the world to me. Telangana is some place where I started my first film, and then also the first time I produced was also back here in Telangana. So I think what the place does is makes you feel very secure and very wanted. Like Zoya saying, very often as women, if you don't come forward, it's because you don't feel that you're holding a position of power. But this city encourages you. It opens its heart and opens it's very, very welcoming. For someone like me who came from Bombay, I did some of my best work here. Not that I didn't do in other industries as well. I'm very grateful to have been part of a lot of industries. But I got a chance, like I wanted to do something more and I got that chance here. I'm honestly very grateful that I was a recipient of 2 Nandi Awards here, which is an honor for me when a state, gives it to you. It means more than a lot more awards because it comes straight from the people and straight from the government, and I think that is very, very welcoming to someone like me. Speaking as a producer, strangely when I started off, I used to be the only girl on set very often, I was the only girl. But the strangest thing was my first film was produced by a woman herself at that point in time. Satyam here was produced by Supriya, and I don't know whether you're here, Nagarjuna's niece. And she was brilliant at her job. And I would look at her and wonder, like I would always feel alone sometimes because I was, the only girl on set, and whether it was your crew or whether it was always men. But there was this one woman who was taking it all on, and I wondered, someday maybe, maybe I'll want to do this. Many years later, of course, we're here and the industry has opened out to a lot more women, and a lot more women are coming out and telling stories and being part of cinematography and being part of a lot more things. But the encouragement needs to start with each one of us, I think, and with a basic thought that I can be worth it. Like I think as women, we underplay ourselves as well. We need to come out and say that we can do it. And someone like Zoya is brilliant. She's changed it for most women directors, I feel, and I think that's what's important. While you have an example, you also have a belief, and that's how we grow this industry. And I think the men in our industry are very lovely. They're always there to support. It's sometimes a little bit of saying that I want to do it, and another person saying, yeah, please come. That's about it.
And since we are talking about taking Indian cinema to the globe, if you look back, I mean, of course, there was Mr. Rajamouli and the fantastic vision of RRR, but there was also All We Imagine Is Light. And that was like a beautiful, quiet, soft film, Payal Kapadia, that has taken the world by storm. And it's about 2 Malayali nurses, made in Malayalam, by a Bombay girl, set in Maharashtra, and it broke all barriers, and it was distributed in India by Rana, Sir's son. So that's another way to look at it. It's not just always the big vision, it's the quiet stories. Whether it was Meera Nair, whether it's Girls Will Be Girls, whether it's Santosh, these are all female filmmakers. And there is interest in what they have to say,
Exactly. I think that's a great example that you've given that already shows that we can actually go across the so-called creative borders don't exist actually. Sir, talk about creative borders. Bengali cinema has been so imperative and so important to shaping our culture. What is your take home today when you're sitting here and hearing everybody speak? What do you feel? I think Bengal has been the starting point of lot of art, lot of cultural curiosity. How do you see the government being able to enhance the prospects of you coming here perhaps and shooting regional films, Bengali films, or even using stories from here to take there and make?
See, emotion is universal. The way I cry, a person in Sweden, he also cries like that. Or somebody in Bankura, a village in West Bengal, he also cries like that. We have to identify stories. That's the most important thing. Now the synergy between a government, a filmmaker, a studio, and technology. Where there is friendship between all these guys, it can be fulfilled, whatever you are dreaming. Unfortunately, I come from a place where money was a problem. When we used to, I had to do more than 500 advertising films sitting in Calcutta for Bangladesh and Eastern region and make some money, bought my camera and made my first film, Onur Onun, which I shot in England. And the way we grew up, it was a very cosmopolitan environment. There was a person from Chennai, then Madras. There was a person from Maharashtra. There was a person from England. There's a person from Jalpaiguri. So we used to get stories from the atmosphere, which was flying here and there. Now, the problem, when you make a film, you dream, but it dies before it starts taking shape. Where is the money? So when there is a corporation or when there is a state who can give us incentives, give us technology, because now a lot of things you can do. You can create a set and you can do a lot of things digitally. You identify a story or make a cross-culture film. Like you make a film like Frantic, a man and a woman who has come from Burdwan for honeymoon in Charminar, and the woman gets lost. And then what? So we can dream about that when there is a support by the state. We come here, we shoot a very rooted story, a story which has double root, story has a root from Kolkata or from Bengal. I live in Bombay also. I've started making small Hindi films. A Maharashtrian man, a Bengali woman, and the place is Hyderabad, So it's, people want to learn, people want to see new stories. We have seen what has happened with Lapata ladies. People want rooted stories. So where there is, this kind of friendship or this kind of collaboration, I think sky is the limit. Definitely, if I get a scope, I'll come here, I build my set, which will be a little bit cost effective than shooting elsewhere. And there is a graphic unit who will help my things to happen. So there are a lot of opportunities now how we deal that. And another opportunity we require, we are filmmakers. We don't believe in ROI. We don't know ROI, Art has to be patronized, When Birbal used to sing, Akbar didn't think of ROI. How much money Birbal used to, play jokes, or Tansen used to sing. Akbar used to patronize that, or when Michelangelo used to paint, the church took care of these things. Our problem is we have to think of ROI, we have to get money, we have to execute a film, which becomes very heavy, or it's tough. So if there is a body who will take care of, every film has a market. Buddhadev Dasgupta, one of the most renowned filmmaker of our country, told Anirudh, everything has a market. You make a film of X budget, there is somebody. Y budget, there is somebody. But you have to know the market. But that's not my job, because I'm not good at that. Everybody is not good at everything. I can't play cricket well, but I play table tennis well. So if this kind of collaboration happens with the stalwarts, like everybody, all of you here, then sky is the limit. Lot of things can happen. Lot of things can happen. I will give example of Zoya's film. I'll tell you why. Zindagi Na Mile Dobara. A week back, I was depressed. So my wife told me, she produces most of my film. Let's watch that film. So you went to Spain. We knew about Spain tourism, but you talked about Indian values, of urban Indian values, their crisis, their, their introspection in their life. So we can always do that. That's very important, to go to places, make a film, rediscover, unlearn, learn, and let's do experiment. And that there is a state, or there is a body, there is a community who will take care of you, which is very important for artists. Filmmakers are also artists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have just one simple question to the three producers who are here, taking a cue from you. We are here at a global summit, and we talk about films, and having being producing and learning, the costs are just escalating. Everything is becoming more and more expensive. And we know that as films, if we are making 100 films, hardly 10, 12 will be successful. So mostly 80%, 85% are unsuccessful. Still with passion, everyone comes and produces. So if we have a government incentive, a platform, what can the government do, or should we ask the government, so that our costs start coming down? So that the films that, vision doesn't come down, but our costs can come down. We can still think of making RRR and think of making Bahubali and maybe Pushpa Raj, but how can we make them at a lesser cost, and how can government come in to help us lessen that cost?
So this, I think, is such a long answer and such a long conversation. I think we'll have to save it for another time, because I have been told in my end here that we have to, unfortunately, end the session at this point in time because we've ran over our time. Thank you so much to all the people that are here today. Ritesh, your question, I think Suresh Babu will answer separately once you go backstage. Huh? But I would like to take this opportunity to invite So that was a power-packed session on cinema rising in Telangana. I sincerely thank all our panelists for those powerful insights. What truly stands out is how Telangana is building an ecosystem for 2047 where technology meets talent, where culture meets opportunity, and where filmmaking becomes a driver of social and economic transformation. A special thank you for IFA for taking Indian cinema to the world year after year and showcasing the power of our stories on the global stage. And a heartfelt acknowledgement for Wishcraft for putting this together in such short time with such dedication and vision. And of course, Andre Timmins, the director and co-founder of Wishcraft, thank you so much for your leadership, passion and unwavering commitment. Thank you all for being a part of this conversation, and thank you Telangana for showing what a visionary creative economy can look like. I request you to all remain seated. I invite Srimati C.H. Priyanka, IAS Managing Director, Telangana Film Development Corporation, to deliver the concluding remark for this session.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Government of Telangana and Film Development Corporation, we thank all of you for your esteemed presence. And as the closing today, I thank each and everyone for their enriching important points that have given. Today has been an energizing and truly forward-looking experience for all of us here. We, as the Film Development Corporation, give a heartfelt thank for all the esteemed panelists here, Shri Allu Arvind Garu, Shri D. Suresh Babu Garu, Mr. Shyam Prasad Reddy Garu, Rakesh Om Prasad Mehra ji, Joya Akhtar ji, Ritesh Deshmukh and Srimati Janelia Deshmukh, Aniruddha Roy Chowdhury ji, Parthiv Goyal ji and Asif Ali ji. Today, we have taken very, very important points from all of you, especially the importance, starting with the importance of writing, how we can emulate the Korean way to see our cinema rising 2047, how the collaboration with multiple industries like Malayalam, Bengali and Marathi can show our way towards the future, and also, as Allu Arvind Garu has said, how sincerity in our work can pave the future. I always thank all of you for being here, and last but not the least to our moderator, Shri Arjun Kapoor ji, for steering this conversation with such charm and clarity. Last but not the least, we also thank our Chairman, Film Development Corporation, Shri Dilraju Garu, for being a steady anchor and support for the government and the industry, for which the bonhomie, has been discussed in the panel, is very much important. As we wrap up today, I hope Telangana stays with you all, just not in your schedules, but also in your scripts. Thank you all. We look forward to building this creative future together. And one last note, all of you, is that I request all of you to please move to the main hall as the closing ceremony is going to be begun. I request our Honorable Minister, Shri Komatreddy Venkatreddy Garu, to be on the stage.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Priyanka, ma'am. And with this, we bring this powerful conversation on Cinema Rising 2047 to a close. The closing ceremony is not yet done. It's going to happen at the lawns, and that's the unveiling of Vision 2047 happening at the lawns, followed by the drone show. Please do attend. Well, my heartfelt gratitude. Let me repeat myself, ladies and gentlemen. Unveiling of Vision Document 2047 is happening at the lawns, which is going to be followed by the drone show. We request our delegates to please join us. My heartfelt gratitude to all our panelists present here on stage. Today we didn't just discuss cinema, but we also explored visions and possibilities and the incredible future that Indian cinema is marching towards. That was indeed a very insightful conversation. Time takku undi kabatti we couldn't go to the Q&A sessions. Thank you, Arjun Kapoor ji, for moderating this show for us in Telangana. Mari manam andaram kuda okasari Telangana style lo okasari gattiga oka veskundama. Let's give them a big round of applause, guys. They are here for us. Thank you, Mr. Arjun Kapoor garu. Thank you, Aniruddha Roy Chaudhary garu. Thank you, Shyam Prasad Reddy sir. Thank you, Suresh Babu garu. Thank you, Alu Arvind garu. This is to bring it to your notice, ladies and gentlemen, that the closing ceremony is happening at the lawn, and where we are going to unveil the document 2047 at the Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025. I request all of you to please join us at the closing ceremony for the unveiling of the document, followed by the drone show. We'd also like to thank Shyam Prasad Reddy garu, Alu Arvind garu, Suresh Babu garu, Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra ji, Zoya Akhtar ji, Jenilia and Ritesh Deshmukh garu. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of this panel. ఇంకా జెనిలియా గారిని చూస్తుంటే ఇంకా మా హాసిని ఇక్కడే ఉన్నట్టుంది. మరి ఈసారి హాసిని మన తెలంగాణలో వాళ్ళ ఆయనతో వచ్చింది కాబట్టి మా అల్లుడు గారితో వచ్చింది కదా. Now I request our panelists to please step forward for a group picture, please. I request our dignitaries on stage. Special mention to our hero, Mr. Arjun Kapoor garu, for wonderfully moderating this panel session, Cinema Rising 2047. Thank you one and all for being here and joining in this wonderful session here at the Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025. So with this, we close this evening session here. See you all at the lawns. This is not the closing, guys. We are waiting there. Our Honorable Chief Minister Revanth Reddy Anna is waiting for all of us. So let's join them at the lawns for the unveiling of the document 2047, followed by the drone show. Thank you one and all. Looking forward to see you all tomorrow. Thank you and good night.
It's just amazing, the future is building. It's prospering, it's promising, got everything, it's flourishing.
జానపద జనజీవన జావళీలు జాలువార కవి గాయక వైతాళిక కళల మంజీరాలు జాతిని జాగృతపరచే గీతాల జనజాతర అనునిత్యము నీ గానం అమ్మ నీవే మా ప్రాణం జయ తెలంగాణ జయ జయ తెలంగాణ జయ తెలంగాణ జయ జయ తెలంగాణ. గోదావరి కృష్ణమ్మలు తల్లి నిన్ను తడుపంగ పచ్చని మా నేలల్లో పసిడి సిరులు పండంగా సుఖశాంతుల తెలంగాణ సుభిక్షంగా ఉండాలి ప్రతిదినమది తెలంగాణ ప్రజల కలలు పండాలి జై తెలంగాణ జై జై తెలంగాణ జై తెలంగాణ జై జై తెలంగాణ జై తెలంగాణ జై జై తెలంగాణ జై తెలంగాణ జై జై తెలంగాణ.
సానుకూల దృక్పథంతో సహృదయంతో సంస్కారంతో సౌజన్యంతో అందరినీ ముందుకు నడిపించమని తెలంగాణ తల్లిని ప్రార్థిస్తూ మే నౌ రిక్వెస్ట్ శ్రీ కె రామకృష్ణరావు ఐఏఎస్ సార్ టు కండక్ట్ ది ప్రొసీడింగ్స్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ఫెస్టివ్ మూమెంట్స్.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఆనరబుల్ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ శ్రీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారు, ఆనరబుల్ డిప్యూటీ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ శ్రీ మల్లు భట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు, ఎస్టీమ్డ్ గ్లోబల్ గెస్ట్ సర్ టోనీ బ్లేయర్, శ్రీ ఆనంద్ మహేంద్ర గారు, డాక్టర్ రఘురామ్ రాజన్ గారు, distinguished economists Sri Arvind Subramanian garu, Sri Karthik Muralidharan garu, former governor of RBI, and mana Telugu bidda Sri Duvuri Subbarao garu, andariki namaskaram. Good evening. As the winter sun sets over the magnificent Bharat future city, something new is rising. For the last 48 hours, this venue has hummed with the energy of possibility. We have not just held a summit, we have ignited a movement. Looking around this hall, I see the world represented in our state. I see the ambition of Silicon Valley, the precision of South Korea, the scale of China, and the spirit of India, all converging here on the Deccan Plateau. When we conceived the Telangana Rising Global Summit, under the guidance of our Honorable Chief Minister and Honorable members of the Cabinet, we dared to dream big. We set a target to transform our state into a $1 trillion economy by 2034 and $3 trillion economy by 2047. Many people asked, is this really possible? Today, the world has answered with a resounding yes. In just the first day of the summit, we have secured investment commitments excluding 3 lakh crores. And today, we have secured investment commitments of more than 2 lakh crores. In all, when the totaling is done, I'm sure that in a very short period of time, such an intensity of investment commitments are never made in any state. These are not just numbers, they are the seeds of millions of jobs. They are the guarantee that our children will not have to look around for opportunity. Opportunity has come to them. Our Honorable Chief Minister has rightfully invoked
that the competition to Hyderabad, the competition to Telangana, is not just another city in India, as another state in the world, another state in India, but we are competing with the best in the world. We not only have to compete with them, but we have to be better than them. Just as the region within China, which has transformed into the factory of the world, Telangana wants to be transformed into not just the factory, but also the innovative laboratory and the engine which drives the growth in India. Our strategy is very, very clear. We have the core urban region where deep tech and finance will thrive in world-class cities. The peri-urban region where fast urbanization is happening, the hum of the machinery and logistics will drive global exports. In the rural area, where our farmers become partners in prosperity through value chains and green energy. This is the blueprint for Viksit Telangana as part of Viksit Bharat dream of Honorable Prime Minister. It is a model where the skyscraper and the silo stand together. But friends, economic growth without a soul is merely commerce. Telangana is built on a foundation of struggle and poetry. Standing here, I am reminded of the great revolutionary poet, Dasarathi Krishnamacharyalu, who even from behind the prison bars saw the brilliance of this land and people. He sang, Na Telangana Koti Ratanala Veena. In English, my Telangana is a veena decked with a crore of diamonds. For decades, these diamonds lay hidden in the dust of neglect. Today, through your investments and our vision and hard work, we are polishing these diamonds. The world can now see and shine. From the weaves of Pochampalli to the software quarters of Cyberabad, the melody of the veena is now being heard across India and across the globe. And let us not forget the conscience keeper of the state, the Prajakavi Kaloji Narayan Rao, who taught us that true progress is inclusive. In this spirit, I assure you that this $1 trillion vision is for the common man. It will ensure that the wealth we create in these plenary halls, in this Bharat Future City, will also reach the last household of Telangana, of Adilabad, of Kottagudem Bhadradri, and also of Gadwal. As we close this summit, we open a new chapter. To our investors, you have placed your trust in us. We will honor it with speed, transparency, and partnership. To our youth, the Skill University, chaired by Sri Anand Mahindra ji, this is for you. Prepare yourself for the world. History tells us that in the words of Victor Hugo, no force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. Telangana's time has come today. We are resilient. We are ambitious. As our Chief Minister declared to the world, Telangana's rise is unstoppable. Let us go forth from this place and build the future. Come, join the rise. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Telangana. Now I would request Sri Anand Mahindra ji to kindly address the gathering.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, Gaurava Sabaku Namaskaram. Now, I'm sure many of you here today have at some point in your lives experienced a moment when suddenly the horizon of possibilities opened up in front of you. And I believe that nations and states also experience such moments. And as I stand before you here today, I can say with absolute conviction that Telangana is at precisely such a pivotal juncture in its journey. We are all here in Hyderabad today when a bold manifesto for the future is about to be launched. Now, I had the privilege of reviewing this vision a short while ago, and frankly, I was astonished. And I don't use that word lightly. The great artist and inventor Michelangelo is believed to have said that the greatest danger for most of us is not that our aim is too high and we miss it, but that it is too low and we reach it. Now, after seeing the blueprint of this vision document, it's clear to me that the danger of aiming low has been decisively buried. This has got to be one of the most ambitious and genuinely people-centric visions I have ever encountered, not just in India, but globally. Equally impressive is not just the scale of ambition, but the depth of its foundation. And I want to emphasize that this vision was co-created. And I repeat, it was co-created. It was not written in isolation, but it was shaped by an extensive consultation with the citizens of Telangana and with experts in chosen fields, by understanding their needs, their aspirations, and their hopes. And frankly, this resonated very, very deeply with me, because at our own Mahindra Group, I have often said that vision is not the monopoly of just a leader or of a few people. And history has shown us that dreams which become reality are dreams which are shared, which are co-created. Because when people participate in designing their own future, the odds of success rise dramatically. And going further, when policy is shaped along with purpose, the impact is multiplied. And so I was so pleased to see that this vision, which has youth at its core, women as economic leaders, and sustainability as a non-negotiable foundation, well, that's a powerful embodiment of that purpose and that belief. So I want to compliment you, Chief Minister, and to your entire team for following this very inspiring process. And at Mahindra, frankly, we are very proud to observe this journey, not just to observe it, but actually to be participants in it. One example alone, our women-led battery manufacturing facility in Zahirabad is not just a factory. It is our very own statement of belief in the future that is being built right here. And on a personal note, I'm honored to serve as the chairman of the Young India Skills University, as was mentioned earlier. Now, I have to confess, when the Chief Minister first asked me, I was very hesitant, as you will recall. And I'll be honest, at this stage in my life, I'm very, very protective of my personal time. And I had planned really to focus all my energies on Mahindra University, which is right here in Hyderabad, and on other educational initiatives that I had already committed myself to. So I was preparing myself to very politely decline this invitation to the Chief Minister. And to be honest, after spending 4 decades in business, I consider myself a reasonably tough negotiator. But I met my match. The Chief Minister listened, he smiled, and then he presented a case which made it impossible for my conscience to walk away. You clearly are someone who doesn't take no for an answer. The Chief Minister, to be honest, saw that the Young India Skills University was not just about Telangana, but about India's future. That clarity of purpose turned the request into an offer that frankly I could not refuse. And since accepting this role, my conviction in this role has only deepened. And let me explain why. We are living through a digital tsunami. Artificial intelligence dominates global conversations, and it's often accompanied by fear of what AI and the future will bring. But I want to take a contrarian view. I believe that the more digital the world becomes, the more valuable the human touch will be. As AI inevitably absorbs the repetitive and the routine, value shifts to what machines cannot replace: the skill of the hand, the intuition of the craftsperson, the empathy of the caregiver, and the problem-solving grit of the technician. And just look around at many developed countries today and developed economies. Their challenge is not a lack of capital or technology. It is really the hollowing out of skilled real-world talent. They have a surplus of managers, but they have a shortage of makers. Nations are built not only on the cloud, but firmly on the ground. And happily, Telangana is choosing a different path. Through this Young India Skills University, we are asserting that blue collar is the new gold collar. We are preparing a workforce that is not threatened by AI, but which is going to be indispensable despite AI. And to help shape such a generation, one that can serve India and a world hungry for skill, well, that's a privilege that I rank amongst my highest. So thank you, Chief Minister, for making me part of that mission. And to the people of Telangana, I must tell you, the Mahindra Group is not going to be a bystander. We will stand with you as you turn this distilled ambition of your people into prosperity. Thank you, and dhanyavad mulu.
Thank you, sir. Your services to the people of Telangana, as you have rightly observed initially, you were reluctant, but nevertheless, we have seen the Young India Skills University taking roots, shape, and it's blooming, and I'm sure that thousands of children will be benefited from the skills which they learn there. Now, there is a message by Sri Raghuram Rajan, former Governor of Reserve Bank of India, who is also part of the state's Advisory Council. Can you kindly play the message, please?
I'm Rajan. Namaskar. My name is Raghuram Rajan, and I'm on the Advisory Council for the Telangana Rising Vision Plan 2047.
There's a problem with the video. Can you please check? Yeah.
Namaskar. My name is Raghuram Rajan, and I'm on the Advisory Council for the Telangana Rising Vision Plan 2047. It is indeed an ambitious plan, as it should be, and it touches every facet of the state and its citizens. It aims to be citizen-centric and comprehensive, touching those in core urban areas like Hyderabad, but also those in peri-urban areas as well as in rural areas. The focus on citizen capabilities like health, education, and skilling is particularly important For once people have the capabilities, their energy is unleashed, and once unleashed, it is unstoppable. The fundamental economic requirement in India today is jobs, and the plan has a comprehensive vision of where they will come from and how to prepare people for them. A large urbanizing India will prepare all the jobs that we need. We just need to recognize they will not be in the places other countries have found them, and the vision document understands this. The vision document's emphasis on new technologies that will help make governance more transparent and inclusive, as well as more effective, is very important. For the scale of the plan's ambition requires scarce government personnel and resources to be deployed judiciously and its effects multiplied, and technology will help do this. Similarly, it will require citizens to know what is happening and to be able to react if course correction is needed, once again a key effect of technology. So the challenges now are three: implementation, feedback, and course correction. Telangana knows where it's going based on a plan drawn up by consulting its citizens. I look forward to the journey. Jai Telangana, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I'd request Dr. Duvuri Subbarao Garu, former Governor, Reserve Bank of India, to kindly address the gathering.
Chief Minister Sri Revanthreddy, Deputy Chief Minister Bhattivekumar Garu, all the dignitaries on the stage, and all my friends. I'm delighted to be here, part of the Telangana Rising celebrations in this future Bharat city. It's an occasion to set goals for the next 2 decades and position Telangana as the #1 state in the country, a very lofty ideal. I'm privileged to have served in the combined state of Andhra Pradesh much before all these people rose to political stardom. I have very fond memories. I worked in parts of Telangana. I was Collector Khammam when our Deputy Chief Minister must have been in school, and then I was Finance Secretary of the combined state. Although the state is administratively and politically divided, I feel emotionally at home in both Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And Hyderabad is my home now, Telangana is my state now, but I belong to the entire combined Andhra Pradesh. Over the last 10 years, Telangana has clocked remarkable progress. A state once known for feudalism, poverty, backwardness, ignorance, is today possibly the #1 state, clocking possibly the highest growth rate in the country over the last 10 years. Hyderabad, this charming, beautiful city, is a jewel. You know, all around the country, and many of these people have traveled around the world, around the country. I'm very proud of this city. If there's one Indian city that is representative of all of India, it is Hyderabad. Cosmopolitan in outlook, blend of tradition and the best of traditions and values and modernity, safe for everyone, the best example of unity in diversity. You know, at one time when I was in the government, sir, in the late 90s, early 20s, we used to look for the overflow from Bangalore. So Bangalore is the icon of India, and Bangalore is saturated, so the overflow will come to Hyderabad. Today, Hyderabad is iconic. It's Hyderabad that people look up to as the first choice. So I'm very proud of what the government of Telangana has attempted. Congratulations to you, sir, and to your entire government. This document, I've not seen it, it's going to be released later in this event, is prepared by the government, working closely with the ISP, with Niti Aayog, I believe with wide-ranging consultations with the stakeholders, And I've not seen the document, but I'm privileged to be part of the advisory committee, and I look forward to studying the document and working with the government on implementing it over the next couple of years. But what I gather, what I heard the Chief Minister say yesterday, is that Viksit Telangana wants to be the #1 state in the country with $1 trillion GSDP by 2034 and $3 trillion by 2047, the centenary of the independence. Today, the GSDP of Telangana is about 16.7 trillion rupees, which roughly translates to $250 billion. We are at $250 billion today. We've got to get to 3 trillion in 22 years, which means multiply the GSDP by 15 times. And if you do simple arithmetic, it means that the state has to grow by about 8 to 9%, perhaps even faster. One trade of lead, that's a tough goal, a challenging goal, difficult, but not impossible. One trait of leadership is actually to set impossible goals, near impossible goals. So I want to congratulate the government for setting that goal. Yesterday, the Chief Minister mentioned that Telangana wants to replicate the Gyeongdong success. Gyeongdong is the best practice in accelerated growth rate. Not perfect, but probably the best practice. I'm sure Telangana will do even better. It's presumptuous on my part to lay out the agenda, because the agenda for getting 2047 Telangana is large, complex, and that's going to be in the document. It'll be presumptuous for me to second guess that at the moment. But I want to make a few points at this stage. The first is the state must build on its core competence. Hyderabad is already known for its IT, its pharma, its biotechnology, services. Where I live in KPHB, there is GCCs coming up every day. So I see them, I experience them. But Telangana must expand into manufacturing, agribusiness, and into a variety of sectors to create jobs. The second is infrastructure. Physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and social infrastructure. Before we met you, came on the stage, we were talking to the IT Minister, Sridhar Babu Garu, and he was telling us about how Telangana government has aspirations of making Hyderabad the innovation center, AI innovation center for the country. The country looks up to Hyderabad. So that's the second thing you must be focusing on. The third, ease of doing business. Now, we all talk about it, we all know about it. And I'm sure the Chief Minister and his team are experienced. But when we were in the government 20 years ago, when we went around like these people are going around these days, canvassing for investment, you know what entrepreneurs like Sri Anand Mahendra tell chief ministers and ministers? If you want to give us tax concessions, it's okay. If you want to give us utilities at low cost, that's okay. But what we want more than all this is law and order, rule of law, and no interference from your people. So ease of doing business is something that you must be concentrating on. Chief Minister, you said yesterday that you're not competing with the rest of the country, you're competing with globally. You know, actually, I think as the Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka said yesterday, competing within the country is actually good. Healthy competition among states is good, and you're competing globally, setting yourself an aspiration. Primary education and primary health, I'm sure it's part of the agenda. Politicians don't normally, pardon me for saying this, I'm being a bit blunt, but politicians don't normally concentrate on education and health. The reason is, I'm not blaming anyone, but the reason is democratic compulsions force politicians to have a short-term horizon. Do things that will yield results in the short term. No, they tend to relegate long-term things, because they're things that will generate results much later, because they're not political priority. but they're very, very important, as you must have noticed. You know, Karl Johan Juncker, who was the former Chancellor of the EU, he said, we all know what is the right thing to do. He was a politician. No? He said, we know what's the right thing to do. We don't know how to get re-elected after that. I'm sure that Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and his team are going to find a new model and prove Karl Juncker wrong, that it is possible to do things and get re-elected. Okay? And then I saw in the papers, in the media, pure, rare, inclusive growth. I cannot emphasize this enough. You know, accelerating growth is important. Growth is necessary, but not sufficient. 8%, 9% growth, if it's just a number, if the benefits of growth are not widely shared, that growth cannot be sustained. So you must have inclusive growth, which means that the benefits of growth must go to the poorest person in Telangana, to the most farthest point in Telangana. I'm sure the vision document is going to concentrate on that. And skills, of course, it will be presumptuous on my part to talk about skills when Mr. Anand Mahendra is here, but skilling is very important. You know, skilling is a difficult thing to do because it will not be done by the private sector. The government will not do it, is incapable of doing it. So you need public-private partnership, which we're seeing on the stage. Mr. Mahendra sitting next to the Chief Minister, that's exactly the partnership we require for skilling. And, you know, I want to tell a story. When I was appointed governor in 2008, 17 years ago, I was Finance Secretary to Government of India at that time. I went to call on the Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, just to thank him for choosing me to go to RBI. One-on-one meeting, I went across to his office, but there were just two of us. And I told him, sir, thank you for appointing me as governor. You know, we talked about the macroeconomic issues at that time. We talked about RBI, we talked about the government. We talked about the comparison between living in Mumbai and living in Delhi. And after about 10 minutes into this conversation, I asked Dr. Manmohan Singh, sir, do you have any advice to give me? A very humble person. He said, what advice do I give you, Subbarao? You've been in the IAS, you've seen the country, you've worked in the districts, you've seen the state government, you've seen the central government. What advice do I give you? And after another couple of minutes, I took leave of him and I was walking away. And, you know, gracious man as he was, he walked around from his table and escorted me to the door. And at the doorstop, he put his hand on my shoulder. Subba, I thought I'll give you one advice. That one advice I want to give you is that no matter what you're doing, remember that whatever you're doing, there's people behind you. The RBI is a great institution. But in the RBI, there's a risk that you'll get lost in numbers, in interest rate, money supply, inflation, exchange rate, but you will forget that there are real people behind that. Now, I was in the process of shifting from Delhi to Mumbai. About 30 seconds after I left the PM's office, that advice went out of my head. But as I started working in the RBI, that the purport of the Prime Minister's advice struck me. Because the primary responsibility of the Reserve Bank is to maintain price stability, low and steady inflation. Inflation is a regressive tax. Growing up in a low middle class family, I saw my parents struggle to put all of us through, and all of you saw this. So what the Prime Minister was telling me really is that whatever you're doing, remember the last people, because inflation hurts poor people more than it hurts well-off people. This shirt, if it cost 2,000 rupees last month, and if I go to buy this today, it costs 2,200 rupees, I wouldn't even notice it. But poor people, if the bus ticket goes up from 22 to 24 rupees, if the price of rice goes from 40 to 44 rupees, they notice that. So one thing as we implement the Telangana Rising document is to remember the people of Telangana. The last thing, I've spoken for longer than my time. But Chief Minister, sir, you said yesterday and you said today that Telangana is unstoppable. I also want to say that Telangana is unbeatable. Okay? And John F. Kennedy said that, he gave a goal, moonshot goal, that we must get onto the moon, not because it is easy, but because it's difficult. So the Telangana Rising document, implementing that is not because it's easy, but it's going to be difficult. And 10 years from now, somewhere in the world, 10 years from now, sir, somewhere in the world, just like you said yesterday, Gyeongdong model, 10 years from now, somewhere in the world, somebody will say, we want to follow the Telangana model. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. As a person who have walked at least part of my path in your footsteps, I am also an IIT Kanpur alumni like you, and then joined the civil services, and I've been finance secretary, blessed to be finance secretary, sir. It was music to my ears, what you are told, sir. Now, I would request Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Sri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka Garu, to kindly address the gathering.
Sri Revanthreddy Garu, Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Sri Suman Berry Garu, Vice Chairperson Niti Ayog, and all the Honorable Cabinet Ministers, legislators, chairmen, and advisors of the government, and Sri Ananda Mahendra Garu, Sri Duvuri Subbarao Garu, Dr. Raghuram Rajan Garu, and Sri K. Ramakrishna Rao Garu, Chief Secretary, Professor Karthik Muralidharan Garu, and Sri Chiranjeevi Garu, Megastar, Shantan Narayan Garu, Chairman CEO Adobe, and all the participants of today's evening Telangana Rising 2047 Vision Document Release Function. Andarki Namaskaram. After a day and a half of the summit, I hope you saw the natural hospitality that Telangana is known for it. Hospitality is indeed our philosophy. Before I go further, I want to express heartfelt gratitude for the truly participative spirit in which the Telangana Rising 2047 vision was crafted. This was not the work of a few minds behind closed doors. It was a collective effort shaped by the wisdom and aspirations of a vast and diverse set of contributors. Honorable ministers brought clarity of purpose, civil servants brought insight from the ground, thought leaders and academics lent intellectual depth, and most importantly, lakhs of citizens across Telangana and the country, farmers,
youth, entrepreneurs, and everyday workers shared their hopes and ideas for our future. I also want to place on record my gratitude to Dr. Suman Berry here as the VC of Niti Aayog, who ensured that this document was brought to final conclusion, along with the CEO, other officials from Niti Aayog, as well as the team from ISB. Thank you, Dean Madan Pillutla and your team that has worked tirelessly to refine the detailed vision laid out in this document. I also wanted to assure Subbarao Garu the one or two words, two lines what he has expressed by saying the growth has to be there, but it has to be inclusive growth. Of course, sir, this government's vision is, that's the main crux of our vision. Yes, definitely you will be seeing that in the document once after our Honorable Chief Minister releasing the document after the, after a few minutes. To all of you, thank you. This document belongs to all of us. I want to make one more important acknowledgement before I go further. At global summits, leaders are often accompanied by a Sherpa, not a literal guide, but a steady aspiration that helps navigate ambition and complexity. If this summit had a Sherpa, it was the spirit of resolve born from a historic decision, the one that gave Telangana its rightful identity. Today, on the birthday of Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji, I take a moment, with your permission, since I know this is non-political forum, but to acknowledge the quiet power of that choice. Her courage did not just shape our past, it continues to guide the aspirations we are crafting today. Now into the event itself, I have been thinking about the word summit. I realize there are actually two kinds of summits. The first kind is exactly what it sounds like. It's a meeting where you take the contributions, you add the speeches, and you calculate the total. It is simple arithmetic. It is a kind where you can quite literally sum it. But then there is a second kind, the kind we experience today. There is a summit where you cannot sum it. Because what was created in all these halls is a greater than the sum of its parts, where every panel did not just add ideas, it multiplied possibilities, where the synergy is so genuine and unscripted that it defies simple math. This event was the second kind. We cannot just sum it up because the impact is infinite. Why? Because the thirst was real. Telangana has long had ambition, but what is lacked was a single, structured, forward-looking framework. And that matched the scale of our aspirations. This time, we did not just build a document, we built a platform. And across sessions, from capital pathways to agri-value chains, frontier tech forest economies, I saw people not just speaking, but committing. As someone who chaired 2 sessions on productivity and power, let me offer a brief reflection. In the power session, I saw a state eager to move from being an energy consumer to an energy creator with green hydrogen, distributed renewables, and smart grids lighting the path. In the productivity discussion, I saw consensus that India's next leap will not come from more effort alone, but from smarter systems, digital public infrastructure, empowered workers, and output-linked innovation. We came to a memorable conclusion: capital plus innovation is equal to productivity. These are not abstract themes. They are Telangana's real advantage. And none of this came from a single department or one expert panel. The vision document itself is a product of collective design. Months of field visits, public consultations, and inputs from those on the ground, that includes experts seated on the dais and others present in this ground. Which is why I say again, this is not a static document, it will evolve. And we are committed to letting it evolve with new data, new partnerships, and new wisdom. We don't fear feedback, we welcome it. One more thought I must leave with you. For every young person in Telangana who attended these sessions, I hope you take your chance to build something so valuable that future generations walk on your path, quite literally. Let me end by saying to our guests, thank you for your solidarity and your confidence. To my colleagues in government, thank you for showing what coordination can truly look like. And to every participant, a speaker, an organizer, thank you for ensuring that we who organize this summit, telling into more than the sum of its parts, in the document. And also, I just wanted to make it very clear. Our Chief Minister, Sri Revanthreddy Garu, and the entire cabinet is having only one goal: how to achieve the target what we kept, the 2047 $3 trillion economy, for which tirelessly the entire cabinet under the leadership of Sri Revanthreddy Garu is willing to work. And when we announced that, people thought it is impossible. But we wanted to make it very clear. Impossible things, we wanted to make it possible. That is what Telangana. We will do that. Telangana is having all kinds of natural resources, human resources, and talented technical human resources. The only one thing which is required is a simple goal and a commitment and a dream of achieving 2047 $3 economy, which the entire government of us under the leadership of Sri Revanthreddy Garu and the entire cabinet is having the dream. We will definitely achieve it. We will show to the whole world. Thank you very much, and Jai Telangana and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Garu. Now I'd request my colleague Jayesh to kindly introduce two sons of soil who have gone and achieved and are now heading world's famous companies. Jayesh.
Thank you very much, sir. As Chief Secretary pointed out, there are 4 important poster boys of Hyderabad: Mr. Ajay Banga, Mr. Satya Nadella, Mr. Shantanu Narayan, and Mr. Prem Vatsa. And from 1st January 2026, there will be a 5th one, Mr. Shailesh Jayjurkar, who will become the
President and CEO of Procter & Gamble. So all these poster boys of Hyderabad still have very high regard for the state, for the city, for Honorable Chief Minister personally. And at our request, two of them have decided to come live and interact briefly with us, share their thoughts. So can the setup team please put Mr. Shantanu Narayan and Mr. Prem Vatsa. Hey, so hello Prem. Hello Prem. Hello Prem. Hello Shantanu. Can you hear both? Can you hear? Hello Shantanu. Hi Prem. Can you hear me? Is our audio good? Just give us a wave. Great. So thank you very much. Shantanu, I know that it is 4:30 a.m. for you. So thanks for making this effort. I do hope that you will, by what we tell you about our state, this will give you lots of energy. You will be able to manage your rest of the day. Thank you, Prem, for joining us. So Prem, we will start with you. You have seen the vision document, the executive summary of it. You today lead one of the biggest private investment firms, Fairfax. How optimistic are you about a state succeeding in all these promises, and what should companies like you do to support our vision further? Prem, a few words from you.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. And Honorable Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, and my friends at that conference, good evening. I am very honored to join you with my good friend Shantanu, who's the CEO of Adobe and has an outstanding track record at Adobe. You introduced us from the Hyderabad Public School. We have Shantanu, we have Satya Nadella, and Ajay Banga, who I know. And Shantanu, you probably know a lot more people from the Hyderabad Public School. We're very honored to join you. And I grew up in Hyderabad. And in the Hyderabad Public School, my dad was the principal of the Hyderabad Public School, and I spent 3 years there, and they were the best years of my life. And because of that, I got an introduction to IIT Madras, Chennai, and I went there, and that was a terrific experience to me. I came to Canada in 1972 and learned a lot about business. I didn't know anything about business, learned a lot about business and investing. And 40 years ago, we began Fairfax Financial, 40 years ago. I recognize the sea change that took place when Mr. Modi got elected in 2014 with a business-friendly philosophy. We recognize that, and I've been investing in India for the last 35 years. I have said publicly that India is the greatest place, best country in the world to invest in. Best country to invest in for the long term, for the decades to come. And we've invested 10 billion in India, and we plan to double that. And I hope, Chief Minister, we were able to invest in Telangana, the state that I came from. And so it's really inspiring to hear about Telangana rising, 3 trillion economy, 10% of GDP in 2047, very, very inspirational. You wanted to have an investment magnet. You want to attract foreign investment, empower the people, empower the youth, the women, the farmers. Very, very inspirational. I have witnessed in North America, like Shantanu and the others, the power of free enterprise, of business and capitalism. I'm a function of that. Shantanu is a beneficiary of that. There's no limit to economic growth, as many of you have said, in Telangana, if you follow those principles. Very simply, I was in Dubai for our 40th business anniversary of Fairfax Financial. And what a magnificent job they've done in the last 25 years, and I'm sure Telangana will do even better. But the principle that they've had is what is good for the merchant is good for Dubai. What is good for the merchant, what is good for business, is good for Telangana. And that's what you're doing. So the next 22 years, 2047, I pray that Telangana, under your leadership, Honorable Chief Minister, will do exceptionally well, and will be an inspiration to everyone in India and also the world. So God bless you and the people of Telangana. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prem. That was very, very optimistic. Look forward to seeing you sometimes in Hyderabad. Over to you now, Shantanu. You also have a long, long association with Hyderabad. Incidentally, your parents still live here. So please share your thoughts. You are also a member of our advisory council constituted to help us draft the vision document and then in its implementation. So please tell us about your thoughts on this whole exercise of how we have created the vision and how do you see us succeeding it perfectly in this.
Thank you, Jayesh, and namaskaram. Let me first start off by thanking the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Revanthreddy Garu, as well as the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Shri Bhatti Vikram Mallu Garu, for this opportunity to take part in this historic occasion for the launch of the visionary document Telangana Rising 2047. I think the vision aligns very seamlessly with Prime Minister Modi's ambitious goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047, which is a future where India emerges as a global leader in innovation, sustainability, and development. As India's youngest state, Telangana has already proved itself as a trailblazer in governance, in technology, and as numerous folks have mentioned, inclusive growth. I love this aspiration to become a 3 trillion economy by 2047 and contributing 10% to India's GDP. It's not just a bold vision, but I think it's a very achievable vision. And I think the vision will be powered by the people of Telangana, whose aspirations for better education, healthcare, clean environments, and opportunities have shaped this roadmap. I also think that this emphasis on empowering youth, women, and farmers is a testament to the state's commitment to inclusive development. As chair of Adobe, I'm proud to represent a company that shares this commitment to innovation and empowerment. We are trying to change the world through digital experiences at Adobe, and over a third of Adobe's global research and development is happening in India. So we know that Indians today are creating the innovation that is going to democratize creativity and individuals to thrive in this digital economy. I'm particularly proud of the visions document that's focusing on foundational enablers, tech and innovation, efficient financing, good governance. For example, I think Telangana's efforts to harness the transformative power of technology and establish the Telangana Artificial Intelligence Innovation Hub is a bold step towards positioning the state among the top AI globes globally. And I think that'll attract, as my friend Prem said, not just global investments, but will create high-quality jobs and foster entrepreneurship. To me, though, I'm particularly moved by the vision's document emphasis on empowering youth through education and future-ready skills. And I'm committed to partnering with Telangana to provide artificial intelligence and digital literacy programs that will equip the youth with the tools that they need to excel in all these new emerging sectors like AI, cybersecurity, as well as advanced manufacturing. And I think together we can ensure that the next generation is prepared to lead in this rapidly evolving global economy. I want to acknowledge the remarkable progress that's already been made under the leadership of Chief Minister Reddy over the past 2 years. I think initiatives like free bus rides for women, the LPG refill subsidiaries, the loan waivers for farmers, they're not just policies, but these are lifelines that will empower communities and drive equitable growth. And now for something personal, much like Prem said. As someone who still considers himself a Hyderabadi, who grew up in Hyderabad, and is a product of Hyderabad Public School, where Prem's father was the principal as well as Usmania, I have witnessed firsthand the transformation of this city and state. And the career prospects for people from Telangana has come such a long way. The Telangana diaspora in the United States, in fact, is a testament to the talent and potential of this region. And I am personally committed to strengthening the ties between the diaspora and the government of Telangana. In closing, I want to both compliment, applaud the Chief Minister's push to create this vision for Telangana and become a global leader in innovation, sustainability, and development. And I'm convinced that together we can create a future where technology uplifts individuals, businesses, and society as a whole. So thank you for inviting me. Jai Telangana, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Shantanu. Thank you, Prem. And thanks for sharing your thoughts. Bye for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I would request Professor Karthik Muralidharan, the Tata Chancellor Professor of Economics at the University of California, to kindly address us. Professor Muralidharan has been working with several states in India through his center called Center for Effective Governance of Indian States. This is a very unique and innovative partnership which we are having with this center, of which he is the scientific director. A number of reform programs in India were initiated by this center. Many of them owe their genesis to Telangana because we have been working with them the longest. So now, Professor Muralidharan, please.
Gaurava Sabhaku, Namaskaramu. I am Honorable Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, dignitaries in the dais. I'm really delighted and honored to be here today. I'm a Tamilian by birth. I grew up in Gujarat, but Telangana and Andhra Pradesh have been my karma bhumi for the last 20 years. I am especially honored to see that the Chief Secretary, Sri Ramakrishna Rao Garu, he was Commissioner School Education in 2004 when I first came to the state. And that is where my journey of work in the state. There is no state in India I know better than Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, whether it's working in education, in welfare over the years. So that is the first connection to Telangana. Second, when this book came out, Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister were the first Chief Ministers I got to present the book to, and that was a wonderful, wonderful experience. We had a wonderful 2-hour discussion on a whole range of governance issues. And last, like Ramakrishna Rao Garu mentioned, the non-profit I founded, the Center for Effective Governance of Indian States. Our first state partnership was in Telangana. So in every way, Telangana has been the core of where a lot of my work has evolved. So I want to just make 2 remarks. The first is I want to highlight the centrality of state-led actions for national development. Almost every aspect of governance that touches the lives of citizens are actually controlled by state governments. Education, health, land, labor, safety, environment. So Government of India can provide guidelines and money, but the actual delivery is all with state governments. So if you look at the variation in outcomes across Indian states, that tells you how much state level leadership matters. Okay, so it is just wonderful to see this energy and this drive to think about a vision for Telangana and therefore set a vision for India itself. And I was particularly pleased to see that the benchmarks are global, because it is not enough to compete just with other states, but by setting global benchmarks, you are both elevating Telangana and elevating all of India. So there are already, like Ramakrishna Rao Garu mentioned, so many examples of initiatives in Telangana that have now been replicated across the country. I just want to mention one, which I played a small part in. And this is what is called the annual KPI survey, where Telangana has become the first state to have annual district level outcomes on every human development indicator, on education, on nutrition, so that we know that we are making progress towards the goals and not just setting goals and not knowing are we making progress. So that data is foundational, and this is now something that is being replicated across many states. So the second thing I want to say is that it is wonderful to set great goals, but getting there requires building more effective public systems. So like we say, a famous politician said, you campaign in poetry, but govern in prose. You aim for the stars, but you walk on the ground. So, which means to get there, we need to build better public systems every single day. And one quote I want to highlight, which is there in the last page of my book, which is the best-selling book Atomic Habits by James Clear. It says, whether both successes and failures set grand goals. The difference between success and failure is the systems you build to get to the goals. So he says you don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall to the level of your systems, which means that the goal setting exercise is wonderful, but it has to be accompanied by the plodding hard work of building better public systems. And that basically means really revamping many aspects of our governance systems, which frankly haven't changed since the 1950s. So in many ways, unless you really improve governance in every single way, you will not be able to deliver those goals. So that means data and data systems and data-driven governance. It means paying attention to public sector human resource management. So the people in the government, whether the recruiting, the training, the skilling, the performance measurement and management, these are going to be the core elements of delivering on this vision. And finally, public finances, right? The scarcest thing the government has is money. Debt is a serious problem. So having certain principles of saying that money will be spent on the basis of both equity and efficiency. So how do you spend your scarce public money well is going to be the most important determinant of whether you are able to deliver this vision and catalyze industry, catalyze academia, catalyze society. So these are all areas that me and my team at CGIS are committed to supporting the state of Telangana on, and we are just grateful to have the opportunity to be part of this journey. So Jai Telangana, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Professor. The book is looks like a big tome, but then it's a very easy read because a lot of examples from the states are also there. So I request that, all of you who are interested, you can kindly go through it. Now I'd request Professor Arvind Subramaniam, former Chief Economic Advisor to Government of India, to kindly address us. Arvind Subramaniam ji, as needs no introduction, is one of the most distinguished economists of the world, with a deep understanding of various issues and policies of China, not only a theoretical understanding, academic understanding, but also he was in the engine room because he was the chief economic advisor when the GST reforms were introduced in the country. And after that also he has been working with a number of states within the country. Now I request Professor Subramaniam to kindly address us.
Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, dignitaries on the dais, and participants in this amazing event, the Telangana Rising Summit. I'm delighted and honored to be here in this amazing venue, which is going to be the Bharat Future City. I can't wait to see, I hope I'll be alive to see that vision. It promises to be spectacular. I'm also honored to be part of the CM's Council and hope to help assist in the transformation of the Telangana economy. As Karthik said, it's clear that India's future resides more and more in the states because it's the states that control the levers that are going to determine the fate of India's 1.4 billion citizens. So I've just written a book with Devesh Kapoor, and I want to highlight one striking statistic that we found in that book. We all say, why can't India be as dynamic and grow as rapidly as China? But it turns out that 1/3 of India has grown as fast as China and for as long. Just think about that. So we don't have to look elsewhere. We just have to look within. And one of those states happens to be Telangana. If that is the case, the numbers that Dr. Subbarao put out about what the GDP aspiration you have going forward it doesn't seem that difficult because it seems like you already accomplished that in the last three decades. So it's just a matter of, replicating that over time. Now, Telangana, of course, is on the not just the Indian map but the global map as the cradle of India's IT revolution. But that's the past. I think when you look at the Telangana vision document under the leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister, it is embarking on the next structural transformation. How do you go from this very dynamic IT-based economy to something that both harnesses the power of the new technologies without neglecting the daily lives of all the citizens in the state? So it's this combination of technology, which is people-centered, human-centered, improving human livelihoods. I think that's at the core of this vision document, which I would commend to everyone going forward. I have, I think, said very often that the most important dynamic in India that's going to propel India going forward is competitive federalism. Competition between the states, and especially if every state is competing, as the Honorable Chief Minister has said, not just with other Indian states, but internationally as well, this competition dynamic is going to be very, very important. So Telangana is going to be not just a magnet that attracts investment, it's also going to be a model for everyone else, other states, to kind of emulate. So competitive federalism with Telangana in the lead is one desirable dynamic. But I think the other dynamic that is going to be very important in India is not just competitive federalism, but competitive sub-federalism. That not just states competing with each other, but cities competing with each other. And in this regard, I think Hyderabad is turning out to be another model and a magnet. For example, NCR, with all its air quality problems, is forcing exit to other parts of the world. Bengaluru, the IT capital, with its congestion and urban challenges, is again forcing investors to look away, and that's the sense in which Hyderabad can be a magnet and a model going forward. So Telangana and Hyderabad can be the cradles of competitive federalism and competitive sub-federalism. Having said all this, I also want to be a little bit more realistic and offer some gentle advice. I think investor summits are like elections in a democracy. Heady, wonderful, everyone engaged, etc., etc. But we know in a country like India and in democracies like India, all the accountability, the hard work, and the implementation is done between elections, is done between investor summits. So while it's very impressive that you have 5 lakh crores in commitments already, the proof of the pudding is going to be 5 years from now, how much of those 5 lakh crores actually translated into real investment. So that's the metric by which we must judge Telangana's performance going forward. And in this regard, some of Dr. Subbarao's comments about, the ease of doing business, rule of law, creating a level playing field for all investors, not just some investors, big investors, is going to be very, very important. Now, I want to end, just make one last point in this. It's actually a series of points. When I used to be chief economic advisor, I used to have this ongoing debate with my boss, the late wonderful Arun Jaitley. He used to tell me, Arvind, politics is the art of the possible. And I would say, no, Minister, politics is the art of expanding the possibilities of the possible. That's what I think good politics is. Now, let me strike a slightly sobering note. If you look around in the last 5 years, I mean, there is a disenchantment with Indian politics, or at least some parts of it, in the following sense. That is that you see more and more this rabidi culture that's crept in, and cash transfers, etc., have taken powerful hold on the political imagination. Now, I'm not against cash transfers. I'm not against welfareism. I think they're all very important. But I think there is a sense in which this disenchantment has happened because citizens want cash transfers in part because they feel they're not going to get much else from the state. So they said, let's get the cash transfers now because we don't know what governments will deliver later on. But there's a flip side to that. Governments themselves do more and more welfareism almost because they have accepted that they will not be able to deliver all the other things that matter more. So we are in this slightly unholy alliance between citizens and the state where it's all about cash transfers to the neglect possibly of the other things that matter and that are contained in the vision statement that you have outlined. So I think what India needs is, as someone rightly said, and what is exciting about this summit and your leadership is the new Telangana model. What is the new Telangana model? I think it's very important to remember that the Telangana model has to have as its core, which it does, the retaining of the idea of India as a pluralist, inclusive, non-majoritarian, non-exclusionary place. That idea of India cannot be abandoned, cannot be abdicated. That is the foundation, or should be the foundation, of the Telangana model. But then over and above that, what has to happen is the kind of political imagination that's been displayed in the Telangana Vision document, and converting that political imagination into a new reality is what has to be the Telangana model. And really, we've just written a book. In some ways, what we lament in the book is that the Indian political imagination has become stunted and stale. And what is really exciting about this, Honorable Minister, to be honest with you, and what makes me excited about working with Telangana is this new political imagination which retains the idea of India, pluralist, non-majoritarian, inclusive, everyone, plus this new imagination where you combine technology and harness it for the good of the people. So good economics should be good politics. Good social policy should be good politics. And that hopefully will be the new Telangana model.
Thank you, sir. As usual, Professor Arvind sir has always brings us, while acknowledging the dynamism, the vision of our Honorable CMs is also put some caution marks along the road. Now, I would request the video message by Mr. Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister of UK, to be played, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, Honoured Chief Minister, distinguished leaders, and to the people of Telangana. It's a real privilege to join you today as you celebrate 10 remarkable years since the formation of Telangana, a decade that has transformed not only this state, but the story of modern India itself. In 2014, Telangana began a journey filled with high expectations and even higher aspirations. Today, reflecting on the transformation underway in Hyderabad and throughout the state, the story is not only one of progress, but one of enormous promise for the future. The record speaks for itself. As highlighted in your own growth analysis, the state's GSDP has nearly tripled in a decade. Your per capita income has become one of the highest in the whole of the country. But beyond the statistics lies something far more profound. A region once seen as struggling has reimagined itself as a powerhouse of technology, agriculture, and inclusive growth. You have become, in many ways, a model for other parts of the world. As Telangana marks this milestone year, it does so at a moment when India as a whole is shaping its future, working to build a fully developed and globally leading India by the time the nation marks its centenary of independence in 2047. In many respects, Telangana's own journey of the past decade exemplifies the spirit and momentum of India as a whole, a people with a commitment to prosperity, human development, and also the power of innovation. Your vision, Rising Telangana 2047, aligns powerfully with India's national mission, a vision to become a $1 trillion economy by 2034 and a $3 trillion economy by 2047, a vision to expand education, strengthen health systems, modernize infrastructure, and to unlock opportunity for every citizen. In the years I spent as Prime Minister and beyond, I've always believed that leadership is not only about solving today's problems, it's about preparing your nation for tomorrow's possibilities. And what Telangana is doing today is precisely that, building the foundations of long-term, inclusive, technology-driven growth. In this journey, it's been a privilege for my institute to support governments around the world undergoing similar transformations. From digital governance to economic reform, and from public service delivery to investment acceleration, we have worked with leaders across Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, helping them craft strategies for rapid and sustainable development. And our mission as an institute has always been clear: to partner with those governments that are determined to deliver for their people, to modernize their institutions, and to turn aspiration into achievement. And Telangana's story, this story of resilience, reform, and rising ambition, is exactly the kind of story we champion globally. During my time as Prime Minister, the United Kingdom faced moments demanding bold action, improving our public services, modernizing our education system, embracing the beginnings of the technology revolution, and placing innovation at the center of national progress. What I learned then is what Telangana demonstrates today: that with clarity of vision, strong leadership, and a commitment to inclusion, extraordinary transformation is possible. And as India advances towards its goal of Viksit Bharat 2047, it is states like Telangana that will help to propel the nation forward. Telangana's achievements, therefore, are not just local successes. They're contributions to India's wider journey of becoming one of the world's great democratic, economic, and technological powers. So as Telangana embarks on its next decade, expanding its metro, modernizing irrigation, supporting women's empowerment, reforming governance to be more transparent and citizen-centered, and welcoming global investment, it does so from a position of immense strength. As you bring your summit to a close, let me end my remarks in the hope that I may visit you in person very soon, and by offering all the people of Telangana my warmest good wishes for continued progress and a future shaped by the confidence and ambition that define this remarkable state. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. ఇప్పుడు మెగాస్టార్, ఎవరికీ పరిచయం చేయాల్సిన అవసరం లేనటువంటి శ్రీ చిరంజీవి గారిని సభను ఉద్దేశించి ప్రసంగించవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను.
గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారికి, గౌరవ ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి మిత్రులు, ఆత్మీయులు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారికి, ఇతర దిగ్గజాలకి, ఆహ్వానితులకు, ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి నా హృదయపూర్వక నమస్కారాలు. తెలుగులో మాట్లాడడం కొంచెం చేంజ్ ఉంది కదా మీ చెవులకి. సో లెట్ మీ హ్యావ్ ది ప్రివిలేజ్ ఇన్ టాకింగ్ అవర్ మదర్ టంగ్. ఇక్కడ మీ అందరికీ అనిపించవచ్చు, ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి ఆహ్వానితుల్లో చీఫ్ గెస్ట్ ఒక్కొక్కళ్ళు ఒక్కొక్క రంగానికి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళు, ఫైనాన్స్ రంగానికి సంబంధించిన వాళ్ళు, అలాగే మాజీ గవర్నర్ ఆర్బీఐ సుబ్బారావు గారు, అలాగే ఇతర ఫైనాన్స్ వ్యక్తులు, అలాగే ఆటోమొబైల్ దిగ్గజం మహేందర్ గారు, ఇంతమంది ఉండగా వీళ్ళల్లో చిరంజీవి ఏమిటి సినిమా వాడు అనే భావం మీకు ఉండొచ్చు. మీకు కాదు, నాకే ఉంది అది. నేను ఎంతో ఇక్కడ ఫిట్ అవుతాను అనే నాకే అనిపించచ్చు. కానీ నా మీద ఎంతో గౌరవంతో ఒక సోదరుడుగా మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు చిరంజీవి రావాలి అని నిన్న మన భట్టి విక్రమార్క గారిని, అలాగే ఐటీ అండ్ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ మినిస్టర్ శ్రీధర్ గారిని నా దగ్గరికి పంపించారు. సరిగ్గా వాళ్ళు వచ్చే సమయానికి ఏ పొజిషన్లో నాకు తెలుసా అండి, ఎవరో అమ్మాయితో డ్యాన్స్ వేస్తూ ఉన్నాను. చాలా ఇబ్బంది అనిపించింది అన్నపూర్ణ స్టూడియోలో. సో ఆ సమయంలో వాళ్ళిద్దరు కూర్చోబెట్టి షూటింగ్ ఆపేయంట్రా అని చెప్పి వారి ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత అంత ఆప్యాయంగా నన్ను ఆహ్వానిస్తుంటే, ఇంత గొప్ప సభకి, ఇలాంటి ఒక గొప్ప గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్కి, తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ అంటూ ఒక గొప్ప ఇనిషియేషన్కి 2047 ఇది ఎట్లా ఉండాలి అనే ఆ ఊహ తన బ్రెయిన్ చైల్డ్ అయినటువంటి మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు ఆహ్వానిస్తే అది చాలా ప్రివిలేజ్డ్గా ఫీల్ అయ్యాను, ఎంతో గౌరవంగా ఫీల్ అయ్యాను, ఎంతో ఆనందంగా ఉన్నాను. అందరూ మీ అందరితో పాటు ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ నేను పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయడం అనేది నాకు దక్కిన గొప్ప అవకాశం, గొప్ప అదృష్టంగా నేను భావిస్తున్నాను. అయితే ఇక్కడ కేవలం చిరంజీవికి మాత్రమే ఇచ్చారు, అందుకే చిరంజీవిని ఆహ్వానించి అక్కడ కూర్చోబెట్టారు అని నేను అనుకోవటం లేదు. ఇది రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారికి సినిమా పరిశ్రమ మీద ఉన్నటువంటి గౌరవం, సినిమాల ఇంపాక్ట్ ఈ సొసైటీలో ఎలాగ ఉంటుందో బాగా తెలిసిన వ్యక్తిగా వాళ్ళందరి తరపున ఒక వ్యక్తి ఉండాలి కాబట్టి చిరంజీవిని ఆహ్వానించారని మాత్రమే అనుకుంటున్నాను. ఈరోజు నేను ఒక చిరంజీవిగా రాలేదు, చిత్ర పరిశ్రమ తరపున ఒక ఏజెంట్గా, వాళ్ళ రిప్రజెంటేటివ్గా నేను ఈ రోజున వచ్చాను, ఇక్కడ ఆహ్వానించబడ్డాను. కాబట్టి దానికి ప్రత్యేకించి పరిశ్రమ తరపున శ్రీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. సార్, మీకు గుర్తుంటే మీరు ప్రభుత్వం ఏర్పాటు చేసిన కొత్తల్లో మొదటి వారంలోనే ఎప్పుడో నేను మిమ్మల్ని అభినందించడానికి నేను వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు నాతో అన్న మొట్టమొదటి మాట, ఈ హైదరాబాద్ని ఫిలిం హబ్గా చేయాలి. అదేదో ఒక తెలుగు ఇండస్ట్రీ వరకో, లేకపోతే సౌత్ ఇండియన్ ఫిలిం ఇండస్ట్రీ వరకో, లేకపోతే ఏ భారతీయ వరకో కాదు, గ్లోబల్ మనకి ఏమి తక్కువ అని, ఇక్కడ ఏ వనరులు తక్కువ అని చెప్పేసి, ఏ ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్ తక్కువ అని చెప్పేసి మనం ఎందుకు చేయలేకపోతున్నాం, ఎందుకు కొన్ని తెలుగు ఫిలిమ్స్ ఒక లాంగ్వేజ్కే మనం కన్ఫైన్డ్ అయ్యాం. కాబట్టి నా ఉద్దేశంలో ఇది గ్లోబల్గా అన్ని రకాల ఇండస్ట్రీస్, ఇతర లాంగ్వేజ్ నుంచి సినిమా వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ రావాలి, ఇక్కడ షూటింగ్ చేసుకోవాలి, అది నా ధ్యేయం అని అన్నప్పుడు చాలా ధైర్యంగా మాట్లాడుతున్నారు. చాలా అది నిజం కుదురుతుందా? ఎక్కడి నుంచో ఇతర దేశాల నుంచి వచ్చి ఇక్కడ షూటింగ్ చేయటం అన్నది, నేను టూరిజం మినిస్టర్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు ఫిలిం టూరిజంగా ఇక్కడ ఎంతమంది ఆహ్వానించడానికి ఎంతో శ్రమ పడ్డాం, ఎంతో కష్టించాం. కానీ ఇక్కడ ఉన్నటువంటి అట్మాస్ఫియర్ కానీ ఎంకరేజ్మెంట్ కానీ ఆయా గవర్నమెంట్లు అంత లేకుండా ఉండటంతో అది అంత పూర్తిగా సఫలీకృతం కాలేకపోయాం. ఆ ఉద్దేశంతో నేను ఎంతో కొంచెం స్కెప్టికల్గానే ఉన్నాను. ఎంతవరకు కుదురుతుంది, ఈయన డ్రీమ్ సక్సెస్ చేయగలరా అని అనుకుంటూ, మీరు ఏమైనా చేయండి, మీ గైడెన్స్ ఇవ్వండి, మీరు ఏం చెప్తే దాన్ని ఫాలో అవడానికి మేమందరం రెడీగా ఉన్నామని ఒక మాట ఇచ్చి మాత్రం అన్నాను. కానీ విత్ ఇన్ నో టైం ఇంత పెద్ద ఎత్తున ఈయన అన్ని రకాల సెక్టార్స్ వాళ్ళని ఇన్వైట్ చేసి గ్లోబల్గా అందరినీ వెల్కమ్ చేసి ఈ రోజున అందులో ఒక పార్ట్గా సినిమాలను కూడా ఆయన వెల్కమ్ చేస్తున్నారంటే కనుక అది హ్యాట్స్ ఆఫ్. అది ఆయన ఒక్కరి వల్లే అయ్యింది. అన్నట్టుగా కాకుండా అన్నది సాధ్యం చేసేలాగా ప్రాక్టికల్గా ఈ రోజు మనందరం చూస్తున్నాము. ఇది చాలు, డెఫినెట్గా ఆయన అనుకున్నది సాధిస్తారనే ప్రగాఢమైన నమ్మకం నాకు ఏర్పడింది. ఎందుకంటే ఆయన అన్నది హైదరాబాద్ అనేది సెంట్రల్ లొకేటెడ్ మన కంట్రీలో. ఏ ఇతర ఇంపార్టెంట్ సిటీస్కి వెళ్ళాలని సరే 1 అవర్ డిస్టెన్స్లోనే ఉంది. మేబీ ఢిల్లీ ఇంకొక 1 అవర్ పడుతుందేమో తప్ప. అండ్ ఇక్కడ లేని లొకేషన్స్ ఎక్కడ లేవు, ఎక్కడ లేకుండా పోలేదు. మనకు మంచు కొండలు ఉన్నాయి, థార్ డెజర్ట్స్ ఉన్నాయి, అడవులు ఉన్నాయి, వర్షాలు పడేవి ఉన్నాయి, లాంగెస్ట్ బీచ్లు మనకు ఉన్నాయి. ఏమి తక్కువ, ఏ లొకేషన్స్ తక్కువ, ఏ వనరులు తక్కువ. ఇక్కడ పని చేయడానికి వాళ్ళకి స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ చేయగలిగితే కనుక పని చేయడానికి ఎంతోమంది ముందుకు వచ్చి సినిమా పరిశ్రమ ద్వారా ఉపయోగపడి వాళ్ళ కుటుంబాలకు వాళ్ళు ఉపయోగించుకుంటారు. ఇది ఆ పొటెన్షియల్ పూర్తిగా ట్యాప్ చేయలేదు అన్న మాట వాస్తవం. వారు అది నేను అంగీకరిస్తూ మా సలహాల కోసంగా ఆయన కొన్ని సెమినార్లు ఫ్యూచర్లో నడిపిస్తామన్నారు. ఇప్పుడు కూడా అలాంటి చిన్న సెమినార్లు మా పెద్దల మధ్య, సినిమా పెద్దల మధ్య జరిగింది. అయితే ఇది కాంప్రహెన్సివ్గా కన్సాలిడేట్గా జరిగేలాగా విత్ ఇన్ షార్ట్ టైం మేము అందరూ కూడా ముందుకు వస్తాము. ఇక్కడ ప్రపంచానికే ఇది అద్భుతమైనటువంటి సినిమా హబ్గా హైదరాబాద్ని చేయటంలో మేమందరం ముందుంటాము. అండ్ ఈ రోజున చూస్తే కనుక బాలీవుడ్ నుంచి సల్మాన్ ఖాన్, అజయ్ దేవ్గన్ వచ్చి ఇక్కడ మేము స్మార్ట్ డిజిటల్గా కానీ అడ్వాన్స్డ్ ఫ్యూచరిస్టిక్ స్టూడియోస్ మేము పెడతామని అంటాం అన్నది ఇది శుభారంభం. ఇదే ఇన్స్పిరేషన్గా నేను కానీ, నాగార్జున కానీ, వెంకటేష్ కానీ, ఇతర హీరోలు కానీ, ఇతర ప్రొడ్యూసర్స్, నిర్మాతలు ఎంతోమంది ఈరోజున ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు ఈ సభ్యుకుల్లో. వాళ్ళందరూ కూడా ముందుకు వచ్చి చేయాలన్న ఒక కుతూహలం కానివ్వండి, అది పూర్తిగా ఛార్జ్ అయి ఉన్నారంటే ఎలాంటి అతిశయోక్తి లేదు. అండ్ ఈ రోజున ప్రపంచపరంగా చూస్తే సినిమా ప్రభావం ఎంత ఉంటుంది, ఈ సాఫ్ట్ పవర్ ఎంత ఉంటుందన్నది నేషనల్ వైడ్గా కూడా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం కూడా వేవ్స్ అనేది ఒకటి ప్రారంభించి అందులో మమ్మల్ని అందరూ కూడా పార్ట్ చేశారు. అంటే ఎకనామికల్గా అది ఎంత పవర్ ఇస్తుంది, మన కంట్రీ జీడిపికి ఎంత కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుందో అనడానికి బాగా వాళ్ళందరికీ తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు కాబట్టి సినిమా మీద అంత దృష్టి పెట్టారు. సినిమాని కేవలం పేరు తీసుకురావడమే కాకుండా ఎంతో కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుంది, ఎంతోమందికి ఎంప్లాయ్మెంట్ జనరేట్ చేస్తుంది, ఎంతోమందికి ఉపాధి కల్పిస్తుంది. అంటే ఉదాహరణకి కొరియా తీసుకుంటే కనుక కొరియాలో బిగినింగ్ ఇనీషియల్గా వాళ్ళందరూ యూత్ అనేవాళ్ళు ఈవినింగ్ అయ్యేసరికి చాలా పక్కదారులు పడుతున్నారు, కొన్ని వ్యసనాలకి లోనవుతున్నారు. ఆ రకంగా యూత్ నిర్వీర్యమైపోతుంది. ఏం చేయాలంటాం వాళ్ళందరూ కలిపి వీళ్ళని ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ వైపు కనుక మనం డైవర్ట్ చేయగలిగితే, బీ ఇట్ ఈస్ మ్యూజిక్, బీ ఇట్ ఈస్ సింగింగ్ ఆర్ ఫిలిమ్స్, ఇంకోటి ఇవన్నీ ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్గా చేయగలిగితే కనుక వాళ్ళు ఆక్యుపై అయి ఉంటారు. తద్వారా వాళ్ళు ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ ఇవ్వగలుగుతుంటారు. వాళ్ళందరూ నిష్ణాతులయ్యి వాళ్ళ ఫ్యామిలీకి వాళ్ళు బాసటగా ఉంటారు. తద్వారా వాళ్ళ నుంచి జనరేట్ అయ్యి ఎంతో కొంత వాళ్ళు క్రైమ్ వైపు వెళ్లకుండా ఉంటారు. ఆ రకంగా క్రైమ్ రేట్ తగ్గించుకోవచ్చు అనే భావంతో కొరియన్ గవర్నమెంట్ స్టార్ట్ చేసింది. కానీ ఈ రోజున ప్రపంచపరంగా కొరియా కే పాప్, కే డ్రామా, కే మ్యూజిక్ అంటూ కొరియన్ వాళ్ళ ఎకానమీ, వాళ్ళ జీడిపికి ఎంతో కొంత కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుంది. ఎన్నో బిలియన్స్ ఆఫ్ డాలర్స్ కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుంది ఈ యొక్క సాఫ్ట్ పవర్ మ్యూజిక్ అన్నది. అలాగే జపాన్ కూడా యానిమే అని చెప్పేసి వాళ్ళు కూడా వాళ్ళ సాఫ్ట్వేర్, వాళ్ళ ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ సంబంధించి ఈ ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ యానిమేటెడ్ ఫిలిమ్స్ కూడా ఎంతో కొంత కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తుంది. అలాగా మీరు ఈ సినిమా ఇండస్ట్రీ మీద, సినిమా పరిశ్రమ మీద ఆల్ ఇండియా లెవెల్లోనూ ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లెవెల్లోనూ ఇక్కడ కనుక వెల్కమ్ చేయగలిగి వాళ్ళకి కావాల్సిన ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ కనుక మీరు ఇక్కడ ప్రొవైడ్ చేయగలిగితే, చేస్తానికి మీరు ప్రిపేర్ అయి ఉన్నారు, చేయగలిగితే కాదు చేస్తున్నారు. దానికి మా నుంచి పార్టిసిపేషన్ కావాలి. ఉదాహరణకి బట్టి గారు నిన్న అన్నారు, సో మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు మీ అందరికీ కూడాను ఇక్కడ ఏమి కావాలి, ఎలాంటి ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ కావాలి, ఏ రకమైన వసతులు ఏర్పాటు చేయాలి అని చెప్పండి అన్నప్పుడు నాకు వెంటనే స్పాంటైనియస్గా తోచింది, నేను వారితో పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తాను. ఇక్కడ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ కోసంగా మనకు కొన్ని ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ పెట్టాలి. అది డ్రైవర్ల దగ్గర నుంచి, మేకప్ మెన్ల దగ్గర నుంచి, కాస్ట్యూమర్స్ దగ్గర నుంచి, ఒక ఎడిటింగ్ దగ్గర నుంచి, సౌండ్ సిస్టమ్ దగ్గర నుంచి, కెమెరామెన్లు, డిఓపీలు అండ్ యాక్టింగ్ సంబంధించిన స్కిల్స్ కానివ్వండి, అలాగే డైరెక్షన్ కానివ్వండి, వాట్ నాట్ ఎన్నో ఈ ఇండస్ట్రీలో ఎన్నో శాఖలు ఉన్నాయి. ఆ శాఖల్లో ఎంతోమంది ఎంతూజియాస్టిక్ కుర్రవాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళు చదివింది చదువు ఒక మాదిరి చదివైనా సరే ఆ చదువు ఏం తెచ్చి పెడుతుంది అనుకుంటే కనుక ఈ రోజున గొప్ప గొప్ప డైరెక్టర్స్ ఉన్నారు. ఈ రోజున ఇంటర్నేషనల్ లెవెల్కి మన సినిమాని తీసుకొస్తున్న డైరెక్టర్ వాళ్ళందరూ డిగ్రీ కూడా చదవలేదు. సో చదువు ఇది ఇంపార్టెంట్ కాదు, మీకున్న ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఇంపార్టెంట్. ఆ ఇచ్చేటువంటి గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ ఈ రోజున మనకి ఇస్తున్న ఈ అవకాశాలను సద్వినియోగపరుచుకుని మీరందరూ కనుక రాగలిగి ముందుకు వచ్చి ఈ యొక్క ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ సంబంధించి వీళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన ఫెసిలిటీస్ని వినియోగించుకుంటూ స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ముందు చేసుకోగలిగితే కనుక మీరు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా సరే వాళ్ళు ఎంతోమంది వెబ్ సిరీస్ తీస్తున్నారు, అలాగే టీవీ సీరియల్స్ తీస్తున్నారు, సినిమాలు తీస్తున్నారు, పెద్ద సినిమాలు తీస్తున్నారు, చిన్నవి తీస్తున్నారు. అలాగే ఈ రోజున కేవలం స్క్రీన్ మీదే కాకుండా మొబైల్కి సంబంధించినటువంటి సినిమాలు కూడా చాలామంది తీయటానికి సమాయత్తం అవుతున్నారు. ఇది ఫ్లిప్ అని ఇంటర్నేషనల్గా వస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడే మహేంద్ర గారు నాతో మాట్లాడుతూ ఈ వర్టికల్ సంబంధించిన ఫిలిమ్స్ 3 minutes నిడివి అయితే 10 minutes మ్యాక్సిమం 10 minutes నిడివి ఉన్నటువంటి సినిమాలు మనం చేయగలిగితే అది ప్రతి వాళ్ళ చేతుల్లో ఉండి అది వాళ్ళందరూ ఎంటర్టైన్ చేయగలుగుతుంది. దానివల్ల ఎంతో ఎకానమీ మనం డెవలప్ చేయొచ్చు, ఎంతోమందికి ఉద్యోగ అవకాశాలు ఇవ్వచ్చు. నేను దాన్ని ఇనిషియేట్ చేస్తానంటూ మహేంద్ర గారు చెప్తూ వచ్చారు. సో ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఇది సాదాసీదాటువంటి కాదు. సినిమా ఏదో ఆడుతుంది, 2 రోజులు డబ్బులు తెచ్చి పెడుతుంది, వాళ్ళు ఏదో మిగుల్చుకుంటారు కోట్లు అంటే తేలిగ్గా చూడదు. దీని వెనకాల చూస్తే కనుక లక్షలాది మంది యూత్ ఈ అవకాశం సద్వినియోగపరుచుకుని అభివృద్ధిలోకి రావచ్చు, పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతులు సంపాదించవచ్చు. తద్వారా ఇన్ రిటర్న్ మీరు కూడా ఈ కంట్రీకి, మన తెలంగాణకి మీరు ఎంతో కొంత ఎకనామికల్గా మన గ్రోత్ అవడానికి ఆర్థికంగా కూడా మీ సపోర్టు లభిస్తుంది. ఇట్స్ మ్యూచువల్లీ రిసిప్రోకల్. కాబట్టి ఈ రోజున ఇక్కడ స్టూడియోకి స్థలాలు ఇస్తామంటున్నారు. స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్కి కావాల్సిన క్లాసెస్ కావాల్సిన ఫ్యాకల్టీస్ కనుక అధ్యాపకులు మనం తెచ్చుకుంటే వాళ్ళ ద్వారా ఎంతోమంది ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చిన వాళ్ళం అవుతాము. ఇది సద్వినియోగపరచుకోండి. దీని మీద మన ఇండస్ట్రీలో పెద్దలు కూడా సీరియస్గా ఆలోచించండి. దీని మీద నేనైతే సీరియస్గా తీసుకున్నాను, వారితో అదే అన్నాను. మీరు ఒక సెమినార్ లాంటిదో లేకపోతే చిన్న క్లోజ్డ్గా మీరందరూ నాకు ఇన్వైట్ చేయగలిగితే కనుక ఇలాంటివి ఏమైనా సదస్సులు మాకు చిన్న ఎత్తులో సినిమాకు సంబంధించి మీరు చేయగలిగితే కనుక మేమందరూ దీన్ని మరింత ముందుకు తీసుకువెళ్ళి మీ కళ ఏదైతే ఉందో, మీ బ్రెయిన్ చైల్డ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాన్ని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్ళి ప్రపంచం మొత్తం ఎంటర్టైన్మెంట్ రంగానికి సంబంధించి ఈ తెలంగాణ వైపు, ఈ హైదరాబాద్ వైపు మనం చూసేలాగా చేయగలుగుతాం, చేస్తామన్న ధైర్యం నాకు ఉంది. భరోసా ఇస్తున్నాను. నా వంతు కృషి నేను చేస్తాను. నా ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చేందుకు ధన్యవాదాలు మా ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి, అలాగే ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి నా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు మరొకసారి తెలియజేస్తున్నాను, ముగిస్తున్నాను. జై తెలంగాణ, జై హింద్.
ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. మీరు మా చెవులకు పట్టిన తుప్పును వదిలించారు తెలుగులో మాట్లాడి. ఇప్పుడు శ్రీ సుమన్ బెర్రీ గారు, శ్రీ వైస్ చైర్మన్ నీతి ఆయోగ్, ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ సర్ టు కైండ్లీ అడ్రస్ ద గ్యాదరింగ్. నీతి ఆయోగ్ has helped us in drafting this document. Their team has guided us, sir. So now I request you to kindly address us, sir.
Thank you, Chief Secretary. Honorable Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister. First, it's not easy to follow perhaps the most charismatic actor in India, but I'll do my best. Sir, you are a member of my governing council, and the fact that you have requested me to be present here is a deep honor for me. It is also a reality that I had the privilege of calling on you and the Deputy Chief Minister soon after you took over, and I can see that you've been busy in the intervening time. So with your permission, I'll first look back in order to look forward. Look back to the year of 2006, which is just about a quarter of a century ago, which was a visit to Hyderabad when the Asian Development Bank had its annual meeting in the new conference center. And there was a somewhat optimistic sign then that pointed to something called high-tech city, and there was nothing there. And there is something there, and my God, is there something there. So, for people of the city, for people of the state, to believe in dreams, I think is entirely legitimate. But it is also, 2006, there was another annual meeting that took place, the annual meeting of the World Bank and IMF in Singapore, where indeed Raghuram Rajan, who've addressed us this evening, had just recently joined as the chief economist of the IMF. But I'm mentioning that because in 2006, two World Bank friends of mine, I had just come to NCAR, came out with this publication that talked of a middle income trap. Now, there's a lot of controversy about whether there is such a thing as a middle income trap or not, but one of those authors is now the chief economist of the World Bank, and he's come out with a World Development Report on the middle income trap. And why is that relevant to Telangana today? Just looking at Telangana's per capita income relate to India's per capita income in dollar terms, and looking at the benchmarks that the World Bank puts out for lower middle income, upper middle income, and high income countries, Telangana is now an upper middle income country already. And so where India wishes to be in the next 5 or 7 years, upper middle income country status, you are already there. And the point there, Honorable Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, is that the issues that my friends raised with respect to the middle income trap start to apply. The old model of development may not work when you are in this zone, and things like creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, all of these become more as important or more important than investment. And so I think the fact that you have set yourself these high standards to be global is entirely appropriate, but the journey ahead is likely to be quite different from the journey that has brought Telangana to where it is at the moment. I also had 4 years of being the chief economist of Royal Dutch Shell, located in Europe, and that made me appreciate India's federal reality, which is that each state is very distinctive. And as I think about what's distinctive about Telangana, I think it is its human resources, but in a somewhat unusual respect. I tend to think of the Telugus, and of course you share that with Andhra, as the Irish of India, people who are risk-loving, people who are entrepreneurial, and so I think that that is, amongst, above all else, the resource that you have to work with and to liberate. I would also say, and I'm picking up on the point that Arvind Subramaniam made, is that a focus on productivity it has to be paramount, because you can only be competitive if you're productive, and therefore to focus on ease of doing business that Dr. Subbarao mentioned, the deregulation or appropriate regulation. All of these things are going to be as important as bricks and mortar in the journey ahead. Let me finally make a point about your role and the role of political leadership. There is an academic by the name of Phelps at Columbia who talks about mass flourishing, and Honorable Prime Minister also very much believes that what will make India Viksit is self-confidence of the people and a belief that they can shape their own future. And so, Chief Minister, it is your role and the role of Sri Chiranjeevi to sell dreams to the young people of Telangana, to all of citizens of Telangana. So Niti has helped you articulate a vision, but for this vision to become a part of the software of the minds of citizens of Telangana, that's a job for you and the Deputy Chief Minister, and I wish you luck, and Niti is there to work with you as you wish. Thank you.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఇప్పుడు అందరూ వేచి చూస్తున్నటువంటి సమయం ఆసన్నమైంది. గౌరవనీయులు రాష్ట్ర ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు శ్రీ రేవంత్ రెడ్డి గారిని సభనుద్దేశించి ప్రసంగించవలసిందిగా కోరుతున్నాను.
Telangana Rising 2047 Vision Document తెలంగాణ జాతికి అంకితం చేయాలన్న కార్యక్రమానికి ముఖ్య అతిథులుగా విచ్చేసిన సుమన్ బెర్రీ, నీతి ఆయోగ్ వైస్ చైర్మన్, ఆనంద్ మహేంద్ర, కార్పొరేట్ దిగ్గజం కార్తిక్ మురళీధరన్, దువ్వూరి సుబ్బారావు గారు, అరవింద్ సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం గారు, మిత్రులు పద్మభూషణ్ చిరంజీవి గారు, ఉప ముఖ్యమంత్రి వర్యులు మిత్రులు బట్టి విక్రమార్క గారు, సహచార మంత్రివర్గ సభ్యులు టోనీ బ్లేయర్, శంతను నారాయణ్, ప్రేమ్జీ వాత్సవ్, ఇతర పెద్దలందరూ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం సంకల్పించిన విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్లో మనల్ని ఎండార్స్ చేయడానికి, మన సంకల్పంలో భాగస్వామ్యం తీసుకోవడానికి విచ్చేసినందుకు 4 కోట్ల తెలంగాణ ప్రజల తరఫున వారికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా అభినందనలు, కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేస్తున్నాను. ఇందులో భాగంగానే ఐఎస్బి, నీతి ఆయోగ్, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా అఫీషియల్స్, స్టేట్ గవర్నమెంట్ అఫీషియల్స్, తెలంగాణ ప్రజల నుంచి కూడా ఈ పాలసీ డాక్యుమెంట్లో సూచనలు ఇవ్వమంటే ఆన్లైన్లో దాదాపుగా 4 లక్షల మంది పాల్గొని వారి యొక్క సూచనల్ని, సలహాలను తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వానికి ఇవ్వడం జరిగింది. ఈ సందర్భంగా తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి, ఈ ప్రాంత మట్టికి ఒక గొప్ప చైతన్యం ఉన్నది. ఆ చైతన్యము ఒకనాడు జల్ జమీన్ జంగల్, కొమరం భీముడు ఆనాడు పోరాటం చేస్తే, ఆ తర్వాత సాయుధ రైతాంగ పోరాటంలో భూమి కోసం, భుక్తి కోసం, విముక్తి కోసం, ఈ ప్రాంతం కోసం, ప్రజల కోసం, పేదరిక నిర్మూలన కోసం, ఈ భూమి మీద ఆధిపత్యం సాధించాలనుకున్న వాళ్ళకు వ్యతిరేకంగా వేలాది మంది పోరాటాలు చేసి నేల కొరిగిన చరిత్ర ఈ తెలంగాణ ప్రాంతానికి ఉన్నది. ఆ స్ఫూర్తితోనే తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ఏర్పాటు ప్రక్రియను శ్రీమతి సోనియా గాంధీ గారు, శ్రీ మన్మోహన్ సింగ్ గారు మన ఆకాంక్షల్ని నెరవేర్చిన, ప్రపంచంలోనే ఉన్నతంగా అభివృద్ధి సాధించగలిగిన శక్తి సామర్థ్యాలు మనకున్న, ఆశించినంత స్థాయిలో ప్రణాళికబద్ధమైన అభివృద్ధి జరగకపోవడం వల్ల ఈనాడు ప్రజలు ఆశిస్తున్న స్వేచ్ఛ, సామాజిక న్యాయం, సమానమైన అవకాశాల కోసం ఈ ప్రాంతం ఎదురు చూస్తున్నది. అందుకే ఈనాడు 4 కోట్ల తెలంగాణ ప్రజల యొక్క ఆకాంక్ష స్వేచ్ఛను, సామాజిక న్యాయాన్ని, సమానమైన అవకాశాలను అందించాలి అని తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ 2047 విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్ని ఈరోజు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం తీసుకురావడం జరిగింది. 2047కు ఉన్న ప్రాధాన్యత ఈ దేశానికి స్వతంత్రం వచ్చి 100 సంవత్సరాల విజయోత్సవాన్ని మనం నిర్వహించుకోబోతున్నాం. మరి ఆనాటికి మన దేశం ప్రపంచంలోనే ఒక గొప్ప బలమైన ఆర్థిక దేశంగా, ప్రపంచంలోనే 4వ ఆర్థిక అభివృద్ధి చెందిన దేశంగా అవతరించాలని భావిస్తున్నది. దానికి దేశ ప్రధానమంత్రి నరేంద్ర మోడీ గారు $30 ట్రిలియన్ ఎకానమీని టార్గెట్గా పెట్టుకొని వికసిత్ భారత్ కార్యక్రమాన్ని తీసుకొని ముందుకు వెళ్తున్నారు. ఆ కార్యక్రమంలో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం ముందు బాగాన నిలబడి తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ 2047కి $3 ట్రిలియన్ ఎకానమీగా అవతరించాలని, ఈనాడు దేశ జనాభాలో మనం 2.9% ఉంటే మనం 5% ఎకానమీని, జీడిపిని కంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తున్నాం. సో ఈనాడు మన ప్రణాళికల వల్ల, మన విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్ వల్ల, మన భవిష్యత్ అభివృద్ధి కార్యక్రమాల వల్ల $3 ట్రిలియన్ ఎకానమీ 10% ఆఫ్ జీడిపిగా అవతరించాలని ఒక లక్ష్యంగా పెట్టుకొని మనం ముందుకు వెళ్తున్నాం. అందుకే ఈనాడు ఈ ఆలోచనను 4 గోడల మధ్యలో నలుగురం కూర్చొని మాట్లాడుకొని చర్చించుకొని తయారు చేసిన ఒక కాగితం కాదు. ఇది 4 కోట్ల ప్రజల మధ్యలో చర్చించి ఈ ప్రాంతంతో సంబంధం ఉన్న ప్రపంచంలో రాణించిన వాళ్ళను అందరినీ ఇందులో భాగస్వాములను చేసి, ఇందులో మేధావులను లేకపోతే కొద్దిమంది పరిమితమైన ఆర్థిక నిపుణులనే కాకుండా సామాన్యమైన ప్రజల్ని, రైతులని, మహిళల్ని, విద్యార్థులను కూడా భాగస్వాములను చేసి ఈరోజు ప్రజలకు ఈ పాలసీ డాక్యుమెంట్ను అంకితం చేయదలుచుకున్నాం. ఈరోజు ఈ పాలసీ డాక్యుమెంట్ ఈజ్ గోయింగ్ టు అడ్రస్ ఫార్మర్స్, ఉమెన్ అండ్ యూత్. మొట్టమొదటి ప్రధానమంత్రి పండిత్ జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ గారు ప్రధానమంత్రి బాధ్యత తీసుకోవడానికి ముందు మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారిని కలిసి మీరేమైనా సలహా ఇవ్వగలరా, నాకు ప్రధానమంత్రిగా బాధ్యతలు చేపడుతున్నా అన్నప్పుడు మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు ఒక సూచన చేశారు. నువ్వు పరిపాలనాపరమైన నిర్ణయం తీసుకునేటప్పుడు నీ నిర్ణయం వల్ల పేదలకు, నిస్సహాయులకు ఏ విధంగా సహాయపడగలుగుతో ఆలోచన చేసి నిర్ణయం తీసుకోమని మహాత్మా గాంధీ గారు పండిత్ జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ మొట్టమొదటి ప్రధానమంత్రి గారికి సూచన చేశారు. ఆ సూచనలు తీసుకొని పండిత్ జవహర్లాల్ నెహ్రూ గారు ఈ దేశంలో ఉన్న నిరక్షరాస్యతను నిర్మూలించాలి అంటే ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్, ఈ దేశంలో ఉన్న కరువును నిర్మూలించాలి, ఆకలిని తీర్చాలి అని అంటే ఇరిగేషన్ ఈజ్ ఇంపార్టెంట్ అనుకున్నాడు. ఆనాడు ఫస్ట్ ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ హ్యాస్ డిసైడెడ్ టు టేక్ అప్ 2 policies. One is education, the other one is irrigation. That is how he has initiated many universities in the country, and he has constructed many irrigation projects like Bakranangal to Nagarjuna Sagar, Srisailam, SRSP in Telangana. All these projects have conceived at the time of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. I know most of them have studied in Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru has initiated those universities. Today, my government has decided to take up this education and irrigation and communication. Communication in technology, communication in digital, communication in roads, communication in ports, communication in airports. We wanted to meet, we wanted to develop our infrastructure to connect as well world. We wanted to invite them to invest in my country. I am going to take role model from China, Japan, Germany, South Korea and Singapore. At the same time, they are my role models and I am going to compete with them. With their inspiration, I am going to develop my state. I am going to take up my welfare and development. Some of them, poverty is an excursion, some of the leaders, but have born and brought up a small village, remote village, where I have seen from my childhood poverty, and undeveloped, untouchability, and everything I've seen. Practically, I've experienced and everything. I know what is the problem. I wanted to address that problem. I wanted to eradicate poverty. I wanted to give education. I wanted to give employment with my youth. I wanted to give better health for my citizens. Why? Because I have met accident at the age of 11 years. Major accident. My parents have taken me into Usmania Hospital in Hyderabad while I was living in remote village. That time government has, Nizam has started that Usmania Hospital. That is how they treated. Today, people are facing lot of problems. Well, we have got freedom. That time lifespan was 32 years. In 1947, Indian average lifespan was 32 years. Today we have reached 73 years. That is how Jawaharlal Nehru has given a vision to this country. Now we are going to touch 100 years to live our lifespan. For that, have to make policies. Have to make sure, have to deliver to poorest of the poor, remote villages, Tandas, Gudam, or any other remote place in Telangana. आनंद जी, मैं एक किसान का लड़का हूँ, किसान परिवार से आया मैं। मुझे गरीब कुछ लोगों के लिए, कुछ नेता लोगों के लिए गरीबी एक एक्सकर्शन है। गरीबी देखना है तो हैदराबाद से मर्सिडीज बेंज में छोटे गांव में देखे गरीब लोग कैसे रहते हैं, उन लोग देखने के लिए कोशिश करते। मगर मेरे लिए गरीबी ऐसा नहीं है। जहां पर गरीब लोग रहते, जहां पर जाति विवक्षा है, लोगों को अनटचेबिलिटी है, मंदिर में जिसको नहीं आने देता है, उस ऐसे छोटे गांव से मैं आया। हर चीज मुझे पता है, गरीब कैसे सोचते, एजुकेटेड अनएम्प्लॉयड यूथ क्या चाहता है, सब कुछ मुझे पता है। क्योंकि आई हैव स्टडीड इन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, आई हैव नॉट स्टडीड इन कॉर्पोरेट स्कूल, आई हैव नॉट स्टडीड इन इंग्लिश मीडियम, आई हैव स्टडीड इन गवर्नमेंट स्कूल, आई हैव स्टडीड इन तेलुगु मीडियम. I know each and every problem in my remote villages, where Adivasis, where Dalits are living, where minorities are there. I have personal connectivity with these Dalits, Adivasis, and minorities. That is why I have planned for them. I have got this opportunity with young age. I don't have any political legacy. एक छोटा किसान परिवार से, एक छोटे गांव से मैं इतना दूर आ गया। 2006 में मैं एक जिला परिषद मेंबर बना एज ए इंडिपेंडेंट. Politically, it's the smallest of the small post. After that, I've become an MLC. After that, I've become an MLA. After that, I've become an MP. After that, I've become a party president. After 17 years, I have become a chief minister of Telangana. I have responsibility. I have accountability. I have my commitment. I have to do justice for poorest of the poor. This is what my commitment. This is what my document, my policy document. This is what my agreement with my people. So that is why I have asked everyone to support, to give their inputs in my policy document. Lots of people who are experts, they have contributed like anything. I wanted to thank everyone. Why? Because this is going to create a path for my state, my youth. I have seen caste differences, जाति विवक्षा. सरकार इतने साल से कोई भी सरकार आप देखो, SC हॉस्टल अलग है, ST हॉस्टल अलग है, OBC हॉस्टल अलग है, माइनॉरिटी हॉस्टल अलग है. जहां पर आप जाति विवक्षा छोड़ना चाहते हैं, मगर वहीं पर सरकार पैसों से आप अलग अलग वर्टिकल्स बना रहे हैं. इसीलिए मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनते ये कह दिया कि हमारा डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर से, भाई ये हमारे समस्या को हल नहीं करने वाला है, इसीलिए वो पूरा छोड़ दो. वी हैव टू क्रिएट ए प्लेस वेयर SC, ST, BC, minority, all other upper caste people can study in one place. That is how we have conceived Young India integrated residential schools. I have given 100 schools. I'm spending each school 200 crores to develop that infrastructure. with 25 acres campus. You know better than me how education is important. Now you are running a university. तो हम लोग ये सोचकर 25 एकड़ 200 करोड़ रुपए 20,000 crores I'm spending for build infrastructure to inclusiveness. SC, ST, BC, minority, all other upper caste people are going to study in one place. कि ये जाति विवक्षा हम दूर करना है तो सब लोग मिलजुल के एक जगह में पढ़े तो ये समस्या हल्का हो जाएंगे. मगर हर बार सरकार ने SC हॉस्टल अलग, ST हॉस्टल अलग, OBC माइनॉरिटी अलग अलग बनाए. तो जब तक आप ये सिस्टम से सरकार चलाएंगे आप दूर नहीं कर सकते. इसीलिए मैं सोचकर ये कह दिया कि भाई सब एक जगह में आना. हर असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में एक रोल मॉडल बना दो. इस देश के लिए आगे ये रोल मॉडल बनने वाला है. लोग बोलेंगे कि भाई वेलफेयर में आप स्पेंड मत करो. वेलफेयर में हम स्पेंड करना जब लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड इक्वल आए तक हम देना जरूरी है. हमारा अकाउंटेबिलिटी है. तो इसीलिए आई एम स्पेंडिंग लॉट्स ऑफ मनी इन एजुकेशन. दिस इज नॉट वेलफेयर. दिस इज नॉट एक्सपेंडिचर फॉर मी. This is investment my future. I'm going to invest on my future. They are going to build like anything. They are going to make my Telangana #1 in India. My people are going to compete with South Korea, Japan or Germany. And second thing, after education he has initiated Jawaharlal Nehru ji, Sonia Gandhi ji, she has given Right to Education Act. Today education is there, but I can say authentically from this dais, there is no quality in our education. There is no skill in our education system. That is why I have initiated Young India Integrated School. That is why I have initiated Young India Skills University headed by Anand Mahendra. Anand Mahendra is my Skills University chairperson. Proudly I can say Anand Mahendra is heading Telangana Young India Integrated, Young India Skills University. And also I have initiated Young India Sports University. We have 140 crore population. Unfortunately, or I'm sorry to say, we have not getting single gold medal in Olympics. So that is why I have initiated Young India Sports University to get gold medals in Olympics. So all these plans for my poorest of the poor who are, they have confidence, they have given opportunity to work as a Chief Minister of Telangana at the young age. So that is why my plans for my poorest of the poor people. जिसने नेहरू जी को, जो महात्मा गांधी जी ने ये कहा, जब आप कुछ पॉलिसी बनाने वाले गरीब और जो जिनको समाज में कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है उन लोगों के भला के लिए जो पॉलिसी बनाना है, आप याद करो, डिसीजन लो. आज मैं वही हमारा पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट में मैं इतना ही सोचा, अगर ये पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट आगे ये जाति विवक्षा दूर करने के लिए, गरीबी हटाने के लिए, इन लोगों को एजुकेशन, हेल्थ एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट देने के लिए ये पॉलिसी आगे काम पे आ जाएंगे. आप लोग इतना दूर से आकर हमें मदद दिए. आगे हमारा तेलंगाना राइजिंग में आप लोग साथ देना है. साथ देने के लिए इतना दूर से आए, मैं धन्यवाद कहना चाहता हूँ सही दिल से. धन्यवाद.
ధన్యవాదాలు సార్. మీ స్ఫూర్తిదాయకమైనటువంటి ఉపన్యాసానికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ప్రసంగానికి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణ రైజింగ్ విజన్ డాక్యుమెంట్ను 2047 రిలీజ్ కార్యక్రమం ఉంటుంది. ముందుగా తెలంగాణకు తగ్గట్టుగా, ఫ్యూచర్కు తగ్గట్టుగా
మన సాంకేతిక ప్రతిభకు, నైపుణ్యాన్ని మెరుగుపెట్టే తెలంగాణ యువతకు ఆనందాన్ని ఇచ్చే దృశ్యం మీ అందరికీ తెలుసు. కళాకారులు, రసజ్ఞులు పెద్దలే కాదు, రోబోలు కూడా చప్పట్లు కొడితే మళ్ళీ మీకు వచ్చి థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తాయి, షేక్ హ్యాండ్ కూడా ఇస్తాయి. బహుశా 2 రోజులుగా మీరు చూస్తున్నారు, రోబో కూడా మిమ్మల్ని ఆహ్వానిస్తోంది, అభినందిస్తోంది ఈ ప్రాంగణంలో. సో థ్యాంక్స్ టు ది కుడోస్ టు ది టెక్నాలజీ. Telangana Rising 2047. ఇది ఉత్తేజంతో, సమాజం పట్ల ప్రేమతో, భవిష్యత్తు పట్ల విశ్వాసంతో చేస్తున్న ప్రకటన మాత్రమే కాదు, నా తెలంగాణను నాటి కవి చెప్పిన కోటి రతనాల వీణగా ప్రపంచంలోనే ముందుంచేందుకు చేస్తున్న ప్రతిజ్ఞ అన్నారు ఆనరబుల్ సీఎం గారు, ఆనరబుల్ డిప్యూటీ సీఎం గారు అనేక వేదికలపై. మరి మీ అందరి ఆశీస్సులు కరతాళ రూపంలో తెలంగాణకు అందించాలని కోరుతుంది వేదిక సవినయంగా, సప్రేమగా.
Yeah. Now felicitation to the honorable guests. Okay.
Felicitation. ఆత్మీయంగా, గౌరవంగా వేంచేసిన అతిథులకు మనందరి పక్షాన ప్రభుత్వం అందజేస్తున్న సన్మానం.
ముందుగా గౌరవనీయ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని శ్రీ ఆనంద్ మహీంద్ర గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. శ్రీ దుబ్బూరి సుబ్బారావు గారికి, ప్రొఫెసర్ కార్తీక్ మురళీధరన్ గారికి, శ్రీ అరవింద్ సుబ్రహ్మణ్యం గారికి,
సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ ఐఏఎస్ గారి వందన సమర్పణ అవుతూనే వాయు తెరగలపై వాహన విన్యాసం ఉంటుంది, డ్రోన్ షో.
శ్రీ సుమన్ బెర్రీ గారికి, శ్రీ చిరంజీవి గారికి,
టాలీవుడ్ మనదే, కోలీవుడ్ మనదే, బాలీవుడ్ మనదే, హాలీవుడ్ మనది కావాలన్న పిలిపించిన చిరంజీవి గారికి ప్రత్యేక ధన్యవాదాలు.
ఇప్పుడు వందన సమర్పణ శ్రీ సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ గారు.
శ్రీ సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ ఐఏఎస్ ఓట్ ఆఫ్ థ్యాంక్స్ చెప్తారు.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my pride, pleasure and honor to propose a vote of thanks on this momentous occasion where the new nascent and young state of Telangana has unveiled its document 2047 for the world, for the state and for the universe to acknowledge and appreciate. On this momentous occasion, when the new paradigm, the new model of development as conceived and developed by our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Revanthreddy Garu of Cure pure and rare, will usher in an era where development will find a new meaning. I take this occasion to thank Sri Anand Mahindra, Sri Raghuram Rajan Garu, Sri Suman Berry, Sri Duvuri Subbarao, Sri Bhatti Vikramarkalu Garu, Sri Shantanu Narayan, Sri Prem Vatsa, Professor Karthik Murlidharan, Professor Arvind Subramaniam, Mr. Tony Blair, and our Honorable Chief Minister. I take this occasion to thank the Honorable Ministers, the Honorable Advisors, the Honorable MLAs, the Honorable MNCs, and the chairpersons of corporations, the members of media, the delegates, the participants, and the government officials, and colleagues of mine, and the event organizers who have made this event a grand success. I wish you a very good evening and a very sumptuous dinner for the evening. Thank you so much.
శ్రీ సవ్యసాచి ఘోష్ ఐఏఎస్ గారికి హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలతో ఇప్పుడు ఆసక్తిగా ఎదురుచూస్తున్న డ్రోన్ షో. పైలట్ లేకుండానే బుల్లి విమానాలు ఎగురుతాయి, వాయు తరంగాలపై వాహనాలు వివిధ దృశ్యాల్ని చిత్రీకరిస్తాయి. రిమోట్ ఇన్ హ్యాండ్, ప్రమోట్ ఇన్ ఎయిర్, డ్రోన్ షో. మీరంతా తింటూ మాటలు వింటూ ఆ డ్రోన్ షో దృశ్యాలు కంటూ ఎంజాయ్ చేయండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Good evening, esteemed guests, world leaders, innovators, and friends of Telangana. You stand at the confluence of global aspiration and technological mastery. Tonight, the sky above Hyderabad transforms into a canvas brought to life by a fleet of 3,000 drones. This is the Telangana Rising Global Summit 2025, and this display is a dynamic blueprint for the next 2 decades of growth. This is the rise of a new India, the rise of a new global powerhouse. And by 2047, marking a century of Indian independence, our arrow points skyward, signaling the accelerated climb to a colossal $3 trillion economy. This is the scale of the Telangana Rising Vision.
మనోళ్ళందరికీ నమస్తే, శనార్థి రామ్ రామ్ సలాం. తెలంగాణ నాడు నేడు కోటి రతనాల వీణ, గ్లోబల్ సమ్మిట్తో కోటి అవకాశాల ఖజానా. మన సంకల్పాన్ని, మనోసంకల్పాన్ని సఫలం చేయమని తెలంగాణ తల్లిని ప్రార్థిద్దాం. కొత్త దారులను సద్వినియోగం చేసుకుందాం.
Our strategic growth is anchored by a 3-zone policy structured by world-class infrastructure. Zone 1, the inner ring, traced by the